feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living, yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la.
gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool.
You feel like that you can't deny.
No, you're not in control.
Once you connected, you feel the fire.
And she's pulling you close, you close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. Fumbling for words, you feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it.
You feel the fact that you can't deny.
Yeah, it's taking control. Oh,
It's so intense that she feels the fire.
and she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language.
You feel the fact that you can't deny.
No, you're not in control. Oh,
Once you connected, she feels the fire.
and you're pulling her close, her close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. I bailaba.
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe, but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home, turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived. From 86 to 95, New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, LO, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 30 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Take
things we harder said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're
keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love, 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 love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high.
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you home. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back again. The LPL never takes a break, never takes a day. We continue on as per standard procedure. I'm back with Orcs yet again, and it's not his birthday. Sorry, Orcs, you don't get that special treatment today. We treat you like dirt, like the rest of us.
Yeah, it's what I'm used to. So, it's a nice little taste of the sweetness on my birthday. But yeah, I feel more at home when you treat me that way. I'll be honest,
good.
Jake.
Good. You hate to love it. Yesterday's game, let's bring it up because yesterday had some impact. We feel like we're getting towards a point where we are going to get a lot of these lock-ins coming through. That in a moment because there are some playoff implications extensively through today. Orcs, first of all, though, anyone's legend OMG, that was a barn burner. And as you were saying in rehearsal, AL fans are going to be so sad.
Yeah, it must be really difficult being an AL fan at the moment. Yeah, the AL fans, Jake? Maybe someone you're casting with today?
Yeah.
I felt this one on a deep level. And this was such an important game for AL because the remaining 4 teams they play, it's like so stacked. They play RNG, they play Top Esports, they play EDG, they play V5.
Yikes.
No, actually, wait, I think they've already played V5. Sorry, they play JDG. So they needed that win. You can see that's 7-5, but a hard schedule left over. But OMG, fantastic for them, pushing their way up and honestly doing a lot for them in terms of making playoffs at the end of the season.
I feel like this split is going to be about those 4 positions, 6 through to 10. I honestly feel like our battle for top 10 is going to be so much more competitive than previous splits, while our bubble at the top is separating. At the moment, we're waiting to see if RNG can make it through today. Because, ladies and gentlemen, with a bit of playoff news as we do look at today's matchups, if BLG beats FPX in this later series, RNG will be qualified for playoffs and Orcs. More importantly, it means that the new benchmark to secure playoffs will now go down to 9.
Yeah, that's going to happen. As we go through the split, the benchmark is going to get lower and lower and lower. It'll go to 9. Usually 8 is the cutoff we see, although I don't know if, there may be multiple teams at 8 and they may not make it through. But yeah, those spots are running out. We're obviously getting towards the end of the season, and it just further emphasizes every win does matter at this point.
I know people say it a cop-out, right? But it truly is the fact. I feel like this league, more than any other, with 17 teams with 7 days a week, every win is recorded, especially with a single round robin, only one best of 3 versus each team. Ultra Prime and IG have that best of 3 coming up now. And, we're looking at these 2 teams sitting towards the bottom of the standings. Not your most hype matchup, but we should have been hyped for these teams considering how they started and considering how one caster for Ultra Prime Orcs said this would be a top 8 team. I was pulled in. I don't know about you.
Yeah, well, I was actually in the discussion. It was on the last hit when this discussion happened.
I wonder who that is.
We have the little outline if you try and guess who that caster is. But yeah, he actually even chastised me because I said I think Ultra Prime can make playoffs, and he said that's such a weak claim. Like, Ultra Prime can make 10th, and he was like, Ultra Prime is a top 8 team.
Yikes.
Are they? Are they a named caster? That's the question, though, because I think the thing is that they are 3 and 8. They're not in a great spot, but the split isn't over yet for them. They still hope, and we see there's some plays like coming out here going for a strong dive against Top Esports that work well, but then there's also some plays which work not so well.
Yeah, the flip up, the 50-50s. You give credit to Ultra Prime for being such an aggressive team. Remember Orcs were talking in rehearsal. It's not a team that just sits on their laurels. They're not like an LNG or a BLG, even an RA, right? They are trying to be proactive, but it's always a flip up and always seems to bite them back.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like a lot of people saw Zoom coming to this roster. They had some strong performances. It was looking promising, but I just feel like the consistency hasn't been there for this lineup. That's been kind of the painful point because similar to quite a few other teams in the LPL, this is like a strong lineup. It's a good lineup. And Crying has had a fantastic split, which is why it's even more painful. Like, if you could just write this team off and say, yeah, everyone's playing bad, they're doomed, I don't think it would be as much of a problem. But that hasn't been the case, which is why seeing them down at a 3-8 scoreline does feel rough.
I mean, we've got players that have represented at Worlds, right? Players that have an MSI champion in the mid lane. Yep. So Crying has a lot of reputation, and it's sad for Ultra Prime. But on the other side, while we look at their opponents in IG today, I'd also say it's sad for IG. Now, yes, they've made some changes. Mole has come in. And the positives on this is like you bring so much experience from Mole's standing. Orcs, I wanted to talk a little bit about him before we talk about IG holistically, because Mole is also the king of Lyric's heart. And this mid laner has been in the LPL for quite a while now, has jumped around on so many different teams like BLG, EDG, V5 on the 016 roster as well, has played throughout his career every single role. And that's within like a 2-year span, by the way. So there is like some positives in the change. However, you know, this is what we pull out of a team that had a lot more promise itself.
Yeah, I think that's ultimately the case where, like, coming back in, I know Lyric, as you said, super excited about this. And I think it's actually been good. I think Mole has looked solid. I don't think that's to say that Yukai hasn't looked decent in the roster as well. I think IG's issues go beyond, you know, necessarily just specific individual players. It kind of feels like how they play the game out, how they play the map out, particularly in the later stages of struggle. I will say the bot lane has been a bit of a weak point for sure, but like this team is capable of getting leads, and Mole has been a solid part of that. I think him and Shun working pretty well together. Shun in particular has been a big talking point of this roster forever.
Oh yeah.
But haven't been able to stick the landing in a lot of their games.
What a shame. I mean, Shun at the start of the split, not only the core part of the roster, but him with Uekai had such great performances. And IG, it's been a slow fall from grace this split. And I want to bring up something you said about the bottom lane, because their bottom lane has been changing in and out, Orcs. Like, Wink is now a support. Arn has come through and taken the AD role. Like, it used to be Wink and Shinryu at the start of the season. They're obviously trying to get the parts working and in line, but it's still just a bit of a mashup every time you come into an IG series.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is that like IG are a team, and we have seen this multiple times, but they can be 6,000, 8,000 gold up, and I just never feel like the game is convincingly done. There are teams like, if you know V5 are that far ahead, I'm like, yeah, the game is most likely going to be done in that situation. There's exceptions, you know, the series against JDG is an example. But for the most part, that is the case. But IG, you know, we've had games where Shun has completely popped off with an Italy, and then the team has kind of just fallen apart from there. The mid to late really needing work. The execution in team fights a big factor as well. You obviously saw them go up against WE, and being able to take them out. That was one of their, you know, few wins of the split. And I think I had this same discussion talking about Ultra Prime. I think people expected a lot more from IG. I think, you know, when you watch their games, there's a lot of good elements that you can take from those games. There's a lot of positives that you can draw. It's just not enough to win many series.
They have a bit of star power as well, right? Like Shun was the jungler who came through and fixed up the IG roster we already talked about. Mole is someone who was on the top tier of the V5 roster when it got into playoffs as well. And Wink was the person who was behind Uzi at some point. You know, Wink has been in the Royal Club dynasty for quite a while, so it feels like there's names on this roster too, which is why it shares that same sympathy that we're giving to both these teams. Because remember, we're getting to the point now where playoff positions are getting locked in, but also that benchmark as to where you can fall is also changing. Orcs, IG, and Ultra Prime right now, one of these teams in IG is heading up their 10th loss, if they manage to lose this series, and Ultra Prime going to be on number 9. And it's like, well, some of these teams are going to start getting eliminated now because of teams like RNG locking in, because that benchmark at 9 in the standings as well is changing up too.
Yeah, I mean, currently, I'm pretty sure WE, I think they're mathematically, or at least close to being locked out.
They can be today. If IG beats Ultra Prime and BLG beats FPX, WE are gone. So that'll be the 100%.
WE very close. Obviously, they have the worst record in the league, but IG aren't far away. It really feels like 10 losses, that will be it. Even 9 doesn't put you in a comfortable position.
True.
But Ultra Prime, if they win this series, they go on to win every single series left, which is a tough call, by the way. They still have to play against V5, I believe. Then maybe there's still hope. That's the thing, is the hope is still alive for these teams, despite it being so late in the season. But like, if you want to actually keep that hope alive, you cannot drop another series. You can't be, you know, saying, okay, we'll have a rough one today, we'll make it up. This is the makeup, right? This is like, you've missed the exam or you failed it. You've been offered a makeup by your professor, and it's like now or never, okay? And really, it comes down to this one. I think particularly the fact that, you know, Ultra Prime and IG quite close in terms of series score. This one is one that both sides could take. This is one that you should be winning. And even if playoffs doesn't end up being the case for either of these teams, you obviously want to position as well as you can in the league. This is one of the few wins that they might be able to get their hands on, particularly when we look at IG. So you want to take it.
Yeah, and again, like in clean fashion, game difference. If Ultra Prime or IG are going to make that miracle run, game difference matters so much after that as well. Like 2-0s need to start coming through because IG right now at a -9 game difference, Ultra Prime -10 as well, even in their wins going to game 3 a little bit more. So it's hard for these teams. However, as Orcs just said, it is not necessarily over yet, but we are getting to that point towards the end of week number 8. More teams going to be locked in. More teams going to be locked out. WE today have the chance of being knocked out straight away, which, let's be honest, Orcs, we kind of buried them a couple of series ago. And I feel like, the loser of this series probably going to get some form of a burial as well, especially if it's IG. If they get to 10, it's like, well, you're in the exact same position. And going into this game, at least this will tell us a little bit about what's happening, more on 12-13. I feel like you and I last time, because the games are so hectic, didn't get to talk too much about patch. I want to get your take of what we're seeing because new Civ has been in for a while. That priority has shifted up massively. We're still seeing Zeri, Callista, like a lot of the takeaways from 12-12, but 12-13 seems to have shook up with a couple of priorities.
Yeah, I feel like, we've had more solidification of some of the power picks. Like Poppy didn't get changed on this most recent patch, but the priority for us really, really snowballed. And then people have started to develop like Trundle as a strong counter. Talia has come in so strong. She was already good on the previous patch, but the buffs have just completely solidified a position. The Gwen changes as well. We've seen teams, not always pick up this champion, but when in the right scenario, monstrous if she gets to the late game. Nardo currently leading as like the highest prio and strongest top laner. So I feel like, things haven't drastically changed, I would say, from where we were on 12-12, but the tweaks have definitely made their mark. And I think ultimately we saw a shift in the meta that was a long time coming. We've had durability changes, we had big patches after that, and it still feels like we're playing a bit of catch up, where even if a champion isn't changed, even if something isn't specifically tweaked, we see teams adjusting because things are being innovated, things are being learned from. The Poppy is a great example of something that the actual changes that made Poppy strong initially, I mean, you can definitely credit the tank mythics for helping her out, them being buffed, but like her core champion changes came pre MSI, right before they buffed her up, and she wasn't really looked at. And there's always aspects to why a pick comes in a meta because it's what she's played into and stuff like that. But it's very clear that into the strong junglers like Wukong and Lee Sin that we saw dominate the meta for a bit, she's a really solid pick. So I love that we're getting some of that innovation. I love that teams are still sort of learning things. It's like when we had the Lucian Nami, which was super strong when we came into the season, and then it just it started to fall off just because people adapted.
Yeah, there's so many other picks like that as well, right? Swain's a good example of that, where people adapted and Swain's seen here or there, but has kind of fallen off a bit as well. That Silas pick is one we've been talking about a lot. As we've gone to pick ban for Ultra Prime and IG, and straight away against Shun, there is always a Nidalee ban, otherwise he ends up picking it.
Yeah, I mean, Nidalee, Kindred are the ones that people tend to look at for him, but I think Nidalee's like the bigger issue at the moment for how he can snowball a game on that. Renata, very standard. Callista, Talia, banned away by IG on the red side. Zeri still available, so expecting that potentially as a third and final ban for them. If not, potentially leaving Ultra Prime to pick that one up. There's still things like the Gnar, the Silas available, the Poppy that we often see banned in the first 3.
As you said, well, there's Wukong on blue side, so maybe the Poppy comes through. Again, we kind of talked about that Poppy priority raising through the roof. But Zeri's also something you pulled out, so 2 very big picks in the meta right now. Poppy's going to go, so Zeri left open for Ultra Prime Zelk, which is going to be a great thing.
Yeah, and I feel like, eventually, there's nerfs coming in for Zeri in future patches. Maybe we get to the point where, like, Zeri is kind of left after the first rotation. But it's so common now. If Zeri isn't banned, it's just taken in this first pick. It'll be interesting if it isn't. Maybe that is something that Ultra Prime look at, but, this is just how it is. Zeri gets left open, it gets locked in, and then IG, they expect this. You never leave Zeri open without expecting to be first pick on blue side, so they must have a strategy, a plan to come in here to try and combat it. But we'll see what they have to pick up here in this situation, because there is still things like the Gnar open available that people often like to blind. Just the sheer strength of it can be super relevant. But first and foremost, they might look towards the jungle. 2 jungle bans from Ultra Prime definitely show that Shun is a priority.
I mean, his Viego's coming out. He's actually 0-5 on it. 0% win rate. And after 5 games, that's rough.
To be fair, IG haven't won that many games, right?
That's
So
also true.
I feel like a lot of champions will have a rough win-loss this split. It's right, that's the
0-3 on
defense I'm
Italy.
giving.
Yeah, no. It's a valid defense as well. As we get Arn on the Draven. Every time I see this, I just laugh because that is Wink's favorite pick. And Arn has adapted to himself, but instead of something like the Aphelios Orcs going for an aggressive bottom lane, means Ultra Prime get their pick of supports. They get the jungle counter as well.
Yeah, and I mean, Hacker, for him, Lee Sin has always been such a big pick. And one of the issues with Lee Sin at the moment, because, you know, he was so strong until Poppy Talia really started to take over. But they are both banned, which means you have freedom to pick him. Because obviously, those are the anti-dash champions. And Lee Sin is the champion who dashes a lot. But with those taken away, Hacker is comfortable to take what is probably his strongest pick of the season so far. And then we're looking at what they want to round out with as well. No Gnar picked up at all at this point, which is kind of surprising. But they go for the Braum. So this is interesting because if IG wanted to take an aggressive engage support, Nautilus, Leonet, this would do fantastically. But they could take an Enchanter in this situation because Braum poses very little threat onto an Enchanter bot lane. Very hard to force with engages, but we'll see how that develops. For the time being, IG looking potentially towards the mid lane, giving themselves a strong mid jungle with a lot of resets.
Remember that Wink has been someone who's been playing a lot of enchanters as center there too. Mumu, Nautilus, Alistar on the side. With Mole's Ari locked in, which has been his most successful champion this split though, I'm kind of curious as to what Ultra Prime ban, because for Wink in that bottom lane, or surely your goal is to make sure that that Draven is as uncomfortable as possible.
Yeah, I think like ultimately Ultra Prime have gone for we want to let the Zeri survive lane and scale. You could look at things like the Yumi. You could look at things in that sort of direction that can pair with the Draven and just, you know, function very well. Interesting enough, they're actually going towards the likes of the Nautilus. So, you know, I feel like you're picking the Braum because you want them to go for something like the Nautilus, but they opted to ban those away, just not giving any window for IG's bot lane to play aggressive. Now, IG banned away the Lissandra. They could look towards things like the Silas here as well. Things that have a good matchup into the Ahri and just trim those. One thing to mention though, again, Gnar hasn't been touched at all so far in this draft. IG have the choice. They can either take it on 4 or they can, you know, leave it open potentially for Zoom to take it, but then try and take something in return. Personally, I feel like Gnar doesn't really have any good counters in the meta at all. Normally people think of things like Aurelia, but I feel like you have to invest so much resources in that lane to make it work. So for me, Gnar, fantastic blind, and IG probably I'd say should just take it on 4.
Yep, okay, the option there. Also, you mentioned Gwen earlier in the day where those ult buffs are actually massive, but against the Braum Orcs, a lot of questions. Does Ultra Prime decide today they're just not going to do a 5th ban? So no Gnar banned away. Instead, all the options available here for Zika. You already talked about the Gnar, an obvious one. I also want to point out that for Wink, when he's going to have support last pick Orcs, so I'm going to have to ask you a couple of questions about what you choose to pick up. Hang on. Zeri's on the team. I get that. The flex there from Zika, that's a gutsy move. We're going to get Pike. So you do get a form of engage, and against Braum Orcs, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, you saw them toying with the idea of the Lulu there, the Enchanter combo with the Draven, going for the Pike. And essentially, this is kind of a thing where Pike is a fantastic roamer. And so, you know, you may not be able to get as much pressure in the bot lane, but Pike can move around. And I also want to say, in terms of gold generation, this is the richest bot lane in League of Legends, right? The amount of cash money these two can get if they start to pick up kills is pretty insane. A little bit of anti-synergy, obviously. If Pike gets the kill, he gives the gold to a Draven, but doesn't cash in his stacks. Gnar and Swain picked up. So Swain, something we've seen a lot into the Ahri, is a general pick into it, especially a short-range comp like IG has. And Gnar, I said, best blind on the patch. I was surprised to see it get this late in the draft. And IG, let's see what they can take as a response.
You said Gnar has no strong counters at the moment. We have seen Gwen do okay, but Zika has been a big Jax player in the top side too. Both suit, and at the moment, Jax is his stronger pick. So Orcs, start me with Ultra Prime, because there's a lot of AoE here. I see a lot of chain CC that can just lock one person in place forever.
Yeah, I feel like the team fighting from Ultra Prime is just so good, right? If they get onto a target, They can easily stack up the Braum passive. You have the AoE slows from Crying when he gets a Rylai's. Like, their 5v5 is so hard to deal with, especially if everyone ends up clumped together on IG. Whereas IG, you know, they have this strong mid jungle in the early skirmishes once they hit 6. Zuka can play in the side lane, and then this bot lane. I think, you know, I said this is the richest bot lane. It could also be the poorest bot lane if they aren't able to cash in. That is the big thing, is the reset potential, the ability to get that gold from, you know, Pyke's ultimate, Draven's passive, can snowball this bot lane out of control, but they need to make that happen. And ultimately, if you're picking Pyke here, you want to make things happen on the map in general.
Orcs, I thought that, you know, the best economic strategy for that bottom lane, Draven gets the kill, right? Cashes in, then dies, then Pyke gets death from below, gets the bonus gold to Draven, because he's dead, he's not cashing in anyway. What are your thoughts? I mean, you want to invest?
Actually, the best way is if Pyke ults and the target is in his X and they die before the ult hits, he still gets gold. That's when he gets the money, right? He gets the cut. So what you want to happen is Pyke ults and they die as Pyke's ult is about to connect. They both get the gold. Sharing is caring, and they can obviously get a ton of cash money.
Nice. I love that strategy. Obviously, you and I probably go into finance, talk about shares after this one, because for IG, you're putting your money down in that bottom lane. As Orcs already said, it could go amazingly or it could go horribly. But at the very least for IG, what have you got to lose at this point? If you lose this series, you go to 10 and you're probably out. Honestly, at 9, you could be out. It is such a hard game for you to play. But, I mean, more about denying Ultra Prime as well and keeping things spicy in the LPL. Welcome, Orcs, to a game where Zeri was left through for Ultra Prime. So IG obviously wanted to take this 2v2.
Very, very dangerous. And then that's the thing. You should never leave Zeri open without having a plan for it. Do I think that IG's response is the best? Probably not. I feel like, you know, the Draven's not going to be able to do a ton. He'll have pressure. He'll be good at trading into Zeri. But Braum can kind of shut down those all-in attempts. You can even block the stun from Pyke. So the way it works is it's actually a projectile that travels from Pyke's original position to him. You know, when he uses his E, and Braum can actually block that in its path and stop the stun from reaching Zeri. So a lot of little mechanics you can use at play. Ultimately, I think Wink should try and get some presence on the map, roam about, make things happen, and we'll see if they're able to do so. This feels like the standard IG where, you know, the bot lane, this is my prediction for the game, Hysterics, is that IG will get ahead. They've got these snowballing strategies with the Pyke and the Draven, and then they'll get to a team fight and they'll just end up making a mistake and Ultra Prime will take over the game. That is the IG special, I feel.
It is. As you said, early game's not a problem for IG. I mean, look at their draft again. But it's about what happens with the lead. Mid to late game, as you were saying, it might be up 6k gold, but it might not matter as Wink's got Hail of Blades, remember? But good concussive blows here from Xiaoxi on the return. Ends up being an even trade. Both bot lanes now rushing for level 2, as Elk and Xiaoxi might have an even trade for now. However, you can see Wink is angling in, wants that Phantom Undertow that we talked about. And so Elk and Xiaoxi are paying the respect for now.
Yeah, and there was a careful moment there where you actually saw they were trying to stay in range of the melee minion to get the experience. If you miss a melee, you have to, on the next wave, get an extra 2 casters. So very painful, but they managed to stay in range with experience without getting engaged on. You see Xiaoxi drag back a bit, takes a couple of axes, but they are fine. But this is the expectation, you know, IG's bot lane, the Draven's trading power, they'll have pressure, but Ultra Prime are fine just to, you know, sort of chill and withstand that pressure.
And worth talking about junglers here because they won't be anywhere near the bottom lane. So for now, IG feeling really confident in the push as Shun heads top. And Hacker is slowly working the bot side. I need a bit of a correction. Hacker will be getting there, but slowly as ever. As even that deep ward from Arn on the Krug camp sees it's available. IG with some much needed vision to give him info.
Yeah, a lot of investment to try and get the control and basically see where the Lee Sin is. Now, Zuka's traded heavily here to try and crush this wave. Does put him low on mana, but we'll just see Scuttle picked up on the top side by Shun. And interesting enough, IG's bot lane using the fact that they had priority, going up to the bot Scuttle and securing it themselves. So Hacker, sad for him, won't get any Scuttle this game. And the reason why this ward is so important is because if there's no Scuttle up, you kind of want a gank, right? You can't just go clear a camp yet because it's not available. Speaking of a gank,
I mean, Crime might have to burn a summoner straight off the bat. Shun comes in. Not a moment for Crime to breathe as he's coming back. He's coming back. Crime just flashed. Stun comes back. IG Mole goes for the flash himself. They get it. That looks sketchy, but it works out in the end for IG.
yeah, looks sketchy because I think Mole's charm wasn't back up again. One of the nerfs they did to Ari post MSI was charm cooldown increased. So had to go in for the flash with the Q, but the damage was there, and Crying just disrespectful. You burn your flash, you think, okay, gank over, I've lost a summoner, it's whatever. But Shun using the extended duration of the camouflage on the Viego to get the second jump of him. Normally, when something like that happens, Hysterics, I talk about, okay, Crying's down his flash. Let's look at the return gank. I don't expect it to be 3 seconds later.
Yeah, it just turned right back around and come on in. That's kind of like a Casa play on the Poppy, I feel, as Hacker once again spotted on vision. IG's early vision so far has tracked Hacker out 2 for 2. Krug Camp now around side mid-brush. And Mole is feeling so confident with the wave pushing against him. Orcs, good early game here from IG.
Yeah, I mean, great spotting off this Lee Sin. And look, Hacker was just waiting there because he had nothing else to do. His Gromp has only just respawned. And this is the kind of problem. Because of the denial of the scuttles, because he's been spotted out, Hacker's time is being wasted. And we look at Shun. Shun is 11 CS up already. His Raptors are up. He's heading over to that. He's going to be on the top side of the map around that Scuttle Crab when it does respawn. So IG, it's subtle little things, but so far this has been going fantastically. And once again, Hacker's looking for a window.
I mean, look at
playing
this.
around that vision so well.
He did, he really did. You know, the brush from IG, going to spot him out eventually. But Zika pulling back now to Zoom as the flash is available. Burn! Zika taking the 1v1, which now turns with the jungler coming through, but Counter-Strike's not up and available. Hackers in the minion wave. Leap strike away while Shun, Mr. Carry of IG, is here to clean up the pieces. Zoom can't help out as he has the TP to get back to turret, but this depends on if Shun gets the dive, and he does, and he's out. With his flash now burnt, the turret TP not getting Zoom in range. Shun is 2 for 2. Hang on.
Will he be able to get out?
Boomerang hits the minion. That minion for IG doesn't matter. Hyper ends up giving Zoom the shutdown, and it's going to be well needed here after Ultra Prime's early game so far.
Could have been a disaster if Shun got away there. And honestly, Zuka doing a fantastic job. Oh, he's getting a bit of an all-in.
Chelsea stand behind me, but Wink as he goes into the Ghost Water dive, just waiting for that Bone Skewer Phantom Undertow combination. Doesn't come through, but Orcs, again, I mean, you're talking about topside trade. It feels so nice to be watching Shun's early game, but also feels nice as Zoom sends an ult into the wall. Feels nice for Ultra Prime to get something back on Zoom when his lane was looking pretty rough.
Yeah, but something that has been rough is Zoom now level 7. Because he got that kill, because, you know, there was a big wave for Zuka to collect, ends up being a bit behind in experience. And also, with Shun going down, Hacker got what he wanted, which, as much as he died, he managed to buy time, right? That passage of play wasn't too negative for Ultra Prime. His camp's allowed to respawn. He's been able to pick up some. And he's managed to close that gap between the junglers, at least to an extent. Shun will take that first dragon. But all in all, considering how rough the jungle matchup was looking, how rough things were looking when Shun got that kill top, the fact Zoom got it back in return really allows for some alleviation.
Zika going for the 1v1. That ultimate comes through, but Zoom's about to go into the Mega Gnar. This could get sketchy as Zika has to leap strike away. Zoom without a flash to go for that all-in. And remember, his Mega Gnar ulti was used previously, it looks like. As in this top side still, Zika, really good tethering, running between the wave Orcs, and playing it well on this Jack so far. Top lane is a fun island.
Yeah, you have to be so aggressive on Jax. Like, the only way to play this matchup really is to be jumping on top of the Gnar whenever you get the window. And that does put you in a precarious position, especially if Mega is about to be hit. And now, Mole is going for this, and you can tell they are trying to make this play happen fast because Mole doesn't even concern himself with dodging the vision. Knows he's been spotted, but thinks he can make it happen.
He's got Spirit Rush, Orb of Deception, the third part. Mole, it's a solo kill as IG is sending the rest of the cavalry up. Hacker now in the wrong place at the wrong time. Phantom Undertow is flashed from Wink with the Ignite going down. He does not have death from below. X does not mark Hacker's grave this time around.
Love to see Wink making the moves, though. And as much as they don't get the kill on the Hacker, the reward will be these jungle camps. Zoning away, Zuka doesn't get hit by the Sonic Wave. And a heavy penalty is paid by Zoom right now. Play's been taken quite in force. And the fact that he did end up going down. Now, Zuka comfortable on this Jax. And you can see Ultra Prime, they know that Zuka has to reset. They are looking towards this Herald. We'll see if IG opt to contest this one. They haven't moved the Draven up though, so I think the case would be not.
So maybe getting turret plating for the Draven, which respectable, right, with what we considered talking about, what we said about IG in this game, which was how bot side focused it is. IG do have the gold lead too, is good little charm bone skewer from Wink on the side as well. And Xiaoxi puts the door up the wrong way. But for IG holding so much control in this early game Orcs, I feel like the value versus the Herald that will give value to Ultra Prime is going to be massive, as Bone Skewer yet again forcing Ultra Prime to be cautious through their own jungle.
Yeah, and I love that they're allowing On to get these plates here, trying to zone them away. Wink is so close to level 6, by the way. I think he only needs like an extra minion.
True.
And he'll be there. Obviously a big spike if they can find the opportunity, but I think the goal is just to zone them away. Something to mention, we can take a look at the stacks that this Draven has right now. 240. Look at that, about a 600 gold cash in if he gets the kill. That's not including the kill gold. 600 gold just from the passive alone. And that's the kind of thing with Draven, is you sometimes get the games where Draven snowballs in lane, starts picking up multiple kills, and it never really gets to build up this point. But in these games where the bot lane has been a bit slower paced, it gets so volatile, because it will literally come down to, does Arn get the cash in? Does he get 600 plus gold? And it could just be game winning, or does he die first and he loses 75% of those stacks? So I feel like that's going to be a big focal point. By all means, IG want to secure him a kill sooner rather than later, because you really don't want to risk him going down before he can cash in.
So walk me through how they do that, because dive possibilities were there. I mean, Shun is almost towards the Sundra this early on. This is a big jungle, and with IG constantly having shove, with plates being available, and with the tracking through jungle, just look at their vision on Hacker in this top side. It feels like they are easy to able to make a counterpunch and give Arn the opportunity to cash in.
Yeah, I mean, he's got an Eclipse now, so it's a big spike. I think ultimately the best way to get the cash in for the Draven is to go for a pick, because there's very little chance of him going down in that situation. No, you can go for an aggressive CC setup, maybe Wink finds it, and then you can just throw your ult to clean up the kill. With the amount of stacks he has, remember, it will execute targets. If you ult a target and they are left at the health level equal to your stacks, it will just execute them. So it's a great way to cash in. And I feel like if you go for a fight, the risk with a fight is that the enemy team just focuses the Draven. You might win the fight, but losing the stacks is such a big penalty. So I'd love to see them set up for a pick if they can do so. We'll see if they're able to make that happen. For now, it's 45 seconds till the Dragon. And Hacker's on the top side with the Herald, so it looks like they might not be in position to contest this, but they're going to try and get some plates.
Zika TPing in. I mean, Zoom got the plate by himself. Hacker's still playing the patient game here. As with the half-bound axe, I mean, Zika comes back in. He's able to clear the wave. Hacker still has to be patient. And bringing up that timer yet again, 25 seconds till the Dragon. Hacker makes the back complete. And we'll be heading towards the bot side. But IG are shifting gears, and 4 members Orcs are heading down bot.
Yeah, this is what you want. You want this setup to try and get the kill. Bare minimum, you'll force him off the tower and get some more plates, or at least have priority to move onto this Dragon. It's spawning in 7 seconds. It looks like that is the goal. And yeah, Ultra Prime don't have the vision here. You do not want to face check into this team. Chelsea says otherwise, though. It looks like they might try and push in, at least get a vision down onto the camp, but I just think there's no way you can test this. It's so risky. If Hacker trades his life for the Dragon and On gets the shutdown, that is just too much gold to give over.
Yeah, so double Dragon, despite, you know, we don't eventually see that kill. Ultra Prime now down those 2 objectives as we look towards mid lane, and Cryin getting aggressed on by Shun and Mole. I was going to say, we do have a Cloud Soul, but we also have IG that Orcs can force the next fight, can force the Soul fight if it comes to that. They're in a great position in this early game, which is really nothing new.
Yeah, IG have always been really strong in the early game, and I think you've seen on display this game how intelligent Shun is in the jungle, how the team works to get these fantastic setups to get vision. Now, Ultra Prime are putting a play towards bot with his Herald, and ideally they'd obviously love to find On as well. On probably needs to play this one a little bit safe in case something does connect. But it looks like the team's coming in reinforcements. They should be able to defend this in actuality and stop the tower being taken.
Hang on, Ghostwater dive. We get the bone skewer. El Golties, but Arn sends out his own. There's a fake call in the back line as well, as Arn's still alive. Looking for his cash in while Shun goes deep into 3. Wink is already backed away as Mole with the Spirit Rush. Wants on in, and Xiaoxi does not have mana, so a natural target with the charm. Cash! Cash!
No,
oh
why?
my god!
Let him get the kill! Wink, what the hell? I can't believe it.
The gold still came up, but yeah. Orcs, I'm just going to hold on that
one.
one.
He got the cash in. It gets the cash in.
It gets the cash in.
That's
because we
broken. I
saw
didn't know
the
that
light.
interaction.
We saw the light, and I'm like, 900 gold. How the hell did he get that? Plus the coin picked up. So
Wow,
we're going to look at a replay in a second, but we're learning new mechanics here.
Okay, I'm gonna be real, right? I tend to feel like I have a good read on mechanics. I didn't actually know that you got the cash in if Pike got it, so that's kind of sick, actually. That is so much
there you
gold.
go.
That is an extreme amount of gold.
Insider trading, Orcs. That's what it is, man. IGU. We didn't have any idea. We talked about the strength of the bottom lane. Cash in absolutely massive as we're still looking at the 2v2. Not a replay yet because Elk and Shousey might be caught out, but here we go. We had to experience this all over again. It was a long one from IG.
Well, I guess this is the logic behind the bot lane combo, because actually the amount of money they will have just gotten just from that singular kill is ridiculous. Is like such an insane amount. So yeah, Charm comes in here. Let's look at the gold that shows up. So we see the ult comes in and the cash in does just a ridiculous amount of money.
He's got essence.
Yeah, he's just wow.
Outright. Yeah.
What?
2 items
yeah,
versus
that'll do it. That'll do it.
My God. Well, the duo looks great. I mean, also all the extra gold that went through. I believe Mole and, of course, Wink picked it up as well. That's a very strong 2v2 in the bottom lane. And Orcs, when we set the condition of this game being about Draven, being about Wink alongside him, it's going
to be about 2,000 gold in total.
That's insanely busted. Just insanely busted.
That's so ridiculous. You got such, like, look at the gold lead at the top. Like, I actually think because you have the 900 gold for the stacks, 300 gold for the kill, 300 from Pike, about 150 from the assist, 2,000 gold, and they're going to use that gold lead right now for this fight.
Okay, well, Shouse is going to start it off. Arn's on an island by himself, and Luca's coming in. Zika now with a flanking angle. That's going to be a 4-man counter-strike. The lightning crash might not matter as Cryan burns it up, but Mole himself has the Spirit Rush and an angle to play. Look at this Ari go as Arn runs on in. The 2-item Draven is just hitting away. Flashes over. More cash. IG are doing well in this economic crisis.
Slapping them with the wallets. The influx of gold is just giving them so much power. The 2-item Draven unchecked in that fight. An absolute one. And he's going to throw down the Herald.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my. This is a ridiculous gold lead to have. I feel like that's the thing when you have these Draven games where it's a slow-paced early game. You get the cash, and you also got a smaller cash in there. I think it was 203 gold. I want to see the actual goal figures of Trinity carries. I feel like there's got to be like a 4K lead at this point in favor of Arn. It is pretty ridiculous at this point. And we can kind of see how the fight plays out. And Arn just isn't really threatened here. You can see Ultra Prime try and group. The ult doesn't connect, but they're looking towards Mole, right? They're leaning there, and they kind of get corralled in. The Draven ult does so much damage, hitting 4 members, 3 on the return. And then Arn, once again, full HP, untouched.
His damage is insane, and like we didn't even get the Pike in this fight, right? Imagine if Wink's alive for these health bars. It would have been more incredible than we already saw. Arn with another cash in, as we talked about. Mole with a double. This game is IG's. Now we just have to see IG continue the lead because their mid and late game has been devastatingly bad, Orcs. We talked about being up 6, 7,000 gold. It hasn't mattered. Against Ultra Prime, IG need to show that they can close this game out and continue that snowball to the death.
Yeah, I mean, by all means. Now, 3rd Dragon looking to be picked up. Objective bounties are available for Ultra Prime. Not sure if they'll happen soon. And Wayne going for the cheeky red buff steal. Doesn't find it, but yeah. IG 5 minutes from a Dragon. This should be a game where I feel like this game is just so in IG's control. They're so far ahead. It's a no-brainer they should have this one. And yeah, we've seen IG with advantages like these before. Throw it away. Said the team fighting of Ultra Prime is pretty strong in terms of their composition. But IG, the expectation is they should be able to carry this one through.
I mean, again, you know, Arn and Wink here with the game on their shoulders, I'd normally say, but I feel like Mole, Zika have all done really well, not only within their lane Orcs, but throughout these last couple of fights we've seen. It's 9-3 on the scoreboard. We've brought up the goal being 7,000 in the lead for IG. But as they start looking to harass this topside turret, Cryan's going to be in a lot of trouble. Shousey coming up to help out, but look, IG as a unit are just taking advantage of the visionless jungle that Ultra Prime have.
And just fishing for windows. They have so much potential for pick on the back of this Pike, especially if the Ahri is there as well. But they are still, you know, late in the game, keeping up this contention of camps. This is textbook Shun. Even if he's not playing the Nidalee, he loves to invade, challenge these camps, and they're just denying as much gold as possible from Ultra Prime. That's the thing when you have a big lead like this. If you just play things out slowly, the enemy team's going to catch up, but you want to steal away camps from the jungle quadrant, deny that experience, deny that gold, and increase the amount you're allowed to pick up. They do go for the reset here off the back of that. But yeah, in a fantastic position right now.
It does mean as well, you know, you get that vision down that IG have been doing all game long. Their tracking of Hacker and really just of Ultra Prime has been so sublime. We talked a lot about the early game where Hacker was always on a ward, like the response from Shun was clean because IG always had his number and knew where he was going next, Orcs, and I feel like that's a big part, like the jungle difference, now shown on our screen by 50 CS leaders. There you go, you finally get your gold. Not as much anymore with the CS going up about 20 in Elk's favor, but we know it was like 2,000 and a bit when this Draven first cashed in with Pyke.
Yeah, it was a substantial amount. Still really strong in this position, but bear in mind, Zeri is a champion that really comes online at 3 items. It is a Cloud Soul, which you definitely don't want to give to IG, but it's not the worst dragon for them to have. I would definitely be more concerned if they got an Infernal Soul. So Ultra Prime have a bit of time to try and navigate this one and try and get to those item spikes. Bear in mind, Cryin, he has the Rylai's Mandate, really powerful spike to have, but still more time would be ideal for this lineup. The concern is Baron. If IG get a Baron, they can easily once again push the pace forwards of this game. You can see L going for the reset. Likely got a Phantom Dancer available when he bases. IG want to sneakily start up this Baron. Will they get called out of it? Elk does have a blue trinket though.
And Wink also has himself the Umbral Glaive with Lens coming out as well. Wink threatens over the wall and Baron being done by 2 members, but IG still backing off. All 5 are here. So as the pings continuously coming down, Wink stays in the exact same position, looking for that Ghost Water dive to help with the pick out. Hacker trying to zone in as well. IG just back away. The Baron was threatened, but now it goes back to a lull for a bit.
And now we can see the Draven, 129 stacks, so never going to be quite as high as that initial one because we're getting a lot more fights, but has 3 items, has the armor pen. Oh, they're looking for Mole.
Mole's called out, yeah, by himself on the top side. Spirit Rush used. Sonic Wave going to follow him, though, and as Mole flashes, he's now out of ultis. Cryin matches and gets a shutdown. A big mistake from the new highlight player we talked about in IG.
Yeah, fantastic opportunity, taking that one, managing to pick up the kill on a Mole, playing everything right. They got the kick in, got the Q in from Hacker, even flashing to secure it before he could use the Spirit Rush. And then the mobility there to catch up, and the Rylai's as well helping. A nice influx of gold for Cryin. Still a minute till that Dragon. Still a substantial lead for IG. But plays like this are the things that will creep Ultra Prime back into the game.
Yep.
But I honestly feel like maybe you forfeit this Dragon. I think that might actually be the play. I don't think the Cloud Soul is that important in this one. The movement speed, don't get me wrong, it's going to be a power boost for IG, but I'm not sure if it's exactly game-changing. We'll see if they opt to feel a similar way in this one.
I mean, as you said, for Ultra Prime, you talked a lot about their 5v5, their team fighting as well. And Zeri comes in the conversation, as you also just mentioned, the 3 items. So it feels like for Ultra Prime, just the sheer amount of gold they got off of that shutdown onto Mole, onto their Swain, who's now 2 and a bit items, is going to be decent and worth mentioning. As 15 seconds, IG not going to listen to you here, Orcs. They are going to be contesting, but with a good charm starting it off. Now Zika running in as well. Ultra Prime move to a choke, and IG not finding the majority of the damage here on anyone but Chelsea. Head back and look to do it all again.
Finding this poke, though, beforehand with the Zeri can be really important if they're able to do so. Dragon's been started up. Ultra Prime are going for the fight, but the Dragon's gone.
I mean, Shun gets a smite down. There we go. There's a Cloud Soul. Look at the ultimate from Arn as he chases them up. Stand beside, doesn't get zoom. And he's about to go Mega Gnar as well, so IG thinking about their options. A free soul. Ultra Prime, just watch it go down.
Yeah, but I'm glad they don't go for the fight after. Sometimes teams get this desperate thought in their heads like, okay, let's just fight and let's go. We're here.
Yeah.
They don't need to. They just need to buy time for themselves. The soul going over isn't good, but it's not the end of the world. The downside is because they moved over to the Dragon side of the map, they didn't contest any vision around this Baron. It's still controlled by IG, and vision is so important for Ultra Prime because, as you said earlier, they're against this Umbral Glaive. If the Pyke is clearing vision, it's so easy. You just one-hit the wards, you get that proc as well. We did see Visions of Empire used to scout this out. They now have full info with that ward coming down. They know the Baron was starting to build to scare them off, and that's part of the power of the Swain. It's your W is such a short cooldown. It is
Yeah.
essentially like a makeshift blue trinket that you can use and get that information. So definitely doing a lot to mitigate IG's vision control.
Also has a little more range the more you level it up in the second part as well. Elk moving in by himself. IG once again started this Baron, but Ultra Prime don't fully commit. So IG pull off for now, Orcs, and you got to give Ultra Prime some credit. Even though this early game has been rough on them, the game has slowed down a significant amount where we are getting shorter and shorter in the gold gap, about 6,000 now, give or take. And, you know, Ultra Prime haven't made any crucial mistakes where I feel like a lot of our bottom teams would be walking into Baron and just getting caught out as a 5-man.
And you got to bear in mind, IG were like 7,000 gold ahead at one point. The longer the game goes on, the less relevant these deals will be, but it has shortened to 5,000 right now. And I feel like this is kind of the thing with IG is that they get these massive leads in the early game. It's such a consistent trait of them. And then don't manage to maintain it. Actually, really nice ward from Xiaoxi. It's not picked up on the control ward. And it has full vision. That was such a good ward coming out. It will get spotted out now, but they have information the Baron has been started. But look, they're going so fast. This is a heavy commit for it.
And I mean, they spotted the wall, but it still hasn't been cleared. Mole finding a pick onto Xiaoxi. Here's the phone skewer started off with the kick against the wall. Wink by himself, stolen. Hacker just runs on in and crying. And Elka untouched in the back line. IG now need the resets as Shun starts it off. Arn gets a cash in. Watch out for Elk, though, as Wink finally gets X from below. Elk flashes, and Zeri once again setting up a montage reel. They're chasing him up as Shun and Mole are pretty fast. A charm, instant cleanse. Elk is so scary. I hate watching Zeri because you know that she can 1v4 this. So damn quick, this Mosquito. As Ultra Prime's 80 carry now going to use the Baron back in time. Yes.
Oh.
So one Baron stays at the cost of 4 deaths.
You know, I'm going to say, despite everything, even though IG end up getting more gold out of that because they got all the kills in the fight, I think you have to say Ultra Prime are happy with the outcome because they deny the Baron away from IG. They get the objective bounty. They get the gold for the Baron themselves. It helps to mitigate. Fantastic steal with the Ward Hop. And bear in mind, they get the gold for the Baron itself. They get that objective bounty. And yes, the fight does not go well. It's the expectation with this gold discrepancy. But they get 1 kill in return. And they deny the Baron from IG. Think how long we've spent, Hysterics, just going back and forth. IG threatening the Baron. The fact they don't get that neutral, they're not going to be able to crack the base of Ultra Prime. And now I look towards that Elder in 2 minutes 20. And one of the worst feelings in the game is when you have to go to an Elder to try and end the game. Because if Hacker steals the Elder, that will win them the team fight. That will be enough.
And again, we already saw it in 5v5 space. Like for Ultra Prime Orcs, they were kind of all over the place because Hacker gets in, gets a steal. But the longer this goes on, you're already talking about those 3 items. We are going to see that team fight come through. And, you know, Elk, after the last play too, able to get a last whisper. So he's, oh, actually, it's an LDR now. 3 items here on this area. Now, Orcs, it's not an Infinity Edge, as we normally see. But we are going to have a lot of armor shredding for the Jax, for the Viego. I'm looking for anyone else. That's pretty much it for now. Worth mentioning, considering we know it's going to be about Elk sooner or later.
Yeah, it's a bigger investment into the Q damage because obviously, you know, when you're hitting these tankier targets, having the pen, having the Giant Slayer passive, very important. But it does mean that your Ws won't be as strong. A big thing with having the Infinity Edge is not only does it give a ton of AD, you also get that increased crit modifier, and obviously your W does crit when it goes through walls. But I still think, you know, it's going to be a pretty strong position for Elk to be in, and they need to be in that position when it comes to that Dragon. There is still that gold discrepancy. You can't ignore it. But when you look across the board, more items have started to come in, and you know, things to take into account, right? We see Hacker is obviously down in items to his counterpart. The Lee Sin really isn't that important at this point of the game. You know, we see, yes, the Draven has an advantage, but that's the expectation with Draven, is he's going to have a gold lead, you know, and that gold lead is less relevant than it was earlier. 2 items to 1 is a lot more significant than 4 items to 3.
True. Will say, though, with the Infinity Edge, I'm still excited to watch him in the next fight. Arn has been, you know, getting the cash-ins from Wink one way or another. 109 Draven playing a more supportive role, as Wink in the last fight, you could see. Double ulti, got the reset, looked perfect. For IG, they're gearing up because Elder's in 25 seconds. Now, Orcs, you can see already IG are playing the aggressive part, trying to push Ultra Prime out of mid, but I want you to give me a quick look in what is going to be crucial for IG to win this fight and do what they should have done a while ago, which is try and end this game.
IG need resets. Just pick a target, kill a target, and move through. 3 of their champions get those resets, and they have high single target damage as well from On. So that's how they should play it out. Whereas Ultra Prime, they want the big AoE. They want the clumped gnarled into the combo with a Swain.
But he doesn't have Mega Knight yet. Look at Zoom's bar. If IG clump in this choke here, I mean, Zoom has his jump available, although not Flash. Ultra Prime moving into the river as IG are getting forced out a little bit. But Mole's someone I'm looking at now as he sits in brush waiting with Ultra Prime, now spotting him out. Zoom goes deep here. He's about to go Mega Knight, but IG clump on in. Meanwhile, IG are separated with Wink and Mole. He jumps back in. That Spirit Rush overly ambitious as Elk is now frontlining. Shousey with a wrong-sided door. We're getting a mosh pit here, and it's not Darude Sandstorm. It's like a third-party version that's getting done for copyright. IG, now they walk in without a mid laner on the enemy side, Orcs, but look at their health bars.
Yeah, they are poked down, but the fact that Cryin dies is absolutely massive. No TP available for him as well to get back in soon. IG have their teleport, so they're going to extend some resets, go back in. But look, Zika is pushing mid. Oh, Ultra Prime are in a terrible position now.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Cryin not up for 20 seconds. No one can deal with that as Elder's just going to have to be given over. Right now, trying not to get stopped by Wink as Zoom walks up to him. But Mole is on the flank path, looking to find a little bit of a charm as Inhibitor goes down mid lane. Dragon is still being done here by Shun, by Arn at 2K. No attempted steal. Elder goes down, and you're right, IG playing perfectly with the TP advantage in the mid lane.
Yeah, really solid play. I love the pressure from Zuka there. It forced Ultra Prime to make a choice, and there was no good options coming out of it. And now it's Baron in 35 seconds. So what IG should do is head over there, secure the Baron, and then start pushing. And, you know, Ultra Prime can't stop the push, can't stop the fight as well with the Elder. Now, we do see the replay. Unfortunately, as much as it's a good catch initially, it's the most mobile targets on IG. And they overchase here, Cryin. Look how much damage the ult from Draven did, just overcommits. Shousey, why are you there? You're not contesting the Baron. You can't contest Elder. You shouldn't even be close. Just give it up. Clear the waves. That should be the play here. And Shousey makes a unnecessary mistake. And now this just means not only do IG have both of those buffs and a Cloud Soul, but they know it's a 4v5 for the next 20 seconds, so they can really start to push in. No wards available because Shousey is dead. Makes it even harder for Ultra Prime to move outside the base.
Look at it, it's littered with red. We're looking at the replay bottom right. Shousey's hovering around Scuttle Crab. Gets spotted, gets a last hit. That's what matters, doesn't it? Walks back, walks forward. Yeah, very deep against Elder, as you said. And now in live, I mean, IG are pushing topside Orcs. Gold is 13,000. This might be one of the outliers where IG successfully snowball the hell out of this mid game and blast it for a base winning kill in 33 minutes or less.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give up the inhib, and IG are happy with that. They still have about 50 seconds left on the Elder, but they don't have the bot wave pushed in right now. There is one building up, but they're looking for the end here and now.
Okay, the stun from Zika will start it off as they get pulled on in. Down goes Shousey yet again as Invictus Gaming keep everyone alive for now, and Zika just rolling in it. Arn as well. A 3-man ulti from Zoom is great, but look at how many members are already in the grave. As Zika will go into GA, and Elk is the shining light at this point. IG feeling threatened enough, but still with the Elder close to getting Cryin down as Elk is 1v4ing at the moment. Even against Elder, Zeri doing things and flashing away, getting the Bloodthirster as well. Arn gets the cash in only just, but the flash forward from Cryin. Elder about to execute him as Ghostwater dive, the Phantom Undertow. It was a nice defense from Ultra Prime, but IG finally closes one out.
There is a 17,000 gold lead. Cloud Soul, Baron buff, Elder, and IG still fall a bit close to the end, but they do manage to close it out. They do manage to take the win. Managing to snowball this game very effectively, and yes, we have to absolutely admit some of the old IG mistakes were there, but the early game was still in place. And I think that the most fantastic thing, and almost one of the frustrations that IG are in this position, is how they play around the jungle, how they get shun ahead, how they set up their early game advantages. And yes, you know, it may have taken longer than it should have with this much of a goal lead, but IG get a very nice win against Ultra Prime.
And you have to put it down to the conditions set out, which is the bottom lane, right? We saw Arn and Wink. And it wasn't within the lane Orcs. It was within that bottom side fight. Or it was within the lane, you know what I'm saying. It was when things got bloody in the 3v3 with junglers involved, where the Pike ulti, as we learned, helps get the cash in. So Arn was set up
Hey,
and
we got
two
something we
items.
learned from this game. We got the investor bot lane, both the Draven and Pike, the richest bot lane on the Rift right now. And yeah, I mean, that cash in, that's what I kind of mean. It's like just one of those moments, like 2 snowballing champions who also get a ton of gold. That ult, that kill, the fact they got it before Draven went down made so much of a difference.
True. It did. And Mole as well got elevated off the top side play when IG fought again. I think Zika had a really good Jax game. The early game's never the problem. As we saw, mid-game slowed down quite a bit, but still a win's a win. You know, it didn't go to 40 minutes where IG was still struggling to make decisions. It looked steady on the gold graph, but I will say, Orcs, when what we've seen over the past couple of weeks from IG, this still being one of their better games is a sigh of relief.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you saw the Zeri started to get to that point. Like, if Elf had got a 4th item, that could have been problematic. It was getting close, but never quite got there. I love how you can look at the gold graph and you see, you know, about 3/4 of the way through, there's that little upward sort of dive and then dip straight back. That's the Baron. You know, when they stole the Baron and instantly 4 of them died? Yeah. It's just quite funny to point out. You can remember those specific moments, but yeah. Don't get me wrong, definitely some mistakes. You can even see it represented in the gold graph, but they kept ahead for the entire game. They didn't give Ultra Prime a true chance to get back into it. And, you know, they managed to close it out. L did finally hit 4 items at the end. You could see the damage just start to come out, but just wasn't quite enough against the Elder, the Baron, the Soul as well. And a good start to series for IG. As we were talking about before the series started, both of these teams not far away from being locked out of playoffs completely. They need every win they can get.
They really do. Again, for IG, if they go to 10 series, that is that's the moment of death for sure in any team in the LPL. But right now for IG, keeping that hope alive, and if they can 2-0 this Orcs, it's going to be a very different story, right? Game difference does matter in the LPL after series. So for Ultra Prime as well, Orcs, remember, we also talked about this team needing to get every win too, because they're only at 8 series losses. Ultra Prime still have a better chance of playoffs, but IG denying that apparently, at least in the first game.
Yeah, and I think the main thing is that you know the Shun has done a fantastic job of getting ahead. You know that the bot lane can be really volatile. It felt like Ultra Prime just need a better lane to play through early game. Have somewhere that you can try and get a lead from, because you've seen that mid to late probably can eclipse IG if they aren't so far behind.
Yeah, well, let's see how game goes. Game 2 goes in the draft. IG versus Ultra Prime after the break. See you soon.
Speaking of another, team that's obviously done full rebuilds, IG brought in Mole. Time to celebrate is what none of us thought was going to happen, because my God, it's actually changed nothing. Like, I think Mole has come in and Mole's looking fine, but at the same time, like, barring the last maybe 2 series, right? Yukai was looking fine as well when he was on IG. It was never really about the mid laner why IG was failing. Their individual problems have been with bot lane, and then their mid game especially. You can see it even now. Like, they have no idea what to do. They don't know the limits of their comp, or like they'll show glimpses. I know Ox had the last IG series where they have the one really good team fight, baiting out the abilities. Then the next team fight, they're just all jumping in. Even Shun putting himself in like kind of tragic positions, flashing in on the Nidalee and making sure he gets caught out. So this move feels very.
Okay, sorry, Jordan, can you just keep talking? I want to see more faces coming out of Vox.
Okay, so, and then we bring up TT, LNG. That one was a big banger. No, yeah. I feel like Mole has still looked like, you can still see he's solid in lane and like all these like small things, but at the same time on this IG team, it doesn't matter about Mole. It matters about Shun. But even then, it matters that their mid-game sucks. I don't know. This team is so frustrating, and I am the president of frustration.
I just feel like it's mind-blowing. This team can go up against JDG, who is just this fantastic early game beast team, have a decimating early game. Shun's mega fed, and then he like, if anyone who didn't catch the series, he's on Nidalee, he's like super fed, and he like jumps in on a team fight. Like, it's a full 5v5. He like jumps in into 5 members of the enemy team in cap form, in Cougar form, onto a full HP target, and does like half of his health. And I'm just like, what was the plan? I just feel like that's the thing. It's like, I don't know. It's such a weird one, because IG, like, they'll come out. It's like IG scrims go like this, right? They just end at 10 minutes. They either get stomped in the ground, like, okay, let's remake, guys, go next game. Or they like absolutely decimate it, and like Shun's on Diddley, he's got like an 8k gold lead or something, just himself or something crazy. And then the enemy team's like, yeah, guys, call it, you know, scrim's over, we're done. There's no point playing this on. IG just need to be like, to all the scrim partners, say, please just let us continue playing the game. Trust me, it'll be worth it. Because they'll play for like an extra 5 minutes and they'll throw, and then IG will hopefully learn how to play the mid game. If it actually feels like they just like, if a team struggles in the early game and then just gets swept, that's one thing. But it's the fact that this team consistently finds early advantages and then just somehow consistently just flops every time. It's like, you know, I feel like there's so many games where if IG have like a substantial lead, I am just still like kind of, you know, I'm just waiting for the moment. I know it's coming. Everyone who's watching knows it's coming. IG themselves probably know it's coming. I'm thinking the coach sitting backstage like, oh god, not again. And then it happens and it's like, well, been here before.
Find a path, search your soul, take the leap, your world to explore. Think it out, find your true self, fall into place, free to wander. Find a path, search your soul, take the leap, your world to explore.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched. and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers in an hour, he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy, they got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be.
UP 中南克莱因是一个很团队中的，然后跟他交手的话，就跟他一样吧，就一起支援，或者就他支援的时候跟队友说小心一点。因为我们刚结束我们的连败，然后队伍状态的话是蛮好的，然后接下来比赛我们尽量都赢吧，就赛季末结束的时候战绩好看一点。
Mole just wanting the best for his team. Coming in, you can kind of expect that he wants to impress. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Reassurance. I'm joined by Orcs here. And Sir IG got through the mid-game. I think that's the most important part, to recognize that IG did not fall short.
Yeah, I mean, they had such a lead. I feel like it would be so damning if they weren't able to get that one in, if they weren't able to find the success. But, you know, we learned something in that one. The interaction of Pyke with Draven. Apparently, if Pyke takes the cut, then Draven just gets a cash in. That's just how it goes, right? If he lands the ultimate, it seems like a very reliable way to get that influx of gold. That's one of the things with Draven, is the volatility around the big cash in, because it's not just can we kill someone, it's can Draven get the kill. And then those scrappy fights, it could go to anyone, but the Pyke being able to just secure it for free, there's like a strong mechanic that IG look to take advantage of. And, you know, it's kind of telling you, saying yourself, Wink being a 4-made carry player, being a Draven player, seems like they kind of were aware of this, made it work, and used that lead to snowball. I will say, there was definitely some issues. You know, there's definitely some moments, but IG do take the win.
We'll bring up MVP while we continue to talk about this, because it's so interesting. You know, I went in on the break and I started looking at, well, is it a Draven thing? Is it a Pyke thing? It is simply just assists from death from below will trigger the League of Draven passive. So Shun gets MVP, of course, in the jungle, which is interesting. But yeah, Orcs, I just find it so fascinating. It's like this little pop-out that I didn't even know existed.
That's the crazy thing. It's not even just if Draven gets the cut, because I believe in that bot lane play, it was Ahri who got the cut. Ahri was the last to hit before the execute came in.
Yeah.
It's just if Draven has hit them, if Draven gets an assist, easy cash in. So yeah, very powerful mechanic. And you could see On was just doing so much damage with axes. But you know, talking about a highlight, it is Shun who was that big reason why they had the advantage in the early game. As expected with IG, fantastic player, fantastic in the jungle, has done so much for this team. And you could see the early planning around getting that jungle advantage, about tracking Hacker, was so effective.
It was, and that early vision, as you just mentioned, but also the fact that Shun was on point with his timing. Down in that bottom lane play, great counter gangs, I think top side as well we saw. And we just saw Shun, you know, kind of keep the pulse of IG, as we expect. This team lives or dies by Shun, and seeing him in game one take control is such a good sign. Now for IG, still sitting towards the bottom of the table, but with a game one win, looking to knock Ultra Prime down a peg as well. Look at the double jungle ban to start us off, Orcs. Poppy also off the table. We got 3 to kick us off, 4 with Lee Sin added in.
Yeah, a lot of jungle bans here, but that means a lot of power picks still left open. Renata is on the cards. Talia is on the cards. Things that were banned away last time round. Zeri open and available again. Obviously, Zeri did lose that last game. And Ultra Prime and the Draven, obviously they are banning it away from IG, understandable. But you've now given the opportunity for IG to pick up that Zeri themselves. And the question is, will Ultra Prime have a counter prepared? Looks like IG might not even be as bothered about the Zeri. They'd rather just pick up that Talia, which we see have so much priority right now.
Yeah, giving away the Zeri when you don't have the Draven too, so must see this as a better answer. Orcs, if
maybe
Zeri just goes to Ultra Prime, what do you see on the other side?
I mean, I say not even just Zeri. You could go Zeri Renata here. It's a really strong combo. That would be very powerful for Ultra Prime. You are committing your bot lane early, so maybe IG has a chance to respond, but I just think, you know, 2 of the strongest champions in the meta, but they actually go for the Viego instead. They want Hacker to be on a good pick. Now for IG, that's my question. What do they take into the Zeri? What do they take the jungler now? There's 4 jungle bans already. I feel like, assuming this Talia is mid, which is expectation, is what we've seen so far. But they could flex it. I guess that's the thought process. Maybe you pick your bot lane here and you keep the flex open with the Talia. That could be an angle they pursue.
So interesting if we get the Kaiser in the end. Jungle in the end. So, okay, forget the flex. I was going to say before, Orcs, Aphelios open. You already mentioned Renata is a must first pick or ban by the majority of our teams. And it's so interesting that IG right now are just like, we're not even sure. Going for something like Samira definitely hits the same angle as the Draven last game. We also know the Nars available, so I guess take your pick.
Yeah, I feel like this is such a difficult one now for Ultra Prime because there's so much, like, you've seen both of the solo laners the opponent. Do you answer the Talia? Do you answer the Gnar? Do you pick the Renata? There's so much you could do. I honestly would say pick the Renata here because IG can only ban top laners or mid laners. They can ban one of each for sure, but it definitely would limit the pool of what they could ban. But they opt in a different direction, so they're going to pick up the Lissandra. Obviously, a good matchup into Talia. You can get on top of her. Your E, when you reposition, it's a blink. It's not a dash. You don't proc the stones, so... And it's a strong 2v2 with that Viego, that powerful combo where you have the single target lockdown and burst of Sandra with the reset potential of both of them.
And remember as well, like, this has been played by teams like RNG with a strong mid jungle. Teams like V5 as well, Rookie/Dream earlier in the split, utilized it so well. So for Ultra Prime, 3 very strong picks right now in the LPL. And as they take away yet another one in the ban phase, that Aphelios making it through to the second ban phase, not even getting first pick. The Renata's still open here as well, Orcs. This time Arn and Wink aren't going to get as much flexibility as they like.
Yeah, AD carry has been targeted heavily. It'll be interesting to see if they look towards things like Senatom, you know, maybe even Lucian Nami or possible bot lanes that IG could pick up.
Maybe we do get that Samira.
Yeah, I mean, even the Samira, I mean, that I feel like the IG were hovering that for such a long time that has to be like, oh, we might be playing Samira. It'd be so weird if Ultra Prime would have banned it, but I like the Nolus ban. Very good Nazari, that point and click CC, very effective. And now IG, you know, they could ban the Jack, away from... actually, sorry, Zook is the one who's played the Jack, so never mind. But I feel like the Renata being open is still a bit of a curious one. I would have expected to be banned. But that's the problem is that, like, I mean, for IG, if they're banning top laners, GP is okay in an R, but I don't think anything really counters him, so I wouldn't be too concerned.
I mean, and as well, Zoom's hard to ban. We get an Alistar ban, actually, in the final part. So Renata stays, true to a comp that will like to bring yourself in.
Maybe the thought process from Ultra Prime is if IG take Renata, then they will take Yuumi. And if IG don't take Renata, then Ultra Prime take Renata. So maybe they're leaving the support to last because of that. I could see the thought process because now Zoom's probably going to pick up the Sejuani, something he's had fantastic success on so far this split. Really getting that Freljord theme from the solo laners. And now IG, what do they do for the bot lane? Because I think Ultra Prime having this counter pick allows them. I feel like if you pick an engaged support, they can just take Renata into it. If you pick a scaling enchanter, you pick Yuumi, and you have one of the most devastating bot lanes in the game if Ultra Prime gets late.
I will also say, for added context, I mean, Renata right now is being dealt with by champions like Ashe. We're seeing it in PCS, seeing it in the LPL. Siva's something looked at here, and Arn's going to lock it in. Seeing it a little bit more in the LPL with the rework Siva. But now, Orcs, we finally get to talk about that support that we have been going through the whole time.
Siva Yuumi, I think you could just do it here, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
I actually think it'd work really well. I don't think there's anything you can pair with the Zeri that's going to be that threatening. And this is, I feel like this is the gambit. So Ultra Prime have kind of left it expecting that IG would take something, you know, maybe an enchanter into them and you could pick the Yuumi. But they left it too late, and now IG will just go in that direction. Okay. I'm not sure there's anything that can really be that punishing. You have the spell shield here, which is fantastic against Ultra Prime's lockdown. You have one of the best scaling lanes in the game at the moment. And you have strong solo laners. I think IG can be really happy with what they pulled out here. Now for Ultra Prime, what do you take here? The Lulu can make sense, you know, but I feel like, you know, you've given a window to IG to pick up a really strong scaling lane. I don't like the Leona at all, though, here. You got too much cleansable, tenacityable CC already.
True. So Lulu comes through in the end, adding shielding to what already can be a quite heavy comp. Orcs, Ultra Prime, a lot of engaged potential here, a lot of team fighting elements as well. But why are you so favoriting? Let's try and do English. Hang on. Why are you favoriting IG in this second game?
IG is the best top laner in the game at the moment, best mid laner in the game at the moment.
True.
And a really heavy scaling bot lane that it's going to be difficult to shut down, right? Zeri's not the highest pressure AD carry in the game. And a lot of things that Ultra Prime have, like, this is going to be a cleanse game for Arn. Arn is going to have cleanse. You're going to have the double combat summoners from Wink. Wink can even build Mikhail's. And then you have Spell Shield as well. It's going to be so hard to pin the Sivir down.
True.
And I feel like the composition of Ultra Prime is pretty short range. So a lot of strengths to this bot lane. And that's combined with the fact that you have these fantastic solo laners. Xin Zhao isn't exactly the best jungle of the patch, but I don't think you're bothered. You have Shun. He's going to be able to have that early pressure. So I don't think Ultra Prime's composition is bad by any means. I just think IG got a lot more bang for their buck, but we'll see how it plays out. Obviously, Lulu Zeri can be very threatening. They have the reset potential in the mid jungle, a lot of CC as well. It really will come down once more to the early game, but that's why IG tend to pull ahead.
Yeah, IG's early games have been their best part, as we talked about in game number 1. Shun takes advantage, and he takes it for a big old swing for the home run. It's about that mid-game and closing the games out, as we saw briefly in game number 1, but it was still a win. It was still IG dominant throughout. For Ultra Prime sitting at 3-8 Orcs, if they lose this series, they'll go to 3-9. IG will catch up to them, and more importantly, Ultra Prime, 3-8, of course. Ultra Prime are not 3-7. I believe they're 3-8, actually.
Ultra Prime is 3-8, yeah.
They
so
are
go,
3-8.
Both teams, if IG win this game, both teams go to 3-9.
There you
But
go.
Ultra Prime, despite having a better series score so far, they actually have a worse game difference than IG. So them being neck and neck with IG is pretty bad by all things considered, because not only will they take a hit, like even ignoring this series, right, they have a worse game difference. So add on, this series as well, and it's going to be pretty painful, especially if it's a 2-0. So we'll see how that ends up panning out. But for the time being, you can see IG double cleanse. I mean, I even said, like, I think the Leona would be bad because you're already going to see so much cleanse, so much tenacity on the side of IG. Even without the Leona, there's still those 2 cleanses coming in, which is going to make it so much harder for Ultra Prime to pin down these big carries.
And something we didn't talk about is the fact that with Winx pick in the Yuumi Orcs, I always look at what it can be paired up with in the early to mid game too, right? When Shun is such a game staker for IG, Xin Zhao with Yuumi, such a good duo. Even with Talia, right, with the early mobility, a lot of options here for Winx, even outside the laning phase too.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Xin Zhao, even when we used to see like Lulu back in the day in support, or even like the mid lane, it was things like Xin Zhao and Olaf that were paired with it. They are like some of the best junglers to pair with enchanters, so fully expect them to capitalize on that. And also with the ultimate of Xin Zhao, it's very hard to burst him, because sometimes if a jungler's scouting with Yuumi attached and you burst him down, you can get a 2-for-1. Very hard to do that against a jungler who has that ultimate, who can obviously make it so he can't be targeted. Now, some heavy trading coming out bot lane already, but I do kind of expect this just to be a scaling lane. It's very hard to gain big advantages against the Sivir because of that wave clear. It eventually gets to the point where you can just burst through the waves by the time Ultra Prime will have pushed it up. So there's not many windows to gain an advantage here.
I don't know if you saw a Rise from BLG. We're seeing BLG a little bit later. But Rise on the Sivir recently, the ricochets were insane. The 8 bounces now on a team, like, just hobbles between. And it's kind of like old Fiddlesticks Dark Wind, right, Orcs? If 2 people standing next to each other, solo by themselves, it gets so much value, especially at that 3+ item point.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the thing is, Sivir's current position now, she's gone from being like that utility pick that, scales pretty well, but provides a lot for the team, to an absolute monster. I feel like she's similar to Vayne in a lot of ways, where her weakness is a range, but becomes so hard to challenge in the later stages. And where Vayne has, the tumble, the invisibility, she has the movement speed for the ultimate, she has the spell shield, but similarly hard to deal with in those later stages. And we'll have to see how they manage to do so, especially when they have, a lot of CC that can be cleansed. But for the time being, we saw that good early clean out of the ward from IG. Shun's going to go for the clear, going to pick up that topside scuttle. We won't see IG's bot lane pick up the bot scuttle this game, because obviously they are pressured a bit under tower. But trading well in this matchup. And one thing to note as well is that, as much as Lulu can use the shields effectively in trades, Lulu doesn't have the same sustain as a Yuumi. So if you do take some rough trades, it is IG's bot lane who will win out in the long run.
As already, some of that healing coming through from Arn. Spell shield not giving mana anymore, but giving their health means Arn is close to full. Junglers for the meantime, Hackers on the bottom side. You can see that Shun is also resetting and seems to be around the same time as Hacker, who cancelled his back. But Mole also doing the same thing with lanes going well for now. Just noting up in that top side that Zika doing pretty well. We've seen pretty good trades against him so far. But Sejuani versus Nah, I feel like has shown more to be Sejuani favored Orcs. Like, we've seen so many Sejuani solo kills against this champion.
Yeah, I feel like Nah has the advantage in the matchup, should be able to trade heavily with the Sejuani and apply pressure. But you always have to be careful if you overstep, because the Sejuani can get on top of the Nom, particularly with a melee jungler like the Viego. Very easy to stack up that passive. So because jump is on cooldown for 10 more seconds, and I think they're just waiting for Zoom's Q to be up before they go for the play.
That Arctic Assault will lock him in place. Doesn't manage to land it. Now Hacker's been spotted out, but Permafrost is there. They max out the stun, and it's a late flash for a first blood for Hacker.
Had to go for the early flash. As soon as the stun starts to come in, you have to expect the chain
Meanwhile,
CC. Now IG are looking bot.
Audacious charge, one more for a knock-up. Shun doesn't find it. Wind becomes lightning, wasn't used as Wink just heals him and gets him out. So no trade here from IG. The early game for Ultra Prime is the kickoff.
Yeah, good strong play coming out from Ultra Prime that isn't really answered. All they'll get is a bit of a bot push in return and a reset for IG. Actually, looks like they might head towards the Dragon. They have the Talia, fantastic single target DPS. They have the members there. So I like this pickup from IG, taking this opportunity to get this one. We will just get the reset coming out from the Sivir. It's really important that when you're doing like an early Dragon... Oh, hold on. We might get a contest.
Yeah, we might. I mean, Hacker has the smart available, but he burnt the flash in the last play on top of the objective. Stolen with Ignite down as well. Look at Shun getting bursted out. Survived somehow with Yuumi over the wall. Arnas to burn the flash as well. And Ultra Prime got everything. Look at the summoners burnt.
Yeah, and I think the mistake there from IG was being very lazy about the Dragon, where I was like, you know, they're on the top side of the map. We got time.
Oh, no.
From bad to worse. You know, summoners burnt from IG. And also, like, take a look at how these things pan out. Mole has already moved back to mid. On was channeling a recall. They could have had DPS on this Baron. I was saying, you know, with the Talia there, great single target DPS, they could rush this down. But they didn't. This did not feel rushed. IG... really lazy about taking this Dragon, and as a result they get contested. They lose the Dragon and they lose so many summoners. Flash from Shun, flash from On, and both summoners from Wink all burnt there.
And you look at the CS advantage building up in the bottom lane. The gold lead down for Ultra Prime at 1,000. And with that first Dragon as well, Orcs, we talked a lot about this team on IG, you know, getting the Sivir in a position where she can sit back. When you set up mid-jungle on Ultra Prime side, I'm feeling real confident with early Dragon stacking for this team.
Yeah, for sure. And I think how I want this game to play out for Ultra Prime is one of the best answers to a Yuumi is diving, right? Because she's not that powerful there, especially pre-6. You know, the ultimate's a great tool to mitigate, but essentially it's like very hard for a Yuumi to do much under tower in the early levels of the game. And you have a Lissandra on your team, one of the best champions in the game for just leaning to the side lanes. You claw over a wall, skip some terrain, go under the tower, land the CC, and then you can even ult yourself to reset the aggro. And that's what I'm looking for from Ultra Prime, is shutting this bot lane down, continuing that momentum, using that Lissandra. I will say, though, one of the issues, you are against the Talia, who can obviously just use the Weaver's Wall down. But that's how I want the setup to try and go if they want to try and find those big advantages.
Get that real Xiaohu kind of play. I mean, Krine is someone who I relate to Xiaohu, right? They were on the same team, but all jokes aside, we see the lightning crash in the bottom lane. Arm with the spell shield flash forward from Elk. They think they can get the kill, but the Ultra Shock Laser goes past as now they're deep, but Elk has the movement speed from the ulti still available. Good glitter land from Xiaoxi as well, and that's a couple of summoners burnt from Ultra Prime's bottom lane for a close call.
Yeah, and the important thing is the Xiaoxi's flash went down, and you saw Mole moving, potentially ready to cut off the Lulu. They don't end up going for the play, though, because obviously, I mean, one aspect is El could just jump over the wall, but they've made too much distance, and now Herald going to be taken for free by Ultra Prime, and for IG, they don't really have a response other than to try and threaten a dive. You can see Ultra Prime are aware of this. They've already backed away. They will lose out on some CS. They will lose out on some plates. But already, Hacker is moving to this top lane, and they're looking for Zika.
Well, let's see how Zika fares, because with no summoners himself, he's going to have to rely on the Mega Gnar, but the bar's not built up, and we're not looking there for now because the wave's not crashing into turret. He's not letting it crash Orcs as Ultra Prime's bottom lane comes back in, but Shun has not left.
Shun's still hanging around, but Mole has left. And I think, you know, not even a plate goes down in this situation. Ultra Prime able to leave it, and actually this is very smart from them. So you saw Elk moved behind the wave, let their plate go down, but only after the time had expired. So I don't think anyone actually got the gold for that plate there. Really smart play from them. Denying the plate gold is only there if you get the local gold, if you've been within range within a short period of time. And so the cost is a bit of CS. And a bit of CS, considering you got a Herald, that's an absolute win for Ultra Prime.
Oh, it is. Still looking for that Herald to go down as well. Orcs, walk me through some of the options right now for UP, because The top dive didn't go down, but we know that Hack is still in such a great position, almost 20 CS up on this Viego, and he's got a plethora of lanes right now to set up with that neutral.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see this going into a side lane. I want to see you make the lean happen, move members over, go for a dive, and then herald it as well and get the full tower. Top is the easiest because, you know, you can go on Zucker when he's in Mininar, and the tower's already down health quite a bit. That's a definite angle you can approach. But the best would probably be the bot lane because you would get more kills out of it if you get the Sivir and the Yuumi. You get the Zeri ahead. So it kind of depends, like, how much are you willing to risk? Are you going to go for the harder dive for the bigger payoff? You go for the easier dive for the less payoff? Or the really easy one would just be thrown at mid for 2 plates. And it looks like that might be the angle they're going for because you can see them posturing mid. This dragon's up in 20 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
They might just slam it down.
So great timer for the second neutral. I mean, a lot of teams do this to make IG have a response. As well, you wanted to see Cryan move out of the lane, well, especially around Dragon. He's going to be doing that nicely. And it might even be 3 here, Orcs, because Cryan is setting up with no contest right now. Halt on that. Cryan does pick up the rest of the gold. It is not 3 in the end, and IG respond with Ultra Prime still control the bottom side. Lightning Crash with Arn not having a Yuumi by his side. They dash forward and Shoutzy helps him flash away. Survives only just in time as IG move down, but then now don't have an 80 carry before their Dragon Orcs.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, the fact Arn is so low, Summoner Bin, no way you can make this happen.
Zoom's walking in as well, has himself the Glacial Prison. Mole getting a bit greedy there. Now the cleanse is off cooldown while Yumi's damage is significant. But is it going to be worth anything with Ultra Prime still hovering?
Looks like just this Yuumi Zinzao is enough to scare them away, keep them at bay. And yeah, Zoom walked down, which was good, but now he has to return to catch the wave. Feels like this dragon's been put on hold. And with that in mind, I feel like the Herald, you know, is even less worth because the whole point of placing the Herald as the dragon spawns is expectation is IG respond and you get the dragon. The fact that Ultra Prime haven't got the dragon yet, they're now looking towards it, but so much time was bought that IG can start to make a move towards top lane to respond. No flash, remember, on Zoom. He's running with the Ignite, as we see from Sejuani's. So they might be able to just catch him out here.
And I mean, they weren't spotted as well. The vision didn't catch him as a Glacial Prison used on the minion wave, but won't be enough. The cannon still strikes there while Shun is under turret and doesn't take the finishing blow. Kill over to Zika, 4 of IG top. While look at mid on the minimap. It's only Arm to defend while Ultra Prime try for their counter punch.
Yeah, and he should be able to get a Q off that can clear out these minions at the back end. So plates in there, but also the bot lane is taking a punishment. So no time wasted by Ultra Prime. They not only get the dragon, but they start to hammer away some of these plates. And in that extended play, you got to think it probably wasn't worth for IG, even with the kill that they picked up.
I mean, IG's early game, their strength is not showing up in this game. A 2k gold lead, 2 objectives for Ultra Prime. And look at that Zeri. Might not be with the item yet, but Elk will be backing soon. And Orcs, even without anyone in the bottom lane, 1 plate left standing. First turret blood, a very real threat for when they return in this 2v2.
Yeah, starting to feel a lot more threatening. And I feel like, you know, the scaling elements on both sides, but I'm concerned about the Sivir Yuumi if it doesn't get checked more in the later stage of the game. I feel like if you get to the point where, you know, they are just completely unleashed, it's going to be problematic. But I feel like the team fight's going to be explosive regardless of what happens between these two.
Hope so. I mean, we geared up for Ultra Prime, especially with that Lysandra. But we also geared up for Arn, as you said, getting unchecked and IG have such comfortable condition. But for now, Ultra Prime are the ones playing the aggressive game. This deep vision this time around has been superb as IG are walking into it. Yuumi on top of Shun as Ultra Prime don't want to force this. The wind becomes lightning as a flash. Shoutsy's deep and Ultra Prime are feeling confident now. Cryan joining in, but there's a numbers advantage for Invictus Gaming as wind becomes lightning and Cryan becomes thunder. Thunder needs to get out of there. It doesn't make sense, but I'll work with the analogy as IG force out the summoner and it looks like the Thunder crashed backwards, Orcs.
Yeah, a lot burn on both sides, but Mole unfortunately misses the seismic shove on the Talia. And that is just enough for Shoutzy to get out. That is the difference making that situation. I feel like there was such a heavy commit with Shun flashing initially. Made me think that, you know, we saw Shoutzy being his flash before. Maybe they were just confident that they could find the kill. Or maybe they thought the timer still wasn't available. Either way, Shoutzy able to make it out of that one. The wall not being able to stop him from just flashing. Elk will pick up the first turret of the game. It's a very strong Zeri already leading into the later stages. And I feel like, though, IG have tried to make this jungle support work a lot, you know, pairing the Yuumi with the Xin Zhao, but still haven't really seen that effectiveness come into play yet.
Yeah, we haven't. It's been a really subpar early game. Ultra Prime still the team with a bigger gold lead and almost 3k here at 14 minutes, 15, as we get out of these lanes. I want to do a bit of an item track before the next Dragon Orcs, before the next Herald as well, with IG gearing up, because we do have Mythics 3 out of 5 on Ultra Prime. Kempung Chainsword first hit for Shun, with double Mythic in the Gnar in Arn Sivir as well. So there's a bit of power for IG, but right now you definitely feel comfortable with how Ultra Prime are spiking in their angle.
For sure. Definitely at this moment, especially like a level 11 coming in from Crying, a pretty big spike. And I feel like how these fights are going to play out. Oh, shall see.
Oh, the seismic shove again. Mole not hitting it. Zika flashes forward though, but as the wild growth is used on himself, he still drops down. Elk can't save him, and Shousey, that is the second time, Orcs, that he's been caught out.
Yep, second time, and first you had the flash, second you don't. And this is the difference between the likes of a Lulu and a Yuumi. Yuumi can cheat. Yuumi can just attach to your jungler and go on these warding missions with a lot of safety. When Shousey wants vision, he has to risk his life to do so. And now Ultra Prime won't be able to contest this. No way, when you don't have your support there.
Yep.
But they are trying to get control of the area, looking towards that dragon in a minute. This will be the third for Ultra Prime, and an Ocean Soul would be massive in this game.
Good step back for Arn. The final chapter comes through. Good little poke with the Ultra Shock Laser as the Glacial Prison from Zoom hits Zika. Arn only just surviving, but Elk turns him into dust. Lightning doesn't crash twice, though, as Elk looks to chase up and send some bullets after the fact, but under turret, they're so deep. Hacker almost dying as the Glacial Path not taken from Crying to stop it. Hacker is so lucky to be alive with that almost turning pear-shaped.
Yeah, and now Arn is going to be up in 10 seconds and going to be able to make his way back pretty quick. I feel like Ultra Prime, the fact that they're so low, might actually end up costing them this dragon.
Weaver's Wall onto the mid turret, zooms by himself. Arctic Assault is now available, and he gets out of harm's way, but it means the turret goes down. Orcs, it means the gold is a little bit more shallow than it was before, and that dragon stacking that Ultra Prime were playing so well is now stopped.
Yeah, it just ends up being a bit of an overstep there. Hacker, because he's chunked so low, has to reset. And we end up seeing the dragon given over. So IG, they stall out the stacking for a bit now. And yeah, I mean, this initial play is pretty good. They really threaten on, and they continue to put the momentum on. The fact that the Ultra Shock Laser kind of just gives them the ability to go for this play. But here, I feel like you just take the tower and you get out.
Yep.
Oh, Herald coming down bot will finish up that tower, but don't get too much value. But yeah, I feel like you just take the kill and get out, and you're healthy enough to do the dragon.
Yeah, so a bit of a mistake for Ultra Prime. Again, kill good, follow up not. IG in a position where this gold lead has shrunk a significant amount. Zika in a really great, position too, Orcs. Like this Gnar is something we haven't talked about, but level 11, Trinity Force already picked up. Now has the Caulfield's Warhammer as well. And I like the Merc Treads here against this team that has so many slows and stuns. Feels like you're getting a lot of value here out of one of the frontliners of IG.
Yeah, I mean, undoubtedly Hack will also be running Tenacity and Runes, so stuns won't be lasting as long. But I feel like both sides honestly have a ton of stuns between them. Yeah, I feel like at this point, we've seen the dragon stall out. I feel like IG are going to get strong as we go along. I want to talk a bit about the item spikes for these AD carries, because last game we had Azarius talking about how 3 items is pretty big. It's a similar case for Sivir. Similar build, except different mythic. You normally want the Kraken Slayer, then you typically go Phantom Dance. So we have seen Rapid Fire in games where range is more important. But I feel like in this one, it's quite a short range comp. Ultra Prime is probably going to be hitting a lot of people. And then Lord Doms, i.e. those are the big items that come in and that really round out. And that's when Sivir is so threatening.
Oh, that crit on the Q, like it's insane now watching some of those boomerang blades. And with the ricochet in fights as well, we already talked about it before. I'll be looking towards that second item getting picked up soon. A slight advantage at the moment with Zeal picked up by Elk, but we'll ignore that because Mole is setting up for a bottom side play. Hacker's here for a counter gank, but it's going to be counter gank as the wall denies him getting over, but Mole just walled into 2 people, and all of a sudden the counter to the counter has just been countered. Now Zika is getting countered up by Ultra Prime. A Mega Gnar to come through, but they're stopping him with a one-man ulti. It won't be enough. Ultra Prime like to count.
really nice pickups there, and I feel like Mole just didn't have the information needed. Tries to wall through Hacker, caught out, and allowing them to take a bit more of a goal lead and some of those camps as well. There's no objective on the map for them to take right now, but I'm glad to see Ultra Prime not just letting the pace of the game go slowly, knowing there's a lot of threat for the enemy team as this goes later. And you can see he spotted Hacker. Maybe he'd already started channeling the wall when he saw him, but I feel like if he ulted towards mid lane, this would have gone a lot better, right? There's a lot of angles that would have worked out more successfully. Either way, ends up going down, and the ult, as much as it doesn't connect the stun, the slow is enough for them to gain ground.
And that gold again for Ultra Prime. I mean, we'll come back to live, but Cryin now in a great position, gets a kill in that last fight. Look at Hacker. Already had a CS difference, but he's now picked up the fancy flying pants, so Deadman's coming second, and pretty soon. I feel like for Ultra Prime, we've just seen such a better early game here, Orcs, and IG, that flavor hasn't been there. When we saw last game, like, they came alive with the Draven bottom lane. This time, it has been reasonably uncoordinated.
But I feel like Shun just hasn't had the game he has before. Hacker having the edge in this one. And that's the thing, as much as the composition of IG holds up very well in the late stages, I'm not completely convinced at how effective they are at playing out the game in the later stages. Ultra Prime typically having the edge there, so see how it pans out for now. Another tower picked up by Ultra Prime, helping them establish a bit more of a goal lead, but it is a minute until that dragon. And as I was saying before, I didn't even get too much time to touch on it, but Ocean Soul here would be massive. When you have these bulkier members like the Sejuani, even things like the Zeri who want to take this extended fight, you can get so much value. The constant healing can be such a pain. So we'll see. Both teams likely just to try and establish control of the area. You can see initially IG gets some vision down, and then, sorry, Ultra Prime gets some vision down, then going for the reset. IG, fresh off their resets, will head over and try and contest this.
I want to ask you, though, because we've got 5 mythics on the board, or at least 5 core items, right? Wink has just picked up a Luden's Echo. Luden's Tempers, to be correct, as Cryin doesn't get hit with a Gleaming Quill. But as IG now move themselves towards this dragon in 15, I want you to give me the setup, the lowdown, and I guess favorites for this upcoming fight.
Yeah, Ultra Prime, I feel like you want to get on those critical carries with that CC. Mole has no cleanse available, and if you get the resets, it can be massive. Whereas IG, they're happy with the front to back.
I mean, look at Zika running in, especially with the Maganar Orcs. It feels like such a great tool. He's got Flash available as well. Needs to be a big ulti here from Zika as Wink has attached himself with the exhaust available as well. It could be a free target. They're moving into a choke. Zika still so close as Mole zones them out. And yeah, that is going to be hard to get through. Hacker walks into it. Thanks so much. The final chapter for the jungler of Ultra Prime. The lightning crush down from Elk, though, gives a bit of favoritism here as Shun has to flash away. But his Crescent holds the guard as Elk starts kiting through. Ladies and gentlemen, it's another Zeri moment. Elk is skimming through, and this nighttime mosquito continues buzzing in the ear again.
Gotta be a bit careful. Remember, if you go into not just the Sivir, but the Yuumi as well, the extra AD, a lot of bears could come out of on crits, but Ultra Prime managed to turn the fight around to an extent, but they don't manage to secure the dragon in the end. It's a 2-for-2. IG get the objective, though. Definitely the winners on this front, but you can see a lot of difficulty in this one because Ultra Prime don't get the backlight access. So all this CC comes over the front, and so much time where, you know, Elk isn't really able to do damage because the ult comes down from the Xin Zhao. You're essentially just firing into nothing. But Cryin does a great job as well of buying time with the stasis, and this is when Elk is ramped up and he's able just to run down Mole. I don't know, real Mole not having the best game so far in this one.
Yeah,
kind of just picked apart there, but you can see what the Zeri can do if she's unchecked, if she has the buffs going. But also, I think IG had the better setup for that fight in general.
And it hurt. I mean, it fell down because even though IG got the dragon, Ultra Prime still maintaining that 3k gold advantage. And as you said, you know, Elk got himself a couple of kills. Infinity Edge is so close to finishing up. We ain't seeing the LDR build this time, Orcs. It is going to be the massive crit Zeri, where those W's are going to hurt more than ever.
Yeah, and I think that's a really important thing because the W poke can be such a great way for Ultra Prime to find advantages without having to fully invest in a 5v5. Because that's the problem, is like in a 5v5, Ultra Prime, Zeri can't hit past who's in front of her, you know? If Shun is standing there with the ult up, you can't do what other AD carries do and just hit someone behind. Sivir can't either because the range is short, but that's what her Ricochet does, right? If you're just hitting Sejuani, but you have the Ricochet as the Q, it doesn't matter. You're doing damage to everyone as a result. So I feel like, you know, the fact that if L can use his W's effectively, that's your way of hitting every target on the side of IG, of hitting the backline, of connecting, especially when CC comes down from Ultra Prime. If you lock someone in place, very easy to land the Ultra Shock Laser.
And everyone and their grandson on this team has CC. Like Ultra Prime, the 5 members all contribute. So easier target setup, as you said, and we're going to get a closer look at Elk's damage shortly. Right now, not fighting over much apart from Baron Vision, which is all in Ultra Prime's favor, while IG is setting up for this inner turret in the bot side, Orcs, and playing very aggressive as a 5-man unit.
Yeah, absolutely. In this case, trying to just sweep through the vision, and they're not necessarily playing for an objective as such, but it's that common play where we see, you know, a team pushes in mid, they rotate over with the wave bot to try and apply pressure to tier 2, but Ultra Prime responding with the wave clear, and they're just not really able to find anything at the back of it. But I mean, see how fast these waves get obliterated. Like Sivir Talia is, you never have a wave. I feel like there's so much just ability to cut through whatever minions step up. It's kind of absurd.
I mean, 2 items on both the carries as well, so that burst is massive. As
Oh,
TP
that big.
utilizing the advantage. Mole gets out with the Weaver's Wall, which is good. Might zone off Hacker and Zoom as Zika with the response TP, but he's just run out of a Meganar. So TPs are burnt from both sides here as a response, nothing more.
Yes, I mean, it was a nice attempt from Ultra Prime, and that's kind of how they're trying to get through this process, because again, if you're running straight through the Talia, that is problematic. If you're trying to get through like the clump team fight and you're taking all this AoE damage, it's painful. Flank angles could be very powerful for the side of Ultra Prime, but unfortunately they're cut up by the Weaver's Wall. The TP comes in from the Gnar, and the whole play gets mitigated. But now, looking towards that Dragon in a minute, third for either team, but also with the Baron on the cards, both teams are pretty strong Baron DPS. If either team fumbles this Dragon fight, we could just see a Baron come out immediately after. Elk has just finished that Infinity Edge. Looks like Arn is still trying to get enough gold to finish his own.
He just picked up about 20 minions, so let's see if he has enough going back. Still without the pickaxe, so could be most likely that Arn won't have it for the upcoming Dragon. So item advantage for 80
He's gone
carry.
for the Raptors, yeah. If you look, I think he's going for the Raptors to have enough. This means they're just forfeiting control over the area.
Yep.
I would assume he now has enough if he's going for that, but I think he has to stay around and clear out this wave mid. This could be enough for Ultra Prime just to take the Dragon. If Arn hasn't picked up the Infinity Edge, it's so risky to take a fight here. I mean, look, the Ultra Stock Lave, he's into a tankier member like Jean, and bear in mind, he's got the tank Mythic. He has a bit of magic resist from that. Still doing 600 damage nearly.
Well, as Third Dragon is about to spawn, Ultra Prime, their target's on the bottom side, but IG are looking to flip this Baron in the top side, bring them closer. Ultra Prime are like, do we go Dragon? Do we go Baron? What do we do? And IG, the bluff has been called. They're not starting it. Ultra Prime are like, okay, don't start the Dragon. Both teams are just going left and right.
I feel like IG still don't want to fight this, though, without the IE from Sivir. Only now is on recalling, probably to have it, but the Dragon has already been sacrificed. Third for Ultra Prime. And although this individually doesn't mean much, it doesn't change the state of the game. It does put pressure on for that soul in 5 minutes. That's the point where IG need to be confident. They do, as we see, Honest Reset got the IE, but the fight, the timing has already passed.
Yeah, it has. So we'll wait 4.5 minutes until the soul comes up at the very least. Just note as well, third item here, and an advantage for Crime with the Zonya's now picked up. Void Stuff not yet there for Mole. I'm also looking on the other side as we get a Force of Nature just finished by Zoom. So 3 items Sejuani, Whole Breaker for Zika as well. So we do have these 3 items coming through for a lot at the 28-minute mark. As now attention shifts towards this Baron on the top side, but Ultra Prime have good wards here, Orcs, so it's not going to be snuck from under the breath.
Yeah, I don't think you want to fight right now as IG, because as you said, Force of Nature for Zoom, the items he has, combined with the fact we have no LDR from On, we have no Void Stuff completed for Mole, this Sejuani is going to be a problem in these team fights. So I feel like IG should be comfortable just holding on, waiting a bit more time. But I think maybe the fact that Ultra Prime has 3 dragons is putting pressure on them. They don't want to go to a soul flip. They'd rather maybe force a fight now. We'll see how that ends up panning out. For the time being, Ultra Prime just ready to clear up any minion waves that get pushed towards them. And we're back to that back and forth we've kind of had for such a long time this game, Hysterics.
Yeah, we have. I mean, both teams have just been going up and down river. Now we're
just
sidelining
waves.
Yeah, look, I mean, 330 CS Sivir, so you can see that this game has largely been about CS, as Ultra Prime are going to make it about blood if they can get Mole. He's got the Weaver's Wall available and both Summoners, one of them being Barrier, while IG We're just
Okay,
swapping
come
waves.
on. At least let the minions get to your side of the map, right? That's how hard they're ignoring each other at this point.
I mean, Elk has got as much wave clear at this point. Weaver's Wall, though, is it good? No. Just in the nick of time, Ultra Prime get over it.
Well, you could see, though, it's getting close. You can see the angle. And with Zuka having Mega Gnar, if they got caught in there, you could see the jump in into the ultimate. But obviously, everyone has flashes on Ultra Prime, so I'm not sure if that play necessarily would work. Regardless, though, Ultra Prime fishing for this Baron. And bear in mind, Sejuani actually ends up doing a lot of Baron damage because with the melee champion, stacks the passive up so quickly and is tanky enough just to tank it up. So IG, they have to suspect this. There's no blue trinket available right now, though, but the TP comes in, they know.
I mean, as the TP comes through, will it be too late? Because for IG, they've moved very late towards the purple worm. Crime with a root right in the middle of everyone, taking the fight as IG now pull them off the Baron, but Elk keeps it aggroed. Ultra Prime, are you fighting? Are you taking Baron? Pick one as Zika runs in for the ulti, but gets stunned. Nevertheless, Crime still dies, and Ultra Prime had that Baron on 3k, but it just got messy, Orcs.
And you start to see the pain points for Ultra Prime right now. Mole's fishing, but doesn't find anything. But they might still just try and make this happen. It's a 4v5 on the map. If they can keep Hacker out of the pit, that is the challenge here. If he steals, again, it could be devastating.
Oh, God. I mean, Hacker has flash. He has ulti. Are they really going to flip this? It's on vision now as they turn for Mole. Seismic shove great onto Elk, but watch this jungler from Ultra Prime at 2.3k. They're not letting it tick over. Small reset. Now healing back up. Okay, Baron resets again. As Mole and Zika are in a choke. This Gnar wants to go Mega, but he flashes away. Not confident enough as the Ultra Shock Laser from Elk hurts Mole. And Baron sits there having a chuckle at the last 5 minutes.
I'm so glad they didn't flip that. You saw it in their heads. They were thinking of doing it, but they end up not going for it. Absolutely the right call. That could be such a devastating play if they give Hacker the chance to steal it. We see this initial one, and this is kind of the issue when you go into a front to back for Ultra Prime. Try and spot here, but look, he goes on on here. Self ults, right? And then Zhonya's, and despite this, look how much time Shun buys. He just stops Ultra Prime from doing anything. And despite the fact that Cryon is in stasis for all that period of time, it doesn't matter. They can't play these out front to back. Ultra Prime need to get that backline access and need to be able to connect because, you know, even with Cryon buying 5 seconds, it just wasn't enough.
And now we're getting towards Dragon again, right? That dance around Baron, it stops. No one picks up the neutral. And we're back to where we started, which is this third Dragon for IG or Soul for Ultra Prime. And IG caught up a little bit of gold with the Crime kill too, Orcs. An LDR on the way, surely, for Arn with the Last Whisper started. Void Star for Mole as well. We're getting a lot more pen for IG in this upcoming fight.
Yeah, and I think it's important if they want to cut through the Sejuani, who they are looking at.
Yeah, they did start it off with a seismic shove. Shun jumps in with the audacious charge, but now with wind becomes lightning. It's going to go down to this Dragon once again. 10 seconds till it spawns. And Ultra Prime already, you can see, starting to get poked out more and more as this game goes on. And Arn still stepping up confidently too. As Crime might be caught out on the side. He has to flash away. And even Hacker's getting out. Zoom too. Knocked on back. IG are just poking him down as Zika now with the Mega Gnar bar. Ultra Prime have to keep the space, Orcs. But once again, Ultra Prime are not bringing it all together.
And you start to see the difference with those pen items coming in. Zoom no longer that super tank that can't be cut through. IG managed to shred him, managed to pick him. Dragon's up, but they just want to take a little bit more before they go over and secure it. They'll get the mid inhibitor tower, but not the inhibit itself. And wait, surely you just go for Dragon. Yeah, they were picking Baron. No, no, guys. Don't risk that one when Hacker's up. Just take the Dragon, get the freebie, deny the soul from Ultra Prime. Yeah, right call here. I'm glad. I was nervous for a second.
They're going to pick it up. It is Ultra Prime going towards Baron, though. But IG, you can see, are like, well, with the control ward mid, we see them pushing out aggressively. They can't back now, Orcs. Shall see the Elk heading towards Baron, but it is simply a bluff here that Ultra Prime being called on.
And I feel at this point, especially if IG get the soul, the fact they would have 4 Ocean Drakes as well. Kind of insane amount of sustain in the fights, right? The healing up, especially for someone like Shun, who's already so tanky, so hard to take down. Zika as well. Like, the amount of bulkiness this lineup already has. That's kind of something I said about Ultra Prime, too. Like, this Ocean Soul could be a big difference maker in fights, especially if we've seen Poke coming out beforehand. But Ultra Prime, I feel like at this point, you start to feel a bit desperate. You start to be concerned about IG scaling. So they're just going to start up the Baron.
But, I mean, the Yuumi, once again, attaching to Shun has always been the way. He's got the Zoomies as the Weaver's Wall. says the Boomies right against the wall. Hacker flashes away in the final chapter. We'll zone them a little bit further. Baron is de-aggroed once more as IG just moved to the mid lane wave, but hang on. Ultra Prime are back on. And IG just going to move the same place. I mean, crying over the wall, not spotted out, but Mole's trying to poke him at 4K, 3K. They want to flip this. Such as the LPL. Sean's in. No steal. Ultra Prime get the Baron. It works out with the jungler going down and Wink having no one to attach to. How do UP win that as Elk starts charging with the Ultra Shock Blazer? It's a jungler who turned into a Yuumi, now becomes someone else with the Talia stolen away. I just don't know, Orcs, how Ultra Prime got the ace.
They managed to get a kill, and then the resets come in. The front line dying for IG, and then the chase down. The Zeri so good at cleaning up kills. The resets from Hacker as well, able to win out the fight. And you know, you can feel the pressure building Ultra Prime. They were concerned about how the fights would play out, but they just needed that one window. One mistake from IG is all it takes, and Ultra Prime are taking this to a game 3.
Well, at least you got a jungler and a support, but you're right. Ultra Prime with 5 versus the 2 coming up. Next is going to be exposed, and all of a sudden we're going the distance. And classic IG this split, man. Never think the early game's safe. Never think IG is safe as we get past the 20-minute mark, because the game can always be flipped up in the air, and Ultra Prime are obviously working at a burger joint for game 2.
Oh my, such a slow one. I feel like for such a point in that game. They flipped the Baron though, but it just felt like, you know, committing the front line, committing the Xin Zhao and the Yuumi over the wall, their lives pay forfeit. And you saw when the fights went well for IG, it was because Xin Zhao would soak so much, because Yuumi would buy so much time with the ultimate. With them off the picture, it was just scrambling. It was just them trying to run away. And that is where Zeri thrives, when a team isn't clumped together and trying to like focus her down. When she's just cleaning up kills, able to fly over walls, or she takes over.
I mean, Zeri is just that pick that has been let through, and people ask why. Like, there's so many leagues across the world that are not willing to let Zeri through for this reason. LCK, we've even seen it, like, why is it getting let through? Elk showing us a classic game on it, and, you know, IG's response this time, Orcs, was the Sivir Yuumi bottom lane. And we talked a lot about draft, right, where that Yuumi was such a big pick. And even in the early game, the mid game when IG started hovering around and getting that pick in front of the Baron the first time, that Yuumi paid dividends. But you're right. I mean, IG separated, and that Baron, that flip hurts them a lot. And Ultra Prime knew they were running out of time, Orcs. They decided to just go for it.
Yeah, they probably felt a bit concerned. Like, if IG were on an objective first, if they're in control, it gets so hard. Like, moving through the Unraveled Earth, knowing there's like a Xin Zhao waiting for you to dive on you and pop his ultimate, that's where it's scary. But, you know, if you force the fight and you force them to come into you and make an over-aggressive play, it gives you the opportunity. So Ultra Prime managed to clutch it in the end, despite like a very slow, very back-and-forth game, but a convincing finish. And I feel like the Zeri kind of seeing what it can do when it's unleashed. This champion is monstrous, especially you get to like 4 items. You can just take over games.
Yeah, you can. I mean, 43 times has been played now, and Zeri still sits with almost a 65% win rate after all those games for a big reason. For Ultra Prime, a big win though. Remember, in the start of today, we talked about them needing every single win, not just as a meme, as we look at their goal.
What is that?
Oh, man. You look at it around the other way, and it looks like an ultra clean game.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that gold graph. Like, yeah. I mean, literally right at the end, managing just to finish the game and take it. But like, look at Ultra Prime, the damage done by Elk, and on. You know, didn't even manage to do that much on the Sivir. It was really the Yuumi who did most of the damage for this bot lane duo. Go over that Ludens that we often see in pro play. You can see that Mikhail's is going to come out next, but just wasn't enough. And yeah, Zeri doing Zeri things. And I think, right, we saw in that first game that IG left it open. And in fairness, like, you know, the Zeri didn't take over. They managed to mitigate it. But there was some scary moments at the end. I feel like after this game, I think IG should have got the message that, yeah, Zeri is a problem. Bear in mind, IG could have first picked it. They could have taken the Zeri themselves in this game and opted out of that.
Yeah, it's Talia first pick, you know, for Mole, which, let's be frank, Mole didn't do too much in this game. Orcs. Apparently the voice is going. I'm going to reconfigure, get to a break, and then see how we go, because that one was a doozy, and surely game 3 will be too. Right back after this.
Road to try and come across here. Xiaohu cutting them off from this. They're just going to burst it down.
The damage is so much. Scout needs a great little ulti here as John just misses. Goes down the smite there. RNG now have the execution, but they need the kills to go through as Flandre is forced over the wall. Look at Xiaohu. Look at Gala. The target survived. Once again, Gala will not be dying today. RNG with the comeback of the split. Edward Gaming may be world champions, but RNG are 3 times MSI reps.
Brian on the side here too. He can give up his flank angle, and Ultra Prime will just move in as a body unit here. All 5 of them trying to set up a front to back for Elk.
Oh, look at
Wayward.
Look at
Like,
Wayward.
yeah, they have no idea. No wards are over here. They're walking straight into Wayward, who Meganars into the wall, and Top B Sports. They're trying to move into Ultra Prime, and Ultra Prime have disappeared. Wayward shows Zoom who is who, and Top B Sports, the train keeps on chugging.
And this could well be another big fight coming up between them. JDG kind of be missed. Kanavi.
A little bit rough, and Kanavi, he gets out of there barely. 369 about to have Meganar. He wants to go in, only gets 1. Needs to get out. He is taken. No, he flashes, and they're following, but Mole is caught now. Hope is just firing away, and they've got so much damage with Kanavi. Here comes Yakao on the side. Ultra Shock Laser from the heavens, and every hope that's ever existed for JDG exists in this game.
It's going to be hard for them to really make this one work. UCal looking to try and trade solo players, but they get themselves on the top of this one. This is ongoing in, but a curse of Sam Mummy into the explosive cast, and they're able to get the GA immediately. One bomb, though, still doing well. The Shy with the slicing Maelstrom right onto the backside. Kepler knows he needs to do something. I will say that Baseron's doing some significant damage, but can they kite this one out? They cannot. SOFM's getting his reset. You can see the triple kill for the Shy.
Legend. They do bend and not break for anyone's legend. They're just trying to push this back out and take down this tower that WE are using as a home base at this point.
Yeah, and it makes it so.
That's a big engage though. But look, AL going back in here. Moonlight Vigil front to back. Xiaohao getting taken out though. Kadaya now big Emperor's Divide from Forge himself. And now you got the slicing Maelstrom. Xiaohao tries to come back in. Betty is full health. Betty's got the Inferno. Betty's got the damage. And Betty is the late game carry for anyone's legend.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning. Nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD. Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Life is Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest. Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, Bello, and SP. Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC. The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever. You see, the elements elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, 'cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fuji's kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The outcast elevated it, while Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side, lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water, please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, 'cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That era lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. 'Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and
下场对阵 IG， 然后他们打野选手的话是一个偏前期喜欢做事，然后发育能力很强的吧。然后对上他的话，我感觉主要还是要把前中期打得更好一点吧，少犯点失误。接下来比赛不多了，然后主要的想法就是还是得打好每一把吧。对，还是也应该是有机会进到季后赛的。
Albeit a small chance, at the very least, for Ultra Prime, still a chance with the game to win. My name's Reassurance, I'm joined by Orcs here yet again. And, you know, Ultra Prime flipping it all over Baron Orcs. I didn't hear MVP, but is it Hacker? Is it the jungler who decided to take the 50-50 smite?
I feel like it's got to be. I don't know. I feel like Elk is probably a safe shout on this one, but
True. And
it was Hacker. It was Hacker was MVP. Fair play. You know, I think that's an understandable one. But obviously, Ultra Prime coming out with the win in the end. And IG have learned their lesson. Hysterics. They've banned away the Zeri. Thank the Lord.
Oh, yeah. Look, that's a great start. As well with double 80 carry here. Arn losing his Draven on the blue side too. And once again, Shun never getting that in Italy again. So double jungle ban. We have triple AD off the board, Orcs. Renata has just not been looked at in the same vein this series.
Oh, it's kind of been overlooked, which is surprising. Obviously, Calista being banned does lower the priority, but good with a lot of picks in the meta. Nidalee and Wukong once again banned away from Shun. Like, I feel like there was a series where Shun popped off on Wukong, and since then it's like, nope, not interested. Show the respect towards him. And IG ban away the poppies, so a lot of things taken off the cards. Still, that Taliyah open and available. I'd have thought Ultra Prime would prioritize the Taliyah here. Obviously, IG first picked it last time, but we'll see if they go in that direction.
Maybe worried about what the response could be from Shun here in the jungle. So Hacker looking for something strong, as Shun game number 1 was on that Viego. At least the takeaway here begins the draft. As for IG, normally a bottom side pick here. Arn and Wink so far, it's been Draven lanes. What did we get last game, Orcs? We got the Sivir Yumi. Like, this is the most standard bottom lane we've seen all series.
Yeah, and they're gonna go for the Aphelios. It'll be interesting to see if they go for like the Renata here. Aphelios, Renata, a really strong lane, but I feel like you don't want to pass over the Taliyah again. Crying, I'm honestly gonna say this is one of the best Taliyah performances in the entire league, which is why I'm surprised Ultra Prime didn't first pick it. But I feel like if you give them a second chance to take it, they will 100% lock it in. So IG will see if they end up taking that, but they commit to the bot lane. They go for the Aphelios Renata, a strong lane, very good anti-dive. We're gonna see what Ultra Prime will do in response. They could just take like Taliyah Na here and get 2 super strong solo laners.
I mean, Taliyah Na, Taliyah Gwen as well is something we haven't seen at all this series, but we just know that in the LPL, Na is still that top tier pick. Also wanted to point out things like the GP. What else have we lost here? You know, Xin was picked out in the last game too, but we've already got junglers more IG side. You already pulled this out, Orcs. The Taliyah comes through, and I feel like Cryan has probably been the better roamer so far.
I think Cryan's done a decent job moving. Something we've known him for back in his time on RNG when they did win MSI. He was that player who just moved up the top. And Ultra Prime, follow my advice and go for the Taliyah Na. You know, highest presence mid, highest presence top on the patch, and both super powerful. And now IG, you know, they have choices. They can respond to the top lane or mid lane pick, or they can pick their jungler. Either way, you know you're gonna get pinched in some areas. Looks like they might try and secure that Jax again. Let's look in the top lane. Obviously, he can play the matchup pretty well. It is something of a specialty of his. And then we go to the second rotation. So IG still looking for a mid, still looking for a jungle. And Ultra Prime, it's the entire bot lane. So expect to see some more bans coming in from the second rotation. There's still some powerful combos. Jinx is something often picked into Aphelios. There's still like Senna Tom or Senna Seraphine available. There's still like Lucian Nami, which is an option. And then for Ultra Prime, it's targeting those junglers away from Shun, right? He played the Zinzao before. And there's just a bunch of options you can start to look for there.
And I feel like when you've already highlighted the Lucian Nami, with Lucian out, takes away one duo. You mentioned Senna Tom. For someone like Elk, remember that this guy has been Aphelios mainly, then everything else comes in. Being a big proponent of the Xayah Rakan lane down in that bottom lane. Sorry, without Rakan, Xiaoxi has been more willing to play Nautilus. So Elk has picked a lot of different ADs, a lot harder to ban out than some. And with IG getting rid of the Sivir, that means we could be reverting to just one of his favorites in the Xayah, in the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, decent Sivir ban. And, you know, you might think, why don't IG ban Nautilus? I feel like the matchup of the Renata and Nautilus is very playable. You can use your tools quite well to sort of mitigate the engage. So leaving the support picks up, but target away those AD carries. There is still Senna open available if they wanted to lean in that direction. Was Ultra Prime targeting those mid laners? Be interesting if they are actually going for a jungle ban here. So Lee Sin, they know the Shun can be really strong on this. Obviously, into Taliyah, it is mitigated a bit, but still don't want to give him as much early pressure. Now, I feel like in this situation, you could take something like the Vi here. The Zinzao also open and available, but didn't have too much of a successful game in that previous one. And bear in mind, we are seeing again the Viego from Hacker, and they will go for that Vi.
So the Vi comes through. I mean, surprising for Shun. Shun doesn't strike me as a real Vi jungle like Kindred, Lilia, Diana. This guy's got flair, and you know, now supporting some of the laners. We'll see how he goes. We talked a little bit about Ultra Prime's bottom lane though, Orcs, and Senna Tom was one thing you brought out. The Jinx as a response to Aphelios, another.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, Jinx is often what we see traded into the Aphelios. You have that range. You can use that quite effectively. You can play at a distance and actually going for the Tom, interesting enough. So very good into the Vi in a sense that obviously when Vi ults someone, you can just gobble them out of it. Not as effective in the laning phase into this Renata. Not really going to have a massive amount of threat, but I can understand the thought process here. And now we see what IG want to round out that composition with. Looks like they might be going towards Zoe, and they will lock that in. So that they can use their range advantage over the Taliyah. One of the things with the Taliyah is like you obviously want people to get up close to you. You want to try and use that seismic shove. You want to control areas. Zoe can be a bit of a frustrating pick because if you're firing those sleepy trouble bubbles over a wall, very hard to avoid. You know, if they connect, you'll just get one shot.
I just love though seeing Mole on Zoe. Far in the LPL has had some of his best games on it. So Orcs, we're getting a bit of a flashback, and I think when this is the final game of the series, it's the perfect time to bring it out. For Ultra Prime, run me through a little bit about how this differs, because with Cryin on something that can move, you know, it does have that RNG feel, strong bottom lane that can scale, a top side that is great with supportive elements. It does feel like a very IG comp, I'd say, of last year.
Absolutely. And I feel like there's a lot of potential for this IG composition. You know, a lot of people that can play through, a lot of people that can carry. I do feel like rate of execution is pretty high, but we'll have to see how it ends up panning out here. You know, we've had a game which felt, you know, very IG favored, very controlled in the first one, other than a couple of mistakes. And Ultra Prime, bit of a back and forth. I feel like that's the main takeaway from this series so far. A big reason why these teams are low in the standings is neither of them are too crisp and too clean. There's a lot of volatility. We expect back and forth, but really I think the main thing is looking towards the early gaming and who can solidify control. I'm interested in this jungle matchup. I've got to say though, I feel like the fact that Ultra Prime have the Gnar, the Taliyah, and the Jinx, I feel like it's going to really be hard to deal with that when it comes to those team fights.
I feel like we're going to be talking a little bit about Mole's response, as you said, with the Sleepy Trouble bubbles. The reason this is a big pick for him, not for his 55% win rate, but the fact that Mole's most played in his career over almost 6 years, actually next year will be 7, is the fact that 51 is his highest played, which is Zoe. Next is Rise at 22. So Mole has now played 30 more games on this champion competitively than anything else in the league. It's his best for a reason, and Mole on Zoe could not be more reminiscent of some of his best moments on Victory 5.
I feel like that's one of the things, like anyone who brings out a Zoe, you know they have to be comfortable in the champion, but the things this champion could do, and it's kind of one of those ones where like, it's very feast or famine. Like you either land the Sleepy Trouble bubbles, you connect with the follow-up, or you don't. And it can be the difference between, you know, you one-shot someone, you chunking someone out, or you're just not really having the pressure. So bit of execution is high. And also, you know, there's the gobble from the Tom Kent. We have cleanse from Elk, cleanse from Cryin again. Not only effective against the CP Trouble bubble, but the hostile takeover as well for the Renata. That super powerful tool. We'll have to see how things play out earlier, though. Obviously, Mole with that Ignite, with the Summoner Spellbook, can get quite a bit of pressure in lane.
As you said, though, Cryin with cleanse. Until Spellbook taken by him as well. It's going to be topside start here for Shun. Likewise for Hacker, who is actually starting at the Gromp camp. And I think the way we see the map right now, Shun goes from red over towards the chickens. Mole and Cryin already battling it out, and Cryin gets a better trade in the end. So looking forward to this mid lane Orcs, because there is a lot of skill checking that's going to happen here by the 3 mark.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of power between both of these two in the early levels. And yeah, it's who can connect with what kind of makes the difference between them. But also, I think one thing is Mole ideally wants to like land the Sleepy Trouble bubble, force Cryin to cleanse, and then you can pop the Ignite and get the full damage. But we'll see how that one pans out. Bot lane, this is the expectation when you have Jinx and Aphelios. Obviously, the pushing power of the Jinx early, the fact that Aphelios, I mean, he doesn't even have an ability until level 2, just means you can find that advantage. And I love to see this, right? Especially when you're up against Shun. I was going to say, you know, going a bit deeper and getting a ward down in the enemy jungle, but they just play it safe and slap one down in the river, so not doing too much really to scout out this Vi.
And I mean, on the other side, Hacker will be scouted out himself. It's a ward that is going to spot him out as he crosses into that bottom side scuttle. As we keep looking towards mid. Mole with a good Sleepy Trouble bubble, and Cryin going to get hit pretty hard here as a trade. So things continue to stay interesting there. While across the map, the only big CS lead I can see right now is Zika in this topside Orcs, who is up massive. And that handshake, even bigger. Shoutzy having to flash, but where are you going to go?
No.
Arn reaches it as Elk flashes over the wall, but he's going to match him. Hacker coming in red hot, but with the flash he misses. Hacker misses. Gravitum's available too. And that's a disaster from Ultra Prime's jungler.
As if it couldn't get worse, but the stun hits the Renata instead, and Chelsea just playing disrespectfully. And on top of that, Mole starting to make the move down. They can dive Hacker here if he does overstay. Looks like with the Shroud, though, they'll won't end up going for it. But yeah, bot lane off Ultra Prime, big mistake. And this is the problem, you know, you take the Tom for the value in the team fights, what it can do to shut down this Vi. But in the 2v2 lane, you're just gonna get harassed down. It looks like Chelsea just over traded a bit too much here. Yeah, half HP, they start to harass him. And I think a critical thing to mention is he hasn't gone for the great health here. He went for the W on level 2.
Yeah.
So, I mean, expecting himself to be tanky, but missing one of his greatest tools to soak damage.
And first blood in the Felios lane. Arn up massively here as we come back to a neutral wave. And Arn's already on the Noon Quiver versus double longsword. So, good early game here from IG. Yet again, 800 gold lead off the back of it too. And we saw Mole roaming down. I mean, this is great to see that IG have a really solid game plan in this final version.
Yeah, looking to get that early start. I think that's the thing. If you get momentum on this Aphelios Renata, it can be so difficult to deal with. Simply because of the fact that, like, you know, Aphelios is very good at dealing with threats with his high DPS. The big answer is to, you know, lock him down, blow him up. But if you have that bailout, it becomes such a monstrous task to not only take him out, but guarantee he doesn't get the reset in and is able to sustain up. You know, especially if he picks up a Bloodthirster, it kind of becomes like a bruiser, almost like a bruiser 80 carry with how much damage you can soak. Like, you know, when you die and you have like the post death report, there's times just like, okay, you know, 2,000 health, Aphelios took like 4.5k damage just because he sustains up so much.
Yeah, and having yourself with the fleet plus things like overheal that's normally taken as Zoom TPs back to topside. I'm more interested now in jungle pathing because junglers have backed. It's been a full clear. We're 5 minutes into the game, and that dragon staring us in the face on the bottom side with Arn and Wink getting priority feels like the next thing to go towards Orcs, especially with IG having a slow push here, and Elk and Chelsea not really confident to step up to the wave.
Yeah, and understandably, right? Summoner's down as well. If you get caught by something very threatening, and I think the main thing is with this Tahm Kench, it's so easy to interrupt your W with the Renata, but also with the Gravitum available. If it does get cancelled, they can just run you down. And this is kind of the power of the Renata as well in the laning phase, is she has longer cooldowns. If you find an all-in, that's sometimes where you can punish. But just the auto damage, the fact that, like, not only do you do the percentage HP, but also can be procced by your 80 carry as well. And a nice little move there from Mole. This is one of the interactions that make this Zoe so threatening into the Talia, is that if she goes for the seismic shove, you can just use your ult to dodge the knockback, take no damage.
I mean, he's doing well in the lane. Like, the trade's getting more and more devastating as Dragon goes down. Mole now looking for the pick onto Crine. Bubble connects. He's got a flash. He's got Ignite, but he ain't going to take it. Crine was safe around the wall, but Crine is not going to be safe in this lane. He's forced out.
Yeah, notice that the cleanse was used there by Crine, and Mole has the patience to know that if he flashes over, Crine will have already cleansed the sleep and got away. But now that's unavailable, right? The cooldown's not there. He will use some of the spellbook to get the TP and get back in lane. The cleanse being down for Crine means that Mole can play pretty aggressively. He's going to use the spellbook for a TP back as well, but he will still have his Ignite available after that. If you land a Sleepy Trouble Bubble, you get a Paddle Star into it, you get that Ignite at the end. That's 100-0 potential for sure.
And you got his Zoe Dark Seal as well. So once that starts stacking up, if Mole gets an opportunity, that's where we really see the snowball, is especially around the Herald coming up. As I might not even need to talk about that, Orcs, because Shun is thinking about a dive top. Oh my god, Zika's damage.
Yeah, he's been going Grasp into the Gnar. We saw that last time he played in this series as well. You know, often we see things like Conqueror, Lethal Tempo on the Jax, but the burst with the Grasp Pock is huge, and now they're looking for the dive.
Going into Mega, are they going to let him know? Into the air, the cease and desist, beautiful. Heartbreaker, though, means Shun is going to be traded off by Hacker. Crine now moving in, but there is a Pride Stalker to be taken. Mole gets a stun perfectly, and that means he's out. Once again, Hacker getting a reset, and off that early game blunder, he's now 2-0.
Yeah, great punish there from Ultra Prime, and looks like Zoom didn't actually have his ultimate available in the Mega Gnar, so wasn't able to make use of that one, but did get the initial stun, did turn into Mega, and that extra HP bought time. And obviously, Crying on the Talia, he's gonna roam up, he's gonna respond. So we're gonna replay of how that one played off. Obviously, with the ult down from Zoom, I think that's why they wanted to go for this dive. But look, he actually does hit the Mega and get the stun. and that buys enough time for the resets. And then the fact that we see Cryin using the ultimate to get here, just really fantastic punish from Ultra Prime.
Mole not getting killed, but still not getting much from the play. Kill did go over, so worth mentioning that for Invictus Gaming. They still got the gold where they wanted, but we're now up to Herald territory. Orcs top side of priority already started up here by Shun, as it seems that Hacker decided to reset and is also on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, and, you know, IG at least getting something out of that whole passage of play, and it'll be interesting to see how they can make use of this Herald to try and snowball this one. But, like, honestly, you know, good Herald can make all the difference in sort of getting an advantage in the game, and IG are up in gold. Hacker, gotta be a bit careful here, I feel.
Oh, he got it, though. He did get it as Mole's on the chase. Hacker running away is great, but Chelsea might be the bigger target. His handshake's almost up and available, but the Abyssal Dive gets him out. While we're looking at the top side for the time being, Zika was forced out from being deep while Ultra Prime are burning flashes on our main screen down here in the bottom lane. Mole going to steal a flash himself, but we're just playing a bit with the mess for the time being.
Yeah, so Elk having a flash there, and Zuka also had to burn his flash on the top side. So Summoners being traded on both sides of the map, but neither team finding a major advantage. And this is kind of where we are in the game right now, where IG, they want to find a major advantage somewhere on the map so they can slam down their Herald. I think, you know, we saw in the previous game, often the first Herald, you just slam it down mid, get a couple of plates, you know, you take that bit of gold, that mid tower gets weakened. But if you can find like a kill in one of the side lanes, or you win a skirmish, the ideal is you get like a full-on team fight win into a Herald, where you can get, like, ideally a full tower.
Yeah, take it down, get that early gold. Zoom using ulti on top side. Remember, Meganar ult is really not on that big of a cooldown, and Zika looks to threaten. We'll be looking for that Herald that Shun will place down. And at this point, you know, Mole in a great position. I think that's one thing we did talk about here on this Zoe. Lost Chapter picked up, a couple of stacks on the Dark Seal. What's also impressive is we have our first item on people like Hacker, Arn as well, just picking up the Gale Force here. Kempunk Chainsword first for Shun. So we are getting towards the first item before this dragon spawns in 45 seconds.
Yeah, and obviously that's one of the nice things with the Kempunk Chainsword is Hacker's ahead, he's got 2 kills in his pocket, but because you're going for that cheaper item spike, you're able to at least have a completed item. And don't get me wrong, obviously Divine Thunder is more expensive and also like a more powerful item, but at least being able to keep up in some item parity for the time being now. See a lot of pressure coming in on the top side. Health has to cleanse.
Wow, that cleanse amazing.
Oh,
Flash from Arn! That solo kill, brilliant. And Arn just decided to pack a punch in the 1v1.
Man, the confidence to go for the play with the Gale Force. Finds L. Chelsea not there to assist. And then IG, as much as I say, like, you know, the mid play is often not the most effective. Oh my lord, look at that damage. The big positive here is plates had already been taken out by Mole, so they get that mid tower to just 1 plate left. This is the thing, Cryin tries to be active on the map, playing this player, trying to move around, can be really costly when waves are pushed in, plates are denied. So big positive for IG there. Going to be 2k gold up and looking for their second dragon of the game. And with the advantage they had bot, this should be a freebie.
I mean, early game has just been, again, another success for IG. Okay, Elk, maybe thinking that he's going to get some kind of AD carry, but Arn did move to the Dragon, so all's fair play. I'm ready for the replay. That was a stylistic kill from Arn. That was a beautiful kill from Arn. And Orcs in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Yeah, get the close-up replay where you can see an essentially Gale Force forward. As much as the cleanse comes out, they're, you know, still able to follow up with the damage. And the confidence to ult, flash, Q. Knows he has the burst available. Beautifully executed, honestly, there from Arn. And just the fact he was aware Chelsea wasn't there to come and save him. Picked that window perfectly. And typically we see the Jinx picked into the Aphelios because you use that range advantage. Effective use of the Gale Force is how you find the windows to punish, right? When the Jinx does overextend.
Had it first, got the first kill, remember? So Arn, as you said, utilizing the windows so nicely when Elk had nothing on his own side. Now, with IG picking up a couple of those kills and getting themselves the charge through mid, it's almost a 2,000 gold lead. The second objective we talked about was the Dragon. Next Herald in a minute 50, but I'm just looking across the board at these CS leads starting to rise up in the game. even in jungle, despite Shun not having the 2 kills to match, he's 10 CS up alongside Mole, alongside Arn. IG's early game, Orcs, we're back to square one, like we were in the first game, as Brian has to cleanse away from Mole again.
Yeah, and he's struggling with this pressure, honestly, into the Zoe. Now the whole team moving over. This tower is probably just going to be forfeit. They want the final plate. They want the first tower. And losing mid-tier 1 this early is so painful. It's such a big boost to the team who takes it, not just in the gold, but in the fact that you can push in deeper. Moments like this, right? Shun, as soon as that tower's down, he's like confident, I can push the enemy jungle. Cryan's catching the wave of the tier 2. It opens up the map so significantly, gives more space, and importantly, puts so much pressure on the side lanes. And already, IG are looking to potentially capitalize on that. They do lean over, but they second guess it. But yeah, IG, this early game is going as IG love to do. They're finding the advantages. They have the goal lead, but they need to continue this momentum. There is going to be that Herald up in 45 seconds. And we'll see if they put some priority towards that. If they secure that, if they secure this next dragon, this game is clean sailing to take this in a 2-1.
For now, spotted on the bottom side, it looks like Shun was going to make a play before that timer gets any closer, but backing all the way up to his blue buff. A good reset timer incoming as well, even for the top laners here, as they're still trying to pick up their first item. Trinity here for Zoom, and this back from Zika should net him something similar. Still just waiting as the Jax. Yep, there we go. Trinity refunded. Actually going to get Tabi instead of the first mythic before this next objective spawns.
Yeah, one of those extra defensive stats, although I'm not sure if we get a full contest over this Herald right now. I feel like the thing for IG is it's not as big of a priority, given that you've already taken that mid-tier 1. But if you get the window, you'll for sure take it. But looks like for the time being, Ultra Prime are trying to make a lean bot. You can see support jungle lady carry all there. They don't really want to contest in a full-on fight. So they're going to try and put some pressure on Azuka. And you know, all I'm going to say is if you're trying to defend against a dive, I would much rather have the Tabi, if I'm being real, Hysterics.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, going to get you a lot against this Jinx, Nah, Viego. At this point, Ultra Prime, though, are going to be picking up bottom lane turret. IG already got first turret blood through mid, but at least Ultra Prime now getting onto the board as top side is going to be the trade-off. So gold remains in favor of Invictus Gaming, and especially with this Herald, pings are coming down towards the top side here, Orcs. They want this tier 2 fast.
Yeah, I'd love to see them Herald here and go for the tier 2, get a big bunch of gold that you get from these side lane tier 2s. Zoom is close to Mega, but it's just been slept. Really nice coming out from Mole. And with him using the dash away, there's no chance he can go for an engage. So they get the tower they want, they get the extra gold, and IG are ensuring that they trade up in these situations.
3K now at 16 minutes, 3K with the next dragon coming up in 45 seconds. Another good back timing from Invictus Gaming, and it just continues to be clean stuff across the board. Even with bot side getting pushed out here. I mean, Orcs is one thing we didn't talk about. And then when you were mentioning mid-turret going down, mid-turret against the Zoe, losing it so early on, losing control of vision. Although not there yet, it feels like Ultra Prime, it's the extra angles in your own jungle that makes it so scary to play out.
Oh, for sure. Like, it can be such a massive threat. Do you see TP coming in? It looks like, you know, IG, despite putting the pressure on the top side of the map, they want this dragon. You can see that they're looking to threaten for it. They could just go for Hacker. This is so scary.
I mean, the trouble bubble connects. How's he going to get out of this? He doesn't flash as everyone jumps in. What goes up must come down, apparently, is Invictus Gaming. Are going to get launched at by some good damage from Elk, but now it relies on Cryan with a Renata ulti, a hostile takeover, hitting max range, only on a Cryan who cleanses away. Handshake out of range as Shalcy is still by himself at the back of the pit, but Mole is hitting these bubbles. Arn is not hitting those ultis, as Shun's getting poked out as well. This is so messy. Wild for Zoom as he goes out of Meganar, but now caught out. This team fight is nothing impressive as Ultra Prime lose so many members. The next dragon, and that was just silly.
I don't even know what to say about that. Hacker just caught sleeping. Like, this is a Viego with ult flash, but he just walks up to IG. I was like, okay, they have a Vi, they can just jump on him immediately, but doesn't even get the chance, gets slept. And then Cryan, I want to give credit to Cryan, who made that look messy, made that look close, but we don't get time for that. Looks like they're trying to find a play, but they will get out. But yeah, Cryan was finding these shoves, getting a ton of damage down on the IG, making it a threat. But IG, got a replay of that coming out. Yeah, I mean, they just see Hacker. He's walking up. There's a control ward.
And he keeps walking. He sees two people to keep walking anyway.
Oh, my Lord. And then so you see what Cryin keeps doing a ton of damage. You know, you get the ult coming in as well. But Cryin is like being a relevant threat. But like Zoom misses the ult. Xiaoxi, I don't know what he's doing there. Right? I don't think he does either. And then again, more damage coming out from Cryin. But then Zoom, like he loses Mega. And he's running in.
Yeah. That's not JDG Zoom. That's definitely not JDG Zoom.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, that's tilting. That's so tilting. I mean, Ultra Prime were running out of gold before, but 5K, third dragon. IG not only with the early game, but as you talked about, you know, this is Aphelios now with the collector picked up. And I feel like the biggest fear right now is also Mole, who has himself the Ludens, almost second item coming through with either the Alternator or probably the Shadow Flame on the way. And Ultra Prime struggling to keep up. Even Inner in the mid lane, Orcs, is going to be contested here. And there's only 2 members from Ultra Prime. They will get dove if Shun goes in. And guess what? Shun is ready to go in as Arn just pops forward. Once again, Gale Force is available. Elk is willing to stand and fight, but I'd be scared. Vault Breaker gets him out. At the very least, the turret goes down. That's all IG came for.
Yeah, IG get the turret, and they also, the threat, they were trying to get Xiaoxi to burn his gobble early. He doesn't. But at the end of the day, they get the mid tier 2, they get the bot tier 2. Just a ton of gold, and as much as Ultra Prime got a tower return, got an objective bounty, it is still IG with a 6,000 gold lead, 2 minutes 40 on that dragon. And I want to remind you of the stakes here, right? Ultra Prime don't have many series left. They'll have 4 after this. But if they lose this one, their scoreline would be 3-9, and their game score would be worse than IG by a decent margin. I believe they're down. Yeah, so right now they have a minus 10 game score. If they lose this series, they'll have a minus 11 game score, and IG will have a minus 8. So 3 higher game difference for IG in an equal series score would be devastating for the chances of making playoffs.
I think what matters more is the fact that Ultra Prime, in terms of series, like 3-8 is usually the bare bones of what you can get away with. You know, 8 wins in the LPL more or less guarantees playoffs in the 6th to 10th position. But going down to 9 losses alongside IG, you can only reach 7. And 7 in only a few splits has been a guarantee as the final position. It's never more than 9th, never more than being 10th.
And bear in mind, Ultra Prime still have to play V5. They still have to play V5. So, you know, we're talking as if they lose this and then go on to beat V5. They would not be in a good spot. I think it goes without saying. So Ultra Prime staring down a 6,000 gold lead. This fed Zoe, this fed Aphelios. They need options, and they need them now.
Well, they need an opportunity because IG are controlling the map. We saw the early turrets taken, Orcs, and the vision is so minimal as Mole keeps jumping in. Okay, there's another ward that's going to be dropped down. Missing pings going through from Ultra Prime because there's only a couple of wards up here, but IG know the Baron is going to be uncontested for the time being. They started off.
Yeah, they have a smite picked up from Mole as well to try and make this happen, but it looks like they just turn off it. One of the things to mention is that this fight isn't actually that tanky, so it takes a lot of damage from Baron, but they are fishing.
Oh,
look, is it going to flank?
Look at him. Gale Force comes as well. Zeke are going to finish it off. Xiaoxi. Gobble comes out early as IG might not have full health bars, but Mole has the confidence on his most played pick. Finally, we get to see this man on something that can carry the hell out of games.
Man, the damage coming out, and yeah, Zoe not really something we see that often in the meta, but working well in this matchup into Talia. Bear in mind, Talia, highest presence mid laner, but Mole has made it work, showing why Lyric was so hyped to see him play. But now 15 seconds till that dragon, and resets are come in from IG, so we're gonna see a TP come out from Zoom. He's just picked up a Randwins,
and he's also picked up a trouble bubble.
Slept, won't get the follow-up, but this is big, right? I feel like with the tanky Vi, with the tanky Jax, Vi just finishing the Mythic, you don't want to give over an Ocean. But they need to find their way into this fight.
Just look at him, though. I mean, Mole's angle, even on a wall, they're like, okay, we can pop him up, seismic shove. Too early. Trouble bubble yet again as that Soul at 23 minutes is a threat, with Mole still playing the angles, crying at half HP yet again. The bubble zones off part of this corridor while Ultra Prime just keep getting poked out. Mole now a new angle, crying. No, it's Elk, and he's gonna die. Shun now dunks the rest as Molly once more on Zoe, gets another kill. If he dies, does it matter? No, because he won't die anyway. IG unleashed with the best mid laner for this guy's pool.
Man, what a performance. Mole single-handedly carrying that one, I gotta say. Shun there with the follow-up, though. And Elk dies without flashing. Xiaoxi doesn't even get a chance to save his AD carry. I believe the Gobble just came off cooldown now anyway. But yeah, so Gobble not available, but look here. It looks like Cryan's going to be the target, but that huge burst of damage of the Elk, and then even stopwatches so he doesn't get followed up on. And Shun just says, yeah, you're mine. Instantly managed to take out Cryan on the back end. At that point, the fight is just done. They get the soul. They don't lose a single member, and they get the Baron as well.
IG making sure Ultra Prime don't have a chance towards playoffs this split. This is going to be a defining match for Ultra Prime, and we've been so hyped about this roster. But Orcs, this game 3, IG, yes, have been playing to a T, but this has just been so lackluster from people like Hacker, Zoom, like that last Dragon fight before the Soul came up. I mean, I don't know what to say about Ultra Prime, but I think one of the biggest disappointments as what could have been a dark horse for a final playoffs position earlier in the split.
Yeah, it really could have. They started split off well, and it felt like they had the pieces. That's the main thing. Kind of similar to BLG in some ways. Like, you feel like they have the players. But honestly, I would say the difference between BLG and Ultra Prime is you actually saw how they fit together as a team, how they would play it out, right? You have this roaming mid lane who can lean towards bot, this aggressive early jungler, and Zoom fantastic at just playing the weak side, but it just hasn't pieced together. And now, staring down a 10k gold lead, a Baron, an Ocean Soul, and their playoff chances potentially disappearing off the back of this loss, they have to try and find a window in to defend.
Airfrost stolen. Look at this 2-item Zoe with Magi's. I mean, almost 3. Let's be real. The Magi's is going to be an acting 3rd item shortly as Cryan just gets bullied out. Yet again, the poke, Mole, Trouble Bubble, beautiful against the turret. Zika wants to jump in. Zoom flashes away. He's been hitting 9 out of 10 of these sleepy bedtimes as Cryan once again gets slapped in the face by a 300-year-old child that is running amok in this mid lane.
They just don't have an answer right now. They lose bot inhib, they lose mid. Sure, they don't lose any members, but the damage is done, and there's still over a minute left on this Baron. IG are giving no room for Ultra Prime to reset to breathe.
Man, I would love to see the full-on damage right now if Elk gets caught. Cleanse is not available, and Mole continues to hover around. They're just not backing. Utilizing the Baron where it might not be the biggest power play, but it gets all 3 inhibitor turrets. And as Zoom steps up looking for Wink, he flashes away, then Gale Force back in for Arn. And Zoom's going to get another thing coming as Ignite comes through. There's some good chompers, but the rocket swings through the team. IG still cleaning this up as the seismic shove. Brilliant, but still not enough. IG want to end it here, Orcs. They're still not backing away.
I think they should reset now, though. You've got so much gold off the back of this, so much huge influx of money. Go spend, pick up the Infinity Edge for On, some other item spikes to come in, and then you just go for the push with 3 lanes of super minions. It's so hard for Ultra Prime, and notice Elder Dragon in 2 minutes 45. If Ultra Prime can't move outside of the base because they're clearing minions, how are they ever contesting this? But I'm going to be real, Hysterics, I don't even think it needs to come to that Elder Dragon. They'll be able to reset and spend, and like you look, fact that On is 2 levels up on his counterpart, finishes the IE. We'll see if he has money for anything else as well. Looks like he doesn't at the moment. Just a Ruby Crystal. Interesting pickup, I'll be real. I would honestly think that maybe a red pot would be a better buy, but maybe you only had the 400 gold. Either way, IG in firm control of this game.
I mean, Mole is just taking over. It's all I've been talking about. Onto Zoom. That's a Meganar. The Troll Bubble is going to be avoided ways. Even 3 people from Ultra Prime aren't feeling confident enough to walk in with this Ocean Soul mid laner. The rest of IG moving in as Shun and Wink hit the choke, but you look at what's happening. Topside waves stacking up. Mid is being carried in. Bot is being companioned by Zika. IG are going to bring it all together at once.
They're just going to use the minions against Ultra Prime, and this is basically how the play is going to go. Either IG find the end of this, of the super minions, or they simply just don't let them leave the base and go for the Elder. Right now, there is a lot of wave clear on Ultra Prime, but the harass is coming in from the Zoe.
And they're just going to go for the Nexus turrets. Good hostile takeover, hits 2 people, while IG continue to poke them out in Ultra Prime. Their last stand has to come through as Zoom, gets the 80 carry, but as that stopwatch pays dividends, he's now in the middle, not tanky enough. Fits into a smaller person as IG are jumping in, but is it going to be for the kills or the game? The poke continues to come through. Mole's getting resets here. Finally, we see him back on Zoe, Orcs. I have been waiting forever and a day to be talking about Mole Zoe, and here to finish off the series and deny Ultra Prime playoffs most likely. It's Mole coming up clutch.
What a carry performance from Mole, and a much needed win for IEG. This late in the split, there isn't many opportunities left available, but they'll be able to get their third, and it's still looking dire for them, don't get me wrong, but they keep their hope alive. They show that they're not done with the split yet. They're still able to challenge, and a devastating blow towards Ultra Prime. They'll equalize in series score off the back of that, but the game difference is a huge edge for IG.
And the confidence from IG as well, like not only an edge just through the game and standings or whatever, but in terms of confidence, like Arn in the solo kill in the bottom lane against Elk. This is the IG that gave us a lot of confidence earlier in the split, remember? And it's so funny because while Shun was, you know, a key member on this Vi, for once, IG just wasn't dictated around this jungler. It was dictated around mid, it was dictated around bot, and through those lanes as well. I guess Shun this time got a little bit of carrying himself.
100%. I mean, I feel like a strong performance, though, from Shun as well, even though he wasn't the prime carry, I've got to say. But there's two sides to me. I'm kind of bittersweet because I'm like, where has this IG been? Like, don't get me wrong, there were still mistakes, but like, it felt like they were better in the mid to late in this one, like more convincing. The game one where they had the lead, they managed to keep control, even though there were some mistakes. But this one felt like they just never gave them the time of day. And Mole on this Zoe absolutely popping off. So, you know, IG with a big win for them. And I think showing what the individuals can do, that it isn't just Shun, it isn't just this jungler to be the one who has to carry the game through to the end.
So clean. I think overall, like, we look at IG and their development in that series. Game 2 was such a blunder. But we look at the development in the sense that, yeah, with that individuality striking through, we know what to expect for next year. You know, for IG, like Zeker and maybe Mole are the calls. You know, maybe for Shun, he needs someone who has a much more solid laning phase and has more carry threat rather than the utility mid, which Uekai earlier in the split Orcs was providing.
Yeah, and that's the thing you got to think about. This is not the IG of old. This is not the World Championship roster with the Shine rookie. This is, you know, a mix of players, some who we've seen before, some who are more new and they're trying to get their grips on the league. Yeah. And I feel like even if they don't make it to playoffs in the end, even if they don't have the most successful split, it's still a lot of lessons going forwards into 2023. And I feel like a lot of light has been shed. And I think if you can have a strong mid jungle, you know, Zuka is fine in the top lane. There's still some issues with bot lane, but maybe this is the arrangement they needed all along. We could see them rise up. And I think, you know, I'm glad we're seeing, I said at the start of the day that, you know, IG, this team, where at the 6K, 8K goal behind, you still feel like they could throw it away. And I'm glad that didn't happen today. They didn't throw it away in either of the games they had those massive leads.
Looking so much more solid, like the coordination, the macro factor as well from IG, especially in this third game, was a lot higher. And, you know, props to Wink. We didn't talk much about this Renata, but, you know, Wink had a great game, and like, I don't think anyone was dragging the chain for IG. That was another good thing, Orcs. You know, there's usually like one member, like, oh, maybe Zika hasn't had a great lane, but every single player in IG had some kind of impact and some kind of result that was positive.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it was a team effort. That's the thing. And, you know, I remember we were talking about IG in spring, and it was literally just, it's Shun or nothing. It was like, this player has to be the big carry. And we saw games where he's playing things like the Nidalee, and he'll get like 8K gold ahead or something, but then they'll fall apart because you can't really carry the late game fights. And it felt frustrating. I feel like, you know, there's still a lot of respect given towards him. Bear in mind how many jungle bans there were, and the fact Ultra Prime first picked Viego with 2 jungle bans in the first 3. But it definitely feels like this was a team effort, a team win, and not just down to that jungler. So
now we can talk a little bit about Ultra Prime because, again, this really hurts them. 3-9 now. IG are tied, but Ultra Prime, as you said earlier in the show, their game differential sucks. Like, it's so bad because they've gone to game 3 so many times. And for anyone who wonders about our playoff format, or qualifying into playoffs rather, it goes series. So, of course, it's only a single round robin. Series, game differential. So, obviously, a team like V5, who've never really gone to a game 3, have a better game differential, but they're behind in series against JDG and top esports. So, naturally, they're on top of them. Then finally, the final part is the head-to-head, which, you know, you only get one series matchup. And for Ultra Prime to make playoffs now, Orcs, as you said, it's like, well, you have to now beat V5. They've got TTWE FPX, maybe manageable, but V5 are a very different beast, and you better be, you better be crossing all parts. Cross your legs, cross your fingers, cross your hands like Knight used to play before he switched around the mouse. Just hope for the best, because Ultra Prime, it's devastating, but I think those are the cards right now that you're dealing with.
I think the problem is you not only have to have you have to win the rest of your series. That might not even be enough. Even if Ultra Prime end up beating V5, that doesn't necessarily guarantee that they'll be in with playoffs. It depends how other teams pan out. And that's what's scary, is that Ultra Prime could turn things around in terms of their own play. But if things end up coming out that, too many teams have 8 wins, they can never make 8 wins. And that might just be enough to knock them out of playoffs, that is never the position you want to be in, right? Especially when you still have 4 series to play. You never want to feel like it's not all in your hands. So not only a hard matchup left in their remaining series, but also the fact that they may have just fumbled everything at this point. So we'll see as the season progresses. Obviously, there's still so many variables. We still have quite a bit of time left. It can go in a lot of directions. But it's moments like these where we may reach the end of the split and Ultra Prime look back to this series and go, that was it. That was the one we had to win.
Because I'm looking at Spring at the very least, and the cutoff was 8, right? There was no 7 in Spring. And that's what makes it so hard to watch, because it's well, you're already putting all the odds against yourself. FPX and RA were both 8 and 8 in Spring, and that was 9th and 10th. OMG was 6 and 10, and they didn't make it by a couple of series. As Mole gets MVP, by the way, for this one. We can look in the history a little bit later and talk about it in the coming weeks. We've got plenty of time. If you didn't know, LPL runs 8 days a week. That's right. it feels like it. But Mole, let me tell you.
Holy moly.
Please put this guy on more Zoe Orcs, more harder carries. He can be one of the best mid laners in the league. He just needs a chance.
And you know who is going to be beaming on this one? It's going to be Lyric, right? Lyric is such a fan of Mole, and he'll be saying, told you guys, right? See what he did in that game up against. And actually, to be fair, you know what I'm going to say? This, as much as these teams are low in the standing, Cryin has probably been the best performer of Ultra Prime so far this season. So the fact he had this performance against Ultra Prime's strongest player, big credit to him. And this moment, right, finding these opportunities over the wall, constantly posing a threat. I won't lie, this fight was a bit of a weird one from Ultra Prime, but I'm sure we'll see that one after where he gets that big carry. And it's like I said about Zoe. Zoe is so feast or famine. If you hit the skill shots, massive potential. But if you don't connect anything, obviously, it's a no-brainer. Skill shot relying champion isn't going to do much, but Mole was just on point. Did miss that CP Trouble Bubble at the end. Didn't matter, though, and did so much for the team on this one.
It's so clean. I mean, seeing someone who is so mechanically good at Zoe, right? That portal jump outside of the Viego, perfectly timed. Spacing as well is something you can always tell by Orcs. And, we talked about him all game long. Arn gets a special mention there. Had a great Aphelios game, but IG filling us with happiness, although maybe not hope. However, I feel like the next series is going to do exactly that, because BLG and FPX is what we've got coming up next. And Orcs, that series matters a lot. Both now 11th and 12th, 5 and 7 versus 4 and 8. This one even more so. A loss will hurt your chances. And FPX, and BLG, by the way, both coming off of losses. We'll go to a break and find out who's really got the guns coming into our final series of the night. G'day guys, I'm your friendly LPL caster Hysterics, and I'm here to teach you how to speak in LPL. By now you've probably seen loads of the LPL mic check, player clips, and even the documentaries, which means it's a great time to break down some of the famous phrases of the league. 我们是冠军, a famous saying, shouted by Doomby when winning his World Championship in 2019. You can feel that kind of madness and excitement. The power of his saying was felt across the world. Translating it into English, it means, we are the champions. The correct pronunciation of Chinese is 我们是冠军. Repeat after me. Try it yourself. 我们是冠军. Cheering phrases like this must be accompanied by physical expression. Womanship, Guanjun! Phrases like this have so many uses, like in NBA, NFL, and the Premier League competitions as well. You can even use it in your sports game, or even for your next League of Legends game too. In LPL, people press 1 in order to express affirmative replies, such as copy that, yes, confirm, okay, etc. in a much quicker way. If you guys understand today's speak in LPL, give me a 1 in the comments, or barrage, depending on where you are, to let me know you understand.
Na 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 We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah.
下场对阵 BLG 战队嘛，然后对阵他们下路组合的话，就稳定一下我们自己的队形，让我们自己的队形能打出一定的优势。如果想取得胜利的话，可能要在前期的节奏和小龙控制上面多做一些准备。
下一场面对大 BLG，注意一些的点的话，就刚说的也是，就那种小心一点，他们团队的那种打法吧。接下来我们能够进决赛的话，就要改的东西稍微有点多吧，但是应该也有很多时间吧。然后就希望就每个人就自己稍微改一下吧。
我们下一场要对决方 plus 嘛，我觉得方 plus 的上单 Summit 是一个比较聪明的选手，就是他既可以配合团队选择英雄，也可以改变自己的打法，去和队友更好的配合。面对 Summit， 我可能会多接下打野吧，然后尽可能打出线上一些优势，然后让我团战声音更大。
Ben just wants a bit of help, man. That's all he wants here. Welcome back to the LPL. My name is Reassurance. I'm joined by Orcs for the second series of the night, which has massive playoff implications, of course. Now, Orcs, a little bit earlier, we saw that, if IG beats Ultra Prime and BLG beats FPX, then WE will be eliminated from playoffs. BLG beating FPX as well gets RNG into playoffs. So not only for their own sake, but for RNGs, it seems like now there's a lot more on the line.
Yeah, immediate stakes for some other teams, but also, I mean, we always emphasize, like, if there's two teams close in the standings, the impact of a win either side. You know, FPX have the better series score as of now. They've played the same amount, both have played 12. If BLG win this, they close the gap. They're still down in game difference, but they kind of need this win to keep their hopes alive, whereas FPX, they want to keep BLG as down as possible. Not only does it put FPX close to playoffs, but it also keeps BLG away.
I mean, they're at 8 losses, right? That's the biggest thing. Where 8 losses means you only get to 8 series wins. That has often been the cutoff, as we will rinse and repeat that phrase for quite a while until the rest of the split. Now, talking about what's left, right? FPX and BLG, their schedules are you know, mixed bag here, Orcs. But I feel like FPX have had higher highs with a win against JDG, right? Where you consider that, like, BLG's biggest win was against Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I mean, FPX had that big upset, and expectation was after that hard start and schedule, they'll just win. So, like, the rest of the split hasn't been the case. You know, we've seen some weaknesses. And the thing I will say, though, the rest of their schedule, every team is beatable. That's not to say that it isn't for BLG, but V5 is like a big challenge. And I'm going to be real, if you're in a position BLG are in, you would rather have, like, you know, every team be at least within reach. I feel like V5 is such a hard task that it puts even more pressure on their other series and series like this. Whereas FPX, they've had so many good moments, right, throughout this split. There's so many positives to draw after that rough start.
It was the start where Summit came in. Get that 5-win streak. Suddenly, FPX are back on the board after starting 0-5. And as we look through their recent game, you know, the Anyone's Legend win, I felt, Orcs, was so big, where we saw people like LWX and Hung step up in the 2v2. Even mid-jungle in the later part of the series came alive again. FPX, as you said, there's a lot of good elements in play at the moment. It feels like the team is working so much better together.
For sure, for sure. I think that's the main takeaway, is just like the way they've worked together. You know, there are a lot of positives drawn when Summit came in. We've seen some weaknesses. I think one thing to mention as well is, like, sometimes if Summit is focused, it can be a bit painful. But the team fighting has still been really strong. And I think this bot lane has always been such a highlight for this roster. I feel like LWX and Hung are, like, such an exciting 2v2 to watch. We've had countless times we've been giving praise to to Hung for just being the super aggro support up there with the top supports of the league. But their 2v2 is so fun to watch. They're so aggressive in the way they play around it.
It's not the only 2v2, right? Care and Clid syncing up as well. Feels like a big turning point too. Summit, excuse me, as you said, you know, we've talked about his success in lane and Clid putting a bit of attention there. But overall for FPX, I feel like the more diversity of the roster, Orcs, is the big deal, because now they've actually got multiple lanes to play through, rather than before it felt like it was very one-sided.
Yeah, I will say my main concern for FPX is Clid. I feel like Clid has definitely had some good series, don't get me wrong. But he's also had some rough ones. And I think the most recent one up against TT, where we saw Baytron kind of have his number.
True.
It makes me concerned. I think that is their big weakness at the moment, is Clid stepping up. And also, it kind of felt like if you focus towards top lane, Summit can suffer. He is a player who wants to, kind of similar to Bin in some ways, like he wants to be playing aggressively, be challenging. When he gets shut down, when he gets ganked repeatedly, that can be a problem. Especially because FPX traditionally with this lineup have wanted to focus towards bot, focus towards LWX and Hung. So not a team without weaknesses. I mean, they wouldn't be in this position now if they were infallible, but still so many positives to draw. And other than these recent series where, you know, they have been challenged a bit, they had a really solid run, a big win streak that they managed to pick up.
Yeah, they did. Again, it's when Summit came in. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't have time to talk about BLG because apparently we're already into pick and ban, but there's some big changes coming today for BLG side that we need to discuss. Doggo, Weiwei, now back on the Rift. Rise has gone back down, ironically enough, for his name. And for Weiwei, taking over Khan means that we're back with the original roster that they tried to run a couple of weeks ago before all that shuffling.
Yeah, so clearly BLG, you know, they've been trying these things out, trying out their rookies from the LDL, but they just want to get the wins in, still within grasp of making playoffs. And we've seen teams before make miracle runs. LNG started in the first round of playoffs last year in summer and managing to make it to Worlds, so the potential is there. Now, interesting set of bans. Lucian banned away from LWX and Hung, a lot of respect given towards them. But, you know, we see the Talia, the Poppy taking off the cards. Zeri is open. Zeri's open for BLG. You know, Doggo fresh back into the LPL could pick that one up. We'll see if they opt towards that. Obviously, we saw IG opting not to prioritize the Zeri. Not even just the fact that they left it open, but also not first picking it. But it looks like BLG aren't wanting any of that.
Well, I've been watching a bit of LDL, and Doggo's been playing a hell of a lot of Zeri. They've given it over to him, but even in the LDL, I mean, Doggo's been having a real rough time. We can talk about that as we get in the game, but Zeri doesn't give me the most confidence from what I've seen. However, from FPX, I want to talk more about these picks that we've been seeing a lot. Orcs, nah, is still open, right?
Yep.
Care's been
That's
playing.
a big pick for Summit.
Things like Swain, like Clid. We've seen Viego as well. I think there's a lot of comfortability coming up.
For sure, but ooh, this could be interesting. That's the thing, is that one of the expectations is that playing into Zeri, it's not the most pressure lane. You pick Zeri to scale up in the late stages, so FPX feel confident to take Yuumi into it. Now, I feel like if you want to get your hands on the Gnar, it's kind of a now or never thing. But FPX could look to secure so many things here. They could take a jungler, they could pick something like Wukong, Viego, or they could just secure the bot lane. Sivir Yuumi has been Sivir's best combo we've seen so far. And into the Zeri, you kind of just get the chance to free scale. So I'm interested in what BLG take here. If they want to run out the bot lane, we've seen Renata with Zeri, we've seen Lulu with Zeri. That could all make sense. Or they could look in a different direction and opt to pick something like the Gnar for themselves.
I feel like Crisp as well, someone who's been so flexible. Lulu, something we've seen is you also previously mentioned. So we get that strong 2v2, a bit of shielding, and some similarities for the bottom lane. Now Orcs run me through. Jungle is always the go-to.
You say that, I don't know, I could see the Gnar coming in here for being really strong on it. And obviously, the thing is, if you take a Gnar, like Summit is going to get counter pick if they want it anyway. If you leave Gnar to the second, if you leave top to the second rotation, Summit gets counter pick. That's irrespective. But by picking the Gnar here, like we said earlier today, isn't too many good counters to this pick in the current meta. Even the traditional hard counters like the Aurelia, it feels like you have to invest so many resources into it to make it work. So they will secure that one. And now FPX have a choice. If they want to pick something like the Gangplank, now is probably the time. If they're not as bothered and they're just going to pick something a bit whatever into the Gnar, then they could invest in another lane. You know, things like Sylas still open available. You could take Jungle here. Looks like it won't be the Gangplank, but they are looking to make sure Summit has a good match up top.
Okay, the Jax comes in, played it once before. He has pulled out the Aurelia as well, so that's why I was kind of on the tip of my toes to see if Summit takes counter pick. And that's what we kind of know. Summit is quite a volatile laner in a great way. But for Orcs, you need to tell me a little bit more about this jungle pool. We are slim on both sides. With a Ryze ban against Icon, I don't think there's anyone else in the league I would see Ryze banned against.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard of Ryze showing up a little bit more into things like Talia, but obviously Talia banned away, so not really pertinent in this situation. But clearly knowing that, like, Icon, when he's coming on this BLG roster, the main way he's played to roam, sacrificing his own lane to make things happen on the map. And picks like Ryze can be very good at doing that. You know, the point-and-click CC can be super threatening if he leans towards those sides, because at the moment, you know, both side lanes have a lot of scaling strength on both teams. Like especially the bot lane, if you can find an advantage there, can go a long way. We see the Ryze and the Azir banned away. Sylas from BLG. It'll be interesting if they opt to ban any junglers on this second one. Bear in mind, you know, FPX get first choice, and they do ban that Wukong away from Clid.
Right, so what's more important, getting early jungle priority or getting mid priority for someone like Care, who has been more of a supportive player, right? I don't think Care is someone who, you know, is far away from things like Swain. He's pulled out LeBlanc, Twisted Fate, Victor. But it does seem like FPX, I'm going to get the jungle pick here first for someone like Clid. And he has loved the Viego outside of anything else.
Yeah, Viego's been big for him. And, you know, it is with the fact that Lee Sin's banned, Wukong's banned, Poppy's banned, definitely like the premier jungler that's available. So you take that. And then you leave counter pick for Care in the mid lane. Obviously, counter pick for mid, not as important as counter pick for top, but still kind of ensures you have a decent matchup. Although there are a lot of mid laners banned away at this point, so it does limit the answers that could potentially come out. BLG obviously need to pick up the jungler and then mid, and they're looking at the Lissandra, so not wanting to face into the Lissandra-Viego combo makes a lot of sense, but also clearly feeling with all these mid bans that Lissandra just stands out as something pretty strong in this situation.
I feel like we're going to set up for a team fight here for BLG. I'm going to talk about that in a second, because for Weiwei, as he comes back into the league, Xin Zhao, a bit of an old favorite for his for sure. I will say, though, this split, he has only played 11 games of Viego. Everything else goes in the twos, as we're looking at things like Kha'Zix as well. So, unfortunately, guys, not going to be too exciting in the jungle matchup, but maybe we hold for mid-orcs because Care is someone who has a very large champion pool, and Swain is something he needs to pilot a hell of a lot.
Yeah, and they will bring that out. So, you know, obviously in the early levels, you can set up the route onto Swain quite effectively. But post 6, Swain is difficult because a lot of BLG need to be in pretty close range to function. And Care is very good at checking champions that have to be up close to him. He's not easy to burst. You need quite a bit of damage investment to get through him, but obviously the ultimate can just allow him to heal over time. So a lot of team fighting power giving over to FPX. But I feel like, you know, BLG, they've got the Xin Zhao, they have the Lulu, which pairs up nicely with it. Both teams have scaling elements. I do feel like BLG maybe have a bit more early pressure of their mid jungle, but, you know, Jax, Sivir, Yuumi can be so monstrous in the later stages of the game.
As you said, though, you know, the Swain against this comp that wants to get close to you feels like for Care, he has the ultimate response to BLG. And just while we talk a little bit about BLG and their suffering so far, you know, changing around the roster, not coordinated as words would use. Like, we started with Fofo, it's Icon again. We brought Khan in over Weiwei. Then we brought in Rise over Doggo. Now Icon's still there. We got Doggo again. We got Weiwei. Like, all the moving parts of BLG, it's so hard to keep up. You can kind of see, like, it's not helping some of the core players that have stuck around and are still putting their best foot forward.
That's the thing, is that, like, oftentimes you can see a player brought up to a roster and it can make such a huge difference. Top Esports and Spring, great example, when they brought in Mark and brought up Wayward.
Yeah.
And in this situation, you know, BLG have been trying a lot. There's positives to it, you know, potentially a new player. Summer for FPX is a great example, can come in, make a big difference. Care when he originally came in, but also when you change so many parts, it can be difficult because you're going up against teams who've had the same lineup for a substantial part of the split, sometimes even into spring. Sometimes in the cases of teams, you've have lineups that have been together for a much longer time. EDG is example, who have obviously been together since winning Worlds, but I feel like there can be a downside. You know, you aren't as practiced together. You don't have the same synergy, and it can cause issues.
Well, as we said, BLG full of issues as we welcome you back to the game. Ladies and gentlemen, look at FPX's side. You notice at BLG, they're running 2 TPs. FPX have 3. LWX here on the Cipher is going to make that that lucky number 3 number.
Looking for that indeed. And I kind of want to take note of what the junglers do in this one. I feel like both of them can be really impactful in the side lanes, even in the mid lane as well. Talked a bit before about how Lissandra has that setup. So the note as well is we actually don't see cleanse coming out from anyone in FPX. Care will have access to it because of the Summoner Spellbook. But normally, I feel like we get so many cleanses when you're up against Lissandra, like across the board. So kind of surprising not to see that one come out from everyone. LWX opting for the TP, which does give you those nice resets, but they're not really offering much in a fight.
No, especially not if we get one here in the 2v2. They come out of Brush, and LWX is just surprise partied at half HP with the Ignite getting dropped down by Crisp. Doggo welcomed back to the LPL with a setup in this 2v2 nice and early. Look at them pressuring out continuously. Just walking up. Doggo so confident, steps on up, continues to unleash rapid fire, but the trading here is going a bit back and forth. You can see Crisp is getting low, and he's the one that will still be exposed, unlike Hung.
Yeah, I mean, that's the main thing, is Yuumi doesn't actually have an ability level 1 because you're forced to take your W. All you can do is attach to AD carry. You obviously can try and get the shield with passive, but Lulu, her auto is so powerful. Obviously, you doesn't have to attach the picks to her AD carry. You can just use it herself. The glitter lance as well, the slow. And BLG doing a good job of zoning away the Sivir Yuumi. Not even let them get access to the mini wave until it hits the tower.
Clit is down here though, but I would say potential gank. However, BLG have early wards out in that Brush, so no matter if he comes to bottom lane or not, he will be spotted out. And Weiwei has also matched going straight towards this red buff after a 3-side top clear.
Yeah, so, you know, we'll see potentially if they end up clashing over the Scuttle. That might be the big telling point, but I feel like what we might see from Clit is he loops around and heads towards the top side. You see as Prio on the top lane, mid is about even, but like the fact you don't have Prio bot could make it a little bit difficult to contest, a bit scary. Although as I say that, Crisp actually going for an early reset here. Picks up a refillable and a control ward. So giving up bot lane pressure a fair bit, and that might give Clit a window just to push into the jungle, the river, and try and fight over the Scuttle Crab.
And spotted out for the time being, knowing that Weiwei's just sitting in there.
They both know.
We're staring at each other, but as you said, Chris back is going to make it easy. So Scuttle goes down. Clit able to move up to the top side now as well, with a bit of a CS advantage, considering that he still has a camp up there and a Scuttle if he chooses to as well. Summit is actually going to be looking to start this one, or at least spot it out, but not actually starting it himself.
Yeah, so moves over, but then he realizes, you know, the scuttle was quite a bit away. It passed down towards mid. And he also doesn't want to give up lane priority top, because that's when you could get contested on it. So Clid should just be able to pick this up, get a second scuttle. Nice start for him so far. And yeah, I feel like the fact that Chris went for that early reset ends up being a little bit costly for the jungler. It's not a major deal, but does end up resulting in an advantage for Clid.
Just watching top, though, because with the leap strike in, Bin's about to go to Meganar, doesn't get the stun. We're on a bit of an edge here up in the top side, but someone has that grasp advantage as Clid is now going super deep. Can't make an angle off the top side, will be spotted out. Camera pans bot because, yep, let's guess again. Onto the Sivir in the 2v2. Ignite was back up and available. Exhaust on Doggo is going to save quite a bit as Crisp is now the new target. Walking on up is risky as the heal comes through. The boomerang blade dodged narrowly. And this 2v2 giving us class entertainment.
I thought this would be just chilling scale, but apparently Crisp and Doggo have other plans. Super aggressive, and I love initially Crisp baits out the spell shield with the glitter lance and then gets the whimsy in.
Got the shock.
Just a great way to start off the trade. And LWX in trouble.
Yeah, and quite a lot actually. He's not going to get the heal either from the spell shield. Clid's coming down to help this bottom lane, Orcs, and it needs a lot of help. Doggo going to drop a ward? No. Spots him very late. As he comes through, Clid's already on top. Instant cleanse is great. As Doggo, even the TP from Icon to come in case it went further.
Yeah, it begins. This is Icon in a nutshell. You can see mid-wave crashing into the tower. A lot of mid laners would have just said, nah, I want my mid-wave. You guys will be fine. But Icon TPing down. And now actually, he's going for a recall off the back of this. So going to be away from mid for quite a while. And textbook Icon, sacrificial for his lane to try and ensure his side lanes function.
You know, and also not the cleanest when he sacrifices, right? I remember the Corki games. Timing was everything for this man. As I need to pause again because topside, if Bin gets a stun, he now has ulti. And this early game Orcs, we don't have kills, but it has been the most back and forth trading game. These small little factors that are trying to dictate this early game.
Yeah, and I feel like the bot lane is actually so interesting because the way Hung is playing it as this Yuumi is he's actually like jumping out quite frequently to block the Zeri autos. Because remember, you know, they hit the first target they connect to, and he could soak a lot of the damage that would go into LWX as a result. So we're just seeing both of them, despite the fact they have scaling lane matchups, they're refusing to give any space to the other side, constantly trading, constantly fighting. But we do see Chris pairing up. Control goes down. That's so sad, right? Chris spent a lot of money on that. Supports don't get much money.
But it doesn't matter because maybe they're going to find a pick off the back of it. Care walks in to help out, but the flash is met as Clid tries to dissuade the rest of the play, but it's over. First blood goes over to Weiwei and BLG pounce.
Cat doesn't have cleanse, you know, into the Sandra. It sets up moments like this where you can just be snap punished. Flash ult from Icon. And the pairing as well, the Xin Zhao and the Lulu. I love to see when the Lulu works together, moves with them. It's like that Yuumi Xin Zhao we saw in the series earlier today. Give it a lot of power to this champion who loves to be in the thick of the fights. Now, Doggo just gets zoned off a little bit in the bot side, but not too much pain. And BLG getting an early advantage that they definitely appreciate.
Almost 1k gold lead. That advantage onto the Xin Zhao, who's falling behind in CS as well. Dragon going to be started here by FPX, but look at what's coming up in 40 seconds. Clid not going to be getting this done anytime soon as Weiwei is on the top side of the map to set up for that first Herald response.
Yeah, so 30 seconds on that. So in theory...
Hang on. Summon has just ulted. Waiting for Meganar here from Bin. He has flash available. Summon. Are you near enough a wall? Leap strike in. He gets stunned up against the wall. Bin about to throw you in the trash. If he lands it again, but the Q's dodged away. As Weiwei, speaking of the devil, is in here in the nick of time. Win becomes lightning flash from the audacious charge. Summit survives, but he had to use everything in order to get out.
And being really challenging in this matchup. Really managed to put the pain down on a Summit. He's a mini now, though, and actually quite low, so has to be careful. Trying to pick up that plate, but I'm not sure you're going to be able to get the chance.
Yeah.
Nice movement from Weiwei there as well to threaten. He's just going to go straight onto the Herald. And, you know, they took the Dragon. There was 30 seconds left. FPX have moved their bot lane up. They are looking to contest this one, but notice, Clid is not level 6 yet.
Yep.
But he doesn't care.
I mean, Herald actually resets here. So FPX forcing off Weiwei at the very least. The Herald will stay. And I like that you mentioned bot lane of LWX and Hung because On the Hunt is available. And that low cooldown, even this early on, is going to be massive. Doggo matching the mid wave, but the wave clear with Ricochet is just that much better. So as we go back to Herald again, part 2, BLG start this up, but Icon in the brush is what I'm looking towards. Orcs, it seems like FPX just don't have the members at the moment or the confidence.
I mean, Summer has no mana, half health.
What am I saying? Okay, Smite's there, but now they have to turn for the play. They go all in onto the jungler. Well, look at this Swain in the middle of everyone. Demon Flare comes in, and he's nowhere near dying as Icon's the next target, while Summit and LWX do the rest. Doggo's low, and do you think FPX care? Well, that mid laner definitely does.
BLG still managed to get the Herald. It's actually Bin who picks it up. But yeah, the Swain, in that scenario, everyone around him, maximum value from the ultimate. And BLG, they managed to take down Clid, which is it's absolutely what you want. Kill the Viego first, stop him from getting the resets. But the trade back comes in, and Care is just so strong in those scenarios. We'll see the replay. And one of the issues is Weiwei actually gets pretty much no value from his ultimate here, because everyone who's dealing damage to him ends up being in range. Care is right on top of him. We also see Clid there as well, so they trade lives, and then Icon has nothing left, trapped in the pit with a Swain. Nowhere to go.
I mean, Care just getting a 4-man ulti, insane. Doggo too low to come in at the end, Orcs, and 2-1-0 now. It's still going to be an Imperial mandate from Care, but we have to kind of look at what you said in draft. You mentioned this Swain pick, this R5 pick was such a good response because BLG are so melee range, so close quarter combat.
Yeah, I mean, BLG, no one really can stand at a distance. The only person, the max effective range from this lineup is Doggo when he's playing for his W. But in a fight, you have to get up close and personal. And that's where Swain thrives. Even that's where Jax thrives as well, the shorter range champs. Now they're looking for Care.
Hang on a minute. Care without the flash of L is a great window. His ulti not there. Trying to buy some time as Clid's coming in, but the damage from Weiwei's enough. The shutdown over to Icon. The flash here with the root down, but look at the wild growth. It turns to play with the Glacial Tomb. Sealing Summit in, LWX joining in, but the problem is that now another member bites the dust. They jump on in with the Glacial Path, but LWX kiting it back. So close to getting the kill. The Zoomies! It's enough, but Weiwei also surviving was absolutely clutch.
And Clid just overcommits. Icon, the ult comes up in time, and he's able to turn it around. But yeah, Swain without his ultimate is at such a deficit. This champion is so ult reliant. They find a great window to punish, but then they overcommit from FPX. And something else to mention, Weiwei now already picking up the Grievous Wounds with the Kempong Chainsword. So super powerful here in this early fight with an item complete already. And yeah, Care gets taken out, and then the timer is taken away. They think, okay, we can jump on Icon, but his ult comes back up. The wild growth gains space, but then the self ult means there is no chance of taking out Icon.
Crisp roaming, you know, name something more iconic out of an LPL support. I feel like Crisp has always been known as one of the best roamers, and, you know, even FPX days, syncing up with people like Tien, Doinby as well. Crisp 004, almost 100% kill participation. Weiwei is 100% kill participation with his first game back after a long time. And BLG Orcs, a 3k gold lead off some really inspiring plays. When this team has just been all over the shop, they bring back one of the original roster lineups, and things look resolved, at least from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, we even see Bin doing what was fantastic. One of the issues with having your Herald on someone who isn't your jungler is that you don't have as much freedom to place it where you want. But Bin makes a roam down mid, puts the Herald down, and they get mid tier 1. So a ton of gold, they get the whole tower, and it's the best structure to take if you can get it early on. So massive advantage for BLG, big in terms of the gold, actually 4,000 now in the lead. And FPX, as much as, you know, I praise some aspects of the comp, working well into what BLG has in fights. Doesn't matter if you have this much of a deficit. Doggo.
Of course, Doggo's over the wall in the nick of time. Now Clid has Yumi on top of him as Weiwei pulls the engage. Care flashes immediately. Looking for that never move to connect as the Boomerang Blade ain't at the point where you're going to expect big damage. Meanwhile, top side, Summer getting matched. Bin flashes. Solo kill meanwhile while BLG are winning this fight in the backside. Look at the lightning crash down. Care is doing so much work, but everybody's dead. BLG, where was this weeks ago?
Exactly as you said, where has this team been? Solo kill for Bin on the top side, and the rest of the squad crush it in the 4v4. No one goes down. They're gonna get the dragon as well. 7,000 gold lead at 13 minutes hysterics. It's huge. And I feel like this top lane, Summit, the NALCS regular season MVP, and Bin is like, I am an MSI champion. I don't care about that.
I mean, this 1v1, we saw it so many times before where Bin was almost winning out. I love that Summit is still challenging, but, you know, Bin has moments like this where he absolutely clutches it out. Good stuff on the Nah. I think we're just going to watch this over Orcs. Yeah,
and I just gotta say, this is the second time he's done this where he'll time his ult till right at the end of the counter strike, so he ults him so he doesn't get stunned and he gets the slam into the wall. Really, just excellent play there. Now here, you see the CC come in. LWX doesn't have to cleanse, so he uses spell shield but gets taken out regardless. And then this Lulu Xin Zhao combo, this Fed Xin Zhao, just running amok in these fights. There's no real answer to him. So huge lead, as we said. And FPX, we hit on how important this series win would be for them. And to be in this much of a deficit in game one is definitely feeling rough.
Yeah, it is. I mean, even important for BLG, not out of the woods. As speaking of which, Summit in a bad position. The Glacial Tomb sealing him against the wall, and with the Everfrost waiting for the counter-strike. So well played. Wei obviously having some time off. Must have gone to Hawaii. Had some pina coladas. Has come back in this beautiful Hawaiian shirt and is now just looking so chill on the Rift.
Yeah, playing so well, man. I honestly feel like this is what we were hoping for from Wei and Icon. The 2v2, the mid, willing to move, willing to play for the jungler. And Wei, that player who can thrive when he is played for. Now, we'll obviously see FPX do pick up this tower on the bot side and get an objective bounty. But for BLG, they pick up top tower. They got that kill. They're pushing in mid. Things all going solidly for them.
Orcs, we talked a lot about FPX and how a game looks when they're behind. Clid 0-3, Summit 0-3. The two conditions we were really worried about, like, we talked a lot about Summit getting focused, but in the 1v1, he was shown to be volatile. Clid as well in some of these plays getting caught out. These are the two carries, or the two members specifically, that can make or break these games, and with them being so far behind, with their massive lead in topside now, with Jungle having 7 kills and an Iceborne at this point in the game.
Yeah.
Like, Divine Sunderer is the comparison, 1 to 2 items.
Yeah, and I feel like this Kempung Chainsword and a Frostfire, both of these items were recently buffed. Frostfire got an extra 100 HP. Kempung Chainsword got, I think it was 50 HP, some ability haste, some AD. Became super gold efficient, but like these two items are mega cheap, but have just a boatload of stats, a ton of health, ton of damage coming in, and I feel like Wei, it's gonna be a long time before anyone can really cut through him, right? You know, he's got a mandate build. He's not a tank shredder. As much as the two Sunderers are definitely nice into all the HP he has, LWX is a long way away from being able to shred him. And BLG just continuing to play to their strengths. They're going to lean this Herald in bot, but it looks like they're going to try and threaten a tier 2 as well. You can see Doggo playing around mid, but with cleanse up, with the fact that you're a Zeri can hop over walls, does not feel threatened at all.
I mean, the vision is so well placed here from BLG as the Herald gets the charge and will be collapsed upon before it gets anything further in the inner turret. But look at the rotation. Chris playing between the lanes once again as Doggo keeps adding in his own element. Meanwhile, Bin doing the same top. Icon hovering around bottom side. You know, I don't want to curse it again, Orcs, like we did on the other day on your birthday, where what team was it that we cursed the hell out of? Like, right as it happened.
Oh, who was it again? It was a couple of days ago, right? It was, I think it was LNG. It was LNG, right?
It was LNG. It was
they were
LNG.
playing so well. For anyone who didn't catch the series, LNG against CDG, LNG super far ahead, playing super well. I was like, this team's fantastic. They're playing so good. They're going to take down the reigning world champions, and then they threw. You know what? I'm going to do it again. BLG are playing so good, looking fantastic. Going to take down this, you know, world championship org. Let's see if I curse them again.
Well, there's the Mega now, so maybe you haven't, because as he goes into Mega, I mean, Ben can 1v3 this. Summit's almost dying by himself under the turret, throwing the house again. The ulti about to come, but Ben holds on for now, flashes away, Clid, runs into the Mega into 5 people. Orcs, they committed 5 people. That's not trash. That is the complete opposite of a top laner.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he goes down, but, you know, Chris bought him so much space. The double TP invested from FPX to get a kill. They will get the tower at least, but they lose so much on the other side. I'm going to be real. When you're this far behind, I still see that as a positive play, but man, was it costly.
was indeed. BLG going to get the dragon off the back of it as well. Mid has been shattered. 8,000 still the gold lead. People look at that and be like, oh, you know, Bin's not good. Well, I tell you what, that was the best you could hope for when you're finding a comeback like that. I want to say, Orcs, before we missed it, we didn't get a chance to talk about it. LWX and Crisp had the focus cam, the solo cam, the 80 carrying support. They were together since 2017 in the early days. That won the World Championship together as well. This is the first time we're seeing this split them play up against each other. And I feel like it's so relevant when they have been pretty core carries for their team this split too.
And I gotta say, Crisp has had the edge so far. I don't think it's just the lane, but moments like this, Crisp is so fantastic at reading the map, knowing where the enemy team is setting up and gonna be, and being there to mitigate it, or being there to be proactive. Oh, look at proactivity.
What a step up. I mean, this Swain doesn't get the value anymore. LWX flashed on, and Wayway now to take the finishing blow. Doesn't even need the wind, and Doggo stepping up. He welcomes himself back to the LPL at this point, because I watched him in LDL Orcs, and he was nowhere near this clean.
Feels like the motivation is back, you know, that bit of time away for Wayway and Doggo, they return, and they're absolutely on fire so far this game. This 20-minute Baron. Spawns are like, let's look for it. Clid still has ult, though, and he's making his way over. But I feel like if you look, there's a smite for Icon, a smite for Wayway. You know, Bin is playing Interruption. This will be hard to try and find a steal if he even gets there in time.
They're going to be spotted out straight away. As you said, Bin is here. Might be a mini-nar, but his damage is immense at this point as Crisp even goes over the wall just in case. Baron goes down. 10k gold lead at the 20-minute mark. On point of BLG here in this first game, and we look at the replay here of just another brilliant play through the Hexgate usage by Wayway.
Yeah, I mean, I love Hex Gates. I've said it so many times. Fantastic addition to the game, allows these plays. But the power of this Xin Zhao, who's so fed, so tanky, can dive in at a whim, and Icon on this Lissandra to follow. This is the mid jungle we've waited not even just the split, the whole year for from BLG. Wayway, someone who's had some fantastic performances before, really showing up in this one. And I just want to remind you, you know, FPX, yes, they're not one of the top teams in the league, but we expected them, after the fact they faced all the rough teams at the start of the league, to really start to ramp up wins. Look likely they're going towards playoffs, but BLG said no, not yet.
Well, we'll see if it continues throughout the series. At the very least, we also want to see BLG close this game out. I feel like a lot of our mid to lower tier teams closing games out have been one of the severe issues at the moment. As Wayway going deep, but Summit and Hung still have to be so careful. Crisp coming around the wall confidently as ever. The Counter-Strike going to buy time, but still, look at the damage. Not enough to get Wayway past the half HP point as Heartbreaker used by Clid. There you go, with Baron buff, that just frees up the top lane turret and the siege to continue by BLG.
Yeah, they're just going to keep applying the pressure here. And you actually have to be super concerned, because I wouldn't put it past BLG to go for a dive
Summit.
if they find the window.
Summit running into an Everfrost to a Glacial Tomb. Gets out luckily as the final chapter from FPX is also good. Icon with limited tools as the Zonya's going to be used out here. Stopwatch now down though as Summit still in the backline by himself. Icon absolutely jukes him with the Glacial Path. Doggo meanwhile having fun in the beach sun in this base. And BLG not even losing a member, playing with their food it seems.
Yeah, Icon going to reset, come back in, picks up the Zonyas as well. 16 stacks on the Medjais. And they're getting everything they want and more. I feel like as soon as Wayway dives in, there's so much damage. And the goal discrepancy, I honestly don't even think that was an awful start to the fight. You know, Summit baited a lot out of them, but there is just too much of a goal difference in this game for them to overcome right now. Icon going to steal away this Grump. It's Dragon in a minute, and the Baron is starting to time out. But look at the power play at the top right screen. 4,000 gold gained off the back of it. And yeah, so this fight, Summit, it isn't actually that bad, because he gets the Sandra ult and the Everfrost. And yes, he burns his ult, but not too much otherwise. And then you start to see the Yuumi ult combined with the AoE from the Sivir. But look, Wayway dives in and just chunks LWX. And they just know, we don't have the damage.
Yeah, Doggo even going for the dive as well. Could have been a lot worse. Clid was lucky to survive as we come back to live. And that Baron power play you talked about ending at 4K Orcs, it's so massive. Excuse me, at 23 minutes into the game, we're not even talking dragons for once in a League of Legends game in 12-13, because BLG are setting a bit of a record here with inhibitor dropping down, with bot side turret getting chunks too. The gold has expanded to 13,000. I think this is the best game we have seen from BLG this split. Decisive, fast, aggressive, a completely different team.
Absolutely, it feels like so long away now. Bin might core here, actually.
But he's going Meganar. The problem is, look at his damage. Do not fight that. You need 4.
I feel like LWX is so far away from the point he can actually auto anyone from BLG and just win that, you know? I feel like if he stands there and trades autos with the mini Gnar, he just loses, right? Randuin's just picked up by Bin as well. This is a very bulky Gnar. IE completed for Doggo. That huge spike we talked about for the Zeri. Obviously, your Q's going to crit, but the W as well. The Ultra Shock Laser will start doing, you know, like 600, 700 damage at this point. Picked up the 3rd Dragon on top of that, and it just feels like everything is going the way of BLG this game. And you said it. Where has this BLG been?
I mean, it's moving the roster around, I guess, and players having to work extra hard for their role. I think at this point there's so much speculation. The biggest thing though is time to revitalize seems to have made a difference for BLG. And this game 1 again looking so clean, as you can all see in front of your screens. FPX have struggled to get out of lanes with any even parts. And as we come towards 25 minutes now, with Baron spawning in a minute 15 Orcs, I just don't know if we're going to get there, because BLG are rushing their final onslaught into the base.
Look at the jungle item differential, by the way. Clid has just a Divine Sundra. Weiwei just picked up a Black Cleaver. And all 3 of these items gives a ton of health. Like, he has a ton of AD, ton of health. Super hard to take down. And he's just going to be ready to jump on anyone who steps up to him. Yeah, there's starting to see the burst come out. Even, you know, this Swain, who's a bit of a tankier target, still gets chunked.
Summit going in, though. Here's the ulti as well. Meganar back to disengage. FPX, though, are going to commit 3 people, but hang on a minute. You're leaving Doggo in the base by himself. There's no lead here, and if the gate's open, the dog's going to run. Okay, Doggo running in. Lightning crash down. I'm surprised FPX wanted to take this, as Weiwei gets the wild growth, and the disengage from LWX not going to work out, as Doggo is going to help get the kills over to Bin, who about to go Meganar before he dies. FPX getting chunked out hard as Doggo is running amok. Again, you need to make sure you close the gate for BLG, because FPX have no way of keeping them in.
Absolutely don't. And they're just going to try and push in for the end. They have a super minion mid. Bin has Mega.
And he's going to get an easy ultimate as he goes to mini, though. That cancels itself out, but BLG still not afraid of going in. Their best game of the split as Weiwei finally dies, but look at Doggo yet again with Bin on the side. A Yumi attached, won't get any healing with 3 healing cut items. BLG, more of this, please.
Absolutely, more of this. And I feel like they're right on the cusp. The timing where they need it. If they just shore things up, they can still make playoffs. It's still a possibility within their hands. And such a convincing game 1. Like, FPX absolutely need to find a way to bounce back for this, because it just felt like they never really had opposition. The mid jungle from BLG, Icon and Weiwei showing up huge, and it felt like as soon as they fell behind, FPX just fell over.
God, it was so clean from BLG from start to finish. Yeah, FPX fell over. You know, top side was volatile there, Orcs. Bot side as well. We saw in the early lane, like even that level 1 where Crisp and Doggo, in what we talked about being a scaling matchup, you know, realistically for both sides, was so aggressive from the 2v2 that hasn't really been known for their laning phase at any point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so many positives to draw from this. I feel like the 2v2, big aspect. Crisp wrong about the map. Bin solo killing Summit. Summit, who, you know, came into this roster after his tenure in NA, and we were super hyped on him. It seemed like the redemption for FPX. Where I just feel like I don't know where this team has been. Yep. Maybe that was it. Maybe shuffling them around a bit just gave them the motivation. But it is only 1 game. That's a thing to bear in mind. It was a good game. Don't get me wrong. But there's only 1. And they need 2 good games to win a series, Hysterics. That's how it works in the LPL.
But hey, a start, right? A start when you consider how one-sided it was. As a Xin Zhao, and Icon was the one who had Magi's. Bin was the one who was trading constantly with Summit. Like, that is insane.
That was a Chad Xin Zhao game, I will say. Completely. And you know, I said it. One of the weaknesses of FPX has been cleared, been inconsistent. And he got I feel like Outclass doesn't even begin to describe it in this game. Wei Wei was an absolute monster in this one.
It was, and it was his return, like, first time back Orcs in, what, 4, 5 weeks or something like that? I was looking back at the last time he played, and it was, like, earlier in the split. But...
like, yeah, it will be earlier in the split when you...
Oh, you know what I mean. I was hoping you'd fill it in.
That's how it works.
That's where you come in and be like, oh, it was week 4. You know, you're the
it
one
was,
with memory.
so the last time he played was when they went up against TT, which was in week 5. Week 5.
Hey,
week 5, day 1 was the last time he played, and they lost to TT, which obviously was a pretty damning loss. Although TT had ramped up, but at the time it was like, whoa. But yeah, so quite a long holiday, been about just over 3 weeks since then, and he has come back in force.
Almost 40% damage taken. You don't see that every day. I mean, he's now getting maximum value. As you said, I feel like Wei Wei is a clear MVP in my eyes too.
Oh, for sure.
I'll also
for
say,
sure.
like, you know, Icon syncing up well with him. This is a new experience. I haven't complimented BLG before, but I think I could get used to it, especially if we see a game like that in game number 2, or maybe FPX bounce back. We'll find out after the break.
White red there for Hazi. Flashing cleanse available for Unforgiven. Kaiser's up in that middle lane. Unforgiven is about to get knocked up. He does indeed. Moonlight Vigil comes forward and there's the flash. Unforgiven turning so much damage. He gets the kill at 500 gold.
That is a Draven main right there.
Can't change that. Till I'm right around whole squad sitting back, chilling in the Maybach. Yeah, only as deep as your roots go. I don't do corny like fructose. If you got the drummer, that's
They are a little bit too healthy. It's 4 against 2 for 15 seconds. No way! Lens gets up though. They're gonna make a fight here on the Nexus turrets. That's gonna be the play. The charm comes in again, but it's Meganar, and 3 of them are under the turret. Prince is letting go. They can't kill the 80 carry. 200 years. Prince is gonna live, and a rocket hits him anyway, but he finally goes down. And the spawn of Ruler is going to be what saves the game right now for Gen G. And what a show we just had for the last 39 minutes.
Taking off with the ring, ain't nothing left, man. We the kings, ran with the team, ran with the dream, ran with the one fan in the seats. Hey.
Şu anda üste dönüşünü gerçekleştiriyor daha doğrusu. Yeni gelebildi. Alt koridordaki inhibitor düşüyor. Bu arada bir hamle. Arada kalan bir Şafak Atemi var. Şafak Atemi burada ilk düşen isim olabilir ama Zergsing'den 5 kişilik multi. Zergsing dün harika bir oyun oynamıştı. Burada belki hatalarla başladı karşılaşmaya ama
Front to back, Xiaohao getting taken out though. Kadaya now big Emperor's Divide from Forge himself, and now you got the slicing Maelstrom. Xiaohao tries to come back in. Benny is full health. Benny's got the Inferno. Benny's got the damage, and Benny is the late game carry for anyone's legend.
Quadra kill for Benny. They lined them up.
All it takes is one game. All it takes is Benny and anyone's legend. Game 1 going over.
In my past, now you see I'm the one. They say work, never work. If you work and it's fun.
Open. Oh, there's no TP there for Caps.
Look at the ball
His way out. Teleport going. Bar to lane as Broken Blade will join Caps on the objective. 4 members of Astralis looking at the Brown TP coming onto the Nexus turret as well. The rest of G2, they're trying to interrupt. They're pushing into the pit. The Nexus turret number 2 is about to fall. Vizichachi gets a stun onto 1. Caps takes on the second tower. Have they just won the game? The Nexus is being focused out. Flash away. A few more hits will do it. Broken Blade going so low. And they've done it. G2. What was that?
Check the receipt, looking at you, you already peaked. Way back then.
This is what I mean. Like they investigate, and because they didn't put enough members on the Herald. Oh, never mind. There's going to be a full-on fight.
100 Thieves might have took the Herald, but they can't get to the eye. Evil Geniuses come in, and they're going to find the first kill on the closer. 100 Thieves looking to get anything back, but Danny's made his way into the fight, and he jumps in with a killer instinct. Jojo grabs a kill on Sunday, and AG are done. FBI is going to be taken very low. Danny nearly dead. Danny grabbing the kill, but Danny dying now. Amadaga jumps back in. Amadaga takes one out. Who he's going to keep him alive. And Amadaga gets bailed out. A quadra kill to the 100 Thieves mid laner.
gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You feel like you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul. Your soul. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. No, you're not in control. Oh, once you connect, she feels the fire. And you're pulling her close, her close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, 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 aye. The dance of love, body language. I love.
It was a rare sign in the LPL here, where we got BLG at their absolute capacity. Never before have we seen such gameplay, such clean gameplay out of BLG this split. I feel like that is a pretty well-known fact by our audience, Orcs. Welcome back. Weiwei gets MVP. We're not surprised.
No,
We're
not a
just
bit.
more surprised about enjoying BLG's performance here because that was clean.
I just don't understand why it has taken so long. But we finally got it. A fantastic game from BLG, like really well played. And Weiwei just an absolute beast on this Zhao. The question truly is, can he maintain it? I also want to draw attention, by the way, damage taken and damage dealt, huge on this pick. Weiwei just on the front line the whole time.
I mean, we saw it as almost 40% damage taken, which is a nuts stat. But as you were pointing out before, 20+%. Weiwei coming back in. This was his debut game back after 3 weeks of being away. And remember that, you know, he wasn't down in the LDL. Weiwei wasn't playing down in the developmental league. They were using they were using Schweiger and I'm forgetting, I think it was Daisy, the other person there. Orcs, by the way, Schweiger means handsome in Mandarin, so worth noting hopefully one day. But, you know, Wei Wei was the handsome one in this. Let's be real. BLG so coordinated, Orcs, and I feel like we haven't used those words together because their team play has always been quite messy this split.
Yeah, and I think the biggest praise, it wasn't just Wei Wei, but this mid-jungle support trio. Chris permanently being there when he was needed, always available. That synergy between the Xin Zhao and the Lulu so strong. And Icon on the Sandra, the setup. And it felt like they played so well through mid, and then when it came to the team fights, everyone on the same page. It feels early to say, but I feel excited about BLG, but there's still a series ahead of us, and we can kind of re-examine where things went wrong. And I will start it off. Initial mistake is FPX let BLG get Zeri. And was Zeri the only issue there? No. But it kind of meant like they had this guaranteed late game insurance, and they had this strong early like composition as well. And we see this Sivir Yumi come out in response, which I believe we had earlier today as well, and also ended up losing out. I think that's the problem, is that, yeah, sure, Sivir Yumi scales excellently, but it just feels like it hasn't had windows to take over the game, whereas the Zeri just becomes an absolute monster.
Especially within the lane, right? I mean, Crisp on Lulu too, the harass from level 1 onwards, setting up for the 2v2 was so brilliant. And, you know, FPX not having any avenues in bottom lane. We can also talk about mid lane, right? Like, Cares Swain was probably the most well off, but he picked up the double around the Herald fight, Orcs, but from that point onwards, things kept going downhill because no one was doing any damage, considering their lanes were melting, while Care was a supportive Swain that couldn't support anyone because no one could be lifted.
Yeah. Let's go with that one. Yeah, I mean, the Swain, one of the things with Swain is he's quite feast to famine, because he kind of bridges that line where if you can burst him, then he just doesn't get the value. But if he's like tanky enough that he doesn't go down, like even if he gets low, that's fine, but he survives for a long period to heal up, use the sustain, use the Zhonya's. It makes all the difference. I think the problem here with BLG is they had too much damage for him. They were too far ahead. Care got blown up, and you know, you want to be this bulky AP bruiser who in the long fights gets value. That never really came to fruition.
And so, coming into this next one, let's talk a little bit more about, you know, what FPX could do better then, because I feel like you already mentioned draft. The Zeri pick's going to be a big one. I would also say maybe mid lane pick here, Orcs, because Care is such a crucial part of FPX, like a very supportive part. Things like Ahri have been a priority for him as well. And when we talk so much about bottom lane being successful, I feel like Care has also had impact in that, in, you know, this split.
Well, I think one thing is that leaving the Zeri open and going Sivir Yumi not only did not work that well, but it also was a big investment. You're committing 2 picks in the first rotation. You let BLG get Gnar. You let them also get counter pick support, and they picked that Lulu up into the Yumi, which worked obviously quite well for them. And then also, I mean, I feel like the Gnar is the main one. Summit is a good Gnar, but also, this is kind of what I'm hitting on. We've seen Jax picked into Gnar, but we just saw Summit get solo kill, lose lane against it. It feels like, you know, there are matchups that if you outplay, you can come out ahead, like Jax, Aurelia. There are matchups where if you get attention, you can come out ahead. And then there is matchups where you just try and stonewall it, like Sejuani, I guess. But I feel like this Gnar is such a problem. If it gets passed over to you again, and bear in mind FPX on red once more, then please just take it.
True. I mean, the option's going to be there, right? Because look, Orcs, you said it before, it's Zeri or Gnar that BLG can take here in the first rotation.
I mean, here, Poppy hasn't been banned yet. So FPX, I mean, maybe they think the Zeri isn't an issue and they can have a handle on it. They either ban Zeri or Poppy. I feel like BLG would probably be comfortable to take the opposite first pick, whichever gets left available. So we'll see how that ends up panning out. And FPX go with the Poppy once more. So BLG, this is going to be a first pick Zeri. I hope FPX change their tune and end up going for the Gnar in this rotation. Don't give it over to Bin. You've shown that Summit just cannot handle it.
Last time around, for context, anyone tuning in for the first time, it was the Yumi Sivir here, which is giving Orcs old age. So we do get the Gnar as you like, so it means you don't have to go older than you're turning. The Yumi takeaway as well. Better rotation here for FPX.
Yeah, and now BLG, you know, it's not definitely going to be a Sivir, but the Sivir's the likely thing, so they're probably just going to pick up the Lulu again. and they have some options because they kind of know that FPX want to secure their AD on 3, especially if it's going to be that Sivir. You have to lock it in before it goes to the second ban phase. So it means FPX have things very telegraphed. So BLG have some choices. They could pick a jungler up on 3 and then ban away junglers and really pinch the pool. They could pick up a mid laner here, and then FPX don't get a chance to respond. Or if they want to respond, they're forced to sacrifice their AD pick, which I don't think they'll be willing to do. So BLG have a lot of choice. Or if they play it safe, they just pick a top laner into the Gnar, and it looks like they might end up going for that. Oh my, can you imagine if Bin solo kills Summit in the previous matchup and then we get the reverse and it happens again?
Oh my god,
that would be a heavy blow.
Yeah, that energy, right? Like, because Summit has been someone who we've really praised. Orcs, I'm sorry, we do get the 80 carry. We get the same bottom lane. I know you're a little bit happier because the Gnar actually came through, but, you know, we looked at LWX and Hung last time. The Sivir, Yuumi, as you said, hasn't done much today, let alone in the start of this series. So we'll have to revisit that one as FPX start banning away mid laners, but we know they need junglers. So do BLG, which is also an important fact.
It'd be so interesting if we got a run back, but it was just top laners switched. I actually feel like that's better for FPX. And ultimately, at the end of the day, the issue that came in that game 1 was the snowball. So maybe they have some plans how to mitigate that. But either way, things have got at least better so far. Now, Wukong comes out. The other ban for FPX last time was Rise, and BLG banned away Sylas. So we'll see if they repeat that in this one. And if that's going to be what they end up going for. There's still like the Viego that was picked up last time. The Xin Zhao. I don't see FPX. I say ban Xin Zhao. That was such a problem paired with a Lulu that you couldn't handle.
Now, especially with Jax as well. Imagine that jump in. For FPX thinking about it, Lissandra instead. Okay, another form of engage. Remember that Icon has played this a couple of times now. They're split, but his champion pool doesn't really stop there. Like you mentioned, the Sylas that BLG can ban away as well. The Ari's already gone. The Azir. We're going down the pool. Lissandra, Talia. So many mid laners that Icon plays as well. So not only is Care getting pinched, but I feel like Icon's champion pool is going to have to be extended as well.
Yeah, and actually the Vi coming out as a ban. So Sylas is available. FPX could just take Sylas here if they wanted to. I feel like one of the reasons Sylas we've seen it maybe a little bit less is because Talia is such a threat to it, but still a really strong pick. And there's some decent ults that you can take use of. We'll see if they might just go for that Viego once more that they had last time. Obviously, Clid did not have a good game on it. And I feel like if you go for this, BLG will just take Xin Zhao again. So they decide not to. I think that's a good call.
Okay, takeaway then. At the very least for Weiwei. This is something I wouldn't put past him. Weiwei's that kind of jungler who we talked about earlier in the split. Having such a diverse champion pool. I feel like I sound like a broken record because I say that about anyone in the LPL, honestly. But Weiwei has that vibe. Kha'Zix has not been played for a while. Against Xin Zhao, Orcs. Let's just hold for a second. Is he going to do it? We get Sylas, but let's be real. The jungle's going to come through now. What do you think?
Oh, I feel like you probably just play it safe and go for the Viego. We'll see. But something I want to mention is this Sylas pick. This is why I felt it was kind of weird that FPX didn't opt to pick it themselves, because look at the ult choices for the Sylas here, right? You have the Gnarl, which we've hit on so many times how fantastic that is, but also the Xin Zhao ult was pretty good, right? And then Trundle as well is a great pick in his Xin Zhao to shut him down. You know, you have good ult targets to give you the tankiness, but you can just duel him out in the early game. This is, you know, a really nice final 2 picks for BLG, I feel. And now, what is FPX going to take into the Sylas?
This would be risky. I mean, Care had a good game on the Akali, but taking Akali into Sylas mid, Orcs, run me through. Whose comp do you want to start with?
Yeah, well, I feel like BLG, you know, Weiwei's going to be able to play really aggressive again, trade heavily into Clid. The top matchup, I'm interested to see how it played out because, you know, you can definitely punish the Gnar, and Bid is a fantastic Jax. I feel like both teams have strong scaling elements, both have strong skirmishing elements, but I was just going to say, I feel like the Sylas pick, you know, Sylas Trundle are very hard to deal with in a mid-jungle 2v2 in skirmishes because they have so much healing, and you have given fantastic ults over to Sylas, like really some of the best that he could hope for. So I really feel like if you don't shut this mid jungle down, BLG can just take over the game.
I mean, for BLG, we already had confidence in them after game number 1. Shutting mid-jungle down, well, mid-jungle was probably one of the cleanest parts as well of that first game. Icon and Weiwei on a mission, syncing up so nicely. So, confidence in BLG here yet again. FPX have decided that the Zeri wasn't worth banning Orcs. That was concern number 1. On FPX's side, though, let's look at some of the positives. Summit back on Nah. Cleared on the Xin Zhao this time as a response. As you said, Silas has good ultis to steal. But with all that jumping in, at the very least, there is some kind of disengage tool for Clid to keep people like LWX on Siva safe and give Care some time in fights too.
I just think as well the Trundle Pillar can be such a powerful tool here. Into Siva specifically, like the terrain, it's very difficult to position against it because if you get slammed behind you, you have to run around it with the slow as well. I also think the fact that they have Lulu, like if you're jumping in as an Akali, Polymorph is one of the most frustrating abilities in the entire game to go up against.
Oh, yeah.
We do see, importantly, something to mention, Ignite from Care, which I very much like. I said how there's so much healing in this mid-jungle. If you're playing the Akali, you should be playing it to like kind of crush Icon in the lane, taking that Ignite, trying to punish him at 6, looking for all-ins, and trying to have that strength in your mid-jungle 2v2.
That's what we talked about. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. FPX versus BLG has taken a turn in an opposite direction. BLG were on a 2-loss streak before coming into today, but they've won out game number 1. And remember that this is the team that took a game off JDG. There was some hope there, but we went back to normal. For BLG, game 1 was as clean as you can get. Their best game of the split, I feel, by far. Coming into game 2, we want to see the same thing and see if BLG do have hope of making playoffs, because remember, they're 4-8. If they were to win all their series from here on, and they've got V5, they've got OMG, so it is a big ask, they could end on 8 series wins and still likely catch one of those last playoff positions. So for BLG, it's definitely not too late. It's cutting it fine, but hey, at least we got to see what we saw in game number 1. Now, Orcs, once again, here we do the same thing. LWX and Hung are just going to get engaged on, but at least this time, Doggo wasn't in the same position as Chris.
Yeah, I like though that Chris repositions because he knows they'll expect him to come from the river, and now going for these aggressive trades. Something, okay, you know, because Zeri's kit is so overloaded, people often forget her passive is actually that when she damages shield, she gets a shield herself. So, you know, when Hung actually procs his passive, you do actually end up giving some value over the Zeri in return. But, you know, there's plenty to talk about the bot lane matchup. I also want to talk about this top lane matchup.
Please.
Bin wants to jump in, get those short trades. He has grasp, so he's trying to get that, you know, the extra health from it, but also the damage available, the burst damage, rather than something like Conquer at least.
Oh, hang on, level 2's hit first this time. LWX flashes in, Ignite and First Blood. Revenge is best served to a weird pixie.
Wow, I mean, just overzealous from the BLG bot lane. Clearly confident from how it went last game, but they didn't get the big chunk out early. LWX managed to get the shove with the ricochet, and then they just punished Chris. Fantastic performance there. And it's a new game, and things have shaken up. Same matchup, but flipped on its head.
My God. I mean, LWX, that must feel good. Anyone out there in solo queue knows losing the matchup, getting to the next game, and then absolutely flipping it on its head. That's a vote of confidence. Even backing here as Weiwei is spotted on a ward. Clid's taking blue buff, but as Weiwei comes in here, Clid looks like he wants to back away. Great pillar to start it off. Weiwei doesn't have the bottom lane up against him with Chomp. Hang on, solo kill flash. Weiwei, you absolute Chad, welcome back.
What a beast. And that's the thing that Trundle can do. Once you get on top of the Xin Zhao, and there's a fantastic pillar to kind of trap him against the terrain, not much you can really do. We're going to replay the bot lane play. So yeah, Doggo and Chris was disrespectful, and that melee minion still so high HP. Chris tries to finish it off. Walks forward, very messy. They only hit level 2 right as he dies. And just a big miscalculation. But yeah, Weiwei, a fantastic play. This is why you pick the Trundle and even go in lethal tempo, which spikes super hard early, rather than to press the attack, getting that extended trade, getting the extra attack speed, and he just bonks down. And now, no summoners for LWX apart from that heal. They're looking for a play, maybe.
And he's only level 2 as well. Orcs trying to clear out the wave. They're turning now, but LWX is going to die as he walks into trade pillar. Again, Weiwei just comes in and chomps. Doggo's going to survive as TP from Summon. He's about to go Mega now, but Icon is the front line for now. Care running in too, but this is still an ultless Akali as Icon's taking so much free damage. Flash from Care, matched by Icon. They're jumping forward. Two-man stun from Summit. The house thrown. Everything from FPX still launched, but BLG survived. That dive was pristine.
So much invested to try and turn it around, but BLG, they get the positive play off the back of it, and yeah, LWX still level 2. Missed quite a bit there. I love how Weiwei just comes in, chomps the Sivir, and it's like, I'm out, I'm good, I did my job.
Gets the kill as well. Sheen picked up Orcs. A 2-0 start for Weiwei. We just complimented him all of last game, and we look at the replay here again. He just comes in for the simple pillar.
And LWX kind of makes a smart play here, trying to clear out the wave. But I actually think that was a mistake because he gets chunked out so heavily. If you just play in a tower, it lets the TPs come in. Summit could have turned it around. Because he went down so early, BLG could start running away before the TP even finished. And as a result, yes, they end up low, but no one goes down for BLG. I think, honestly, LWX has played that all.
Speaking of which, I mean, in the 2v2, Hung takes the damage. Ignite goes down, and yet again, the Yuumi showing some of the class with being able to absorb everything and not make much of a difference. So BLG, it keeps getting spicy in this bottom lane, Orcs, and I just never expected Doggo and Chris to go pound for pound with LWX and Hung.
Only in the LPL would we see, like, these two lanes, the scaling matchup, but they just refuse to chill and farm. Absolute aggro action non-stop in this one. And it has been a back and forth. Both teams pretty close in gold, though. But, you know, I feel like the fact Weiwei is so strong going to make it very difficult for Clid to ever really contest if there's the threat of the Trundle being there.
But go further than that, right? It might be even in gold, but look at the CS difference building up. 10 mid, 10 bot. In the top side, it is even for now. But looks like Bin is getting the wave push against him. Clid now on the bottom side, Orcs, and wants to get a response play. We look at the summoners that were burnt, but it was earlier for BLG. Doggo has his ghost available. Chris almost with double sums as they get the trade in. Clid doesn't have the flash to break the gap, and as the wave pushes up, it looks like BLG is still confident to move it forward.
Yeah, they're still trying to trade super aggro, and you see Chris trying to get the polymorph onto Hang and catch him out. Summit does ward, but he might be in trouble still.
Chomp is already used on the ward. Summit just gets pillared out, and the control will stay in place for the time being. Orcs, we're going to look at timers, though, because with Weiwei heading topside, nothing really available, apart from that red buff, which he wants to go and steal. And he'll go straight towards it, while Clid has options towards mid.
Seeing a lot of back and forth in this top lane matchup.
Oh, that's all.
By
Hang
Bin.
on. Summit about to go to Mega now. Remember that Bin has flash, though, so waiting as he walks in, he out flashes it. The ulti's not against the wall. Bin now has the leap onto Summit. You stand it, Orcs, in the reverse matchup. Bin is gone.
That is domination. Managing not only to beat him as a Gnar, but also takes him down as the Jax. Yes, Summit had his flash down for the bot lane play, but either way, that has to feel bad. And Bin proving why this guy is an MSI champion.
Let's look again. I mean, Bin just outplaying. This is his day.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just he kind of bides his time waiting for his cooldowns. He has to kind of wait out the trade from Summit. Gets the heavy grasp trade there. But then he thinks, I can go for this against the Mega, flashes the stun, and then Summit knows he's in trouble. That's why he ults him away instead of into the wall. But Bin catches him, gets the leap strike, gets the kill. And, you know, this kind of makes me think back. I remember at Worlds years ago, Smeb against Huni was riven into Hecarim. And both games, both matchups, first time it was, I can't remember who did which one first, but they played both sides of the matchup and Smeb just crushed him on both. Reminds me of that. There's no worse feeling, especially when top lane is that 1v1 lane. You often see very isolated, to be dominated in both sides. It is painful.
Oh, I mean, Bin has had his number this series, and anyone tuning in for the first time might be like, oh, you know, NA top laner, lol, keck, you know, people laugh. I'm with it. The main thing is that Summit hasn't really been that much of a liability. Yes, there's been weaknesses in lane at times, but Summit coming onto the roster, even throughout the last series, has been great as we pause for now because Pillar comes down, subjugate from Weiwei onto Clid. This Trundle absorbing pressure while he goes in deep without his team in position. Clid's going to get a shutdown while LWX comes in, but Icon getting the trade kill. BLG a bit over ambitious. But as Icon tries to play time, Care will get the kill. The first mistake we've seen in this series while camera pans back up topside. Bin and Summit keep juking it out, and you can tell that Bin wants it again. Ulti
he's
gets
looking.
popped. He doesn't have flash available. Leap strike when, leap strike when, leap strike when.
He's
Summit
got
gonna go
it.
Meganar, and he's got flash available. Bin looking for the chase. Ignore the play bot side. Summit has to play it carefully.
This is so exciting to watch, honestly. Summit does level up, but I think that gives enough HP that Bin won't go for the all-in. He just wants to get like QW, that burst with the grasp as well could be so threatening. Summit about to hit Mega, but you're low. You don't win this.
True.
Throws the boulder, but backs away. But yeah, man, this top of the matchup has been so exciting, but we can kind of talk back about that fight we just saw in the jungle. Wei over aggressive, starts the fight before his teammate here. Now he has the backup from Crisp. It's a different story.
Doggo going in as well. Nice little counter engage from Clib, but not getting the range he needs. As onto this pickup in the jungle. It's over Gromp. It's over Blue. Wei wins out in the end, and Clit is just going to have to give this up. This will be a big jungle lead at this point. With Blue buff stolen away, Clit just having to watch, and BLG still playing the map better, despite the play you were talking about before, Orcs, that cost them a couple of big kills.
Yeah, I love that Wei knows in this matchup he can still play aggressive. Even if he obviously did make that mistake, he's still so strong. FPX are contesting this, though. I don't think they're going to win this out.
The pillar, great. It gives them smite range. It gives them time as wild growth is used as well. The all-in. Wei flashes into his death, but still, look at Icon on top of LWX. This Sivir is severely dead. As Care goes in for the ulti, it starts off the play, a response, but the range, Care doesn't flash in time on Doggo. The turnaround. 3-0-2 as Crisp is left by himself. Yuumi with the ultimate as well. Crisp running for his life, but I think Hung's got his number with a Gleaming Quill, and Care picking up kill number 4. It's a Kali territory for this Phoenix.
And honestly, I thought the BLG would be able to take that one in the extended skirmish, but Care just goes unchecked, manages to get the cleanup, and completely pops off there. 4-0-2 now on this Akali, and that's all you can really ask for. Landing the Shuriken as well. And we'll see the replay here. So, I mean, one thing to mention, the Hextech Dragon does a lot of AoE damage, but Wei heals when they take it down. It seems like a good start to it, but a lot of traded kills, but Care is just disrespected. Bursts out Icon before he can get another rotation of spells, and then here, critically Care hitting the Shuriken onto Doggo. The burst that comes out. Beautiful.
Insane. Ends up being an extended triple kill. 4-0-2. Care has all the money of FPX at this point. And Orcs, we talk a lot about the Sivir lanes, but hey, Akali's going to be there. Hop used by Summit. He's going to go Meganar, so maybe not much of a deal as I'm leaving it out to be. But Orcs, yeah, Care's big. We know Bin's big. This early game is just so much fun to watch between these two.
This has been a battle. This has been so much back and forth. And you know what it means to both of them. This series, I feel like if we get to the end of the split, they could be looking back at this one as the one that either made or broke their run to make it into playoffs. Wow. And Care, you know, one of the later additions to this roster, obviously Summit is more recent, but Care brought up in place of Clade, who's been a fantastic addition. Really showing his chops in this one, but looks like we're getting a lot of pressure coming the top side from BLG.
Oh, lightning
but
crash.
I think... Yeah, good job to clear the wave. You could see, oh, Dive's coming in. I gotta stop talking.
And a counter-strike, the subjugate Summit running for his
Goodbye.
life. Bin is putting him in the trash can once again. This time with help Orcs, and yet while Bot is getting aggressed on, Wei has everything for Bin to succeed.
Yeah, Doggo and Chris made a great call because they very quickly cleared out the wave. But now, these are two of the best tower takers in the entire game. LWX is close, but I think BLG actually still win. They're so fast at taking down towers.
Yep, Trundle can queue turrets again. Let's look top side. LWX and Hung. No. First turret blood goes to BLG, so a small gold lead if only 500. While it is traded, meanwhile, we look towards mid lane. Icon uses that perfect execution out while Care still has his own. And, you know, we get blood for blood. We get turret for turret. 14 kills in almost 14 minutes, Orcs. And I think while we get a bit of a lull state, you need to tell me a bit more about the setup here, because I feel like BLG have side lanes in order, but then also Care exists as a 4-0 Akali.
Yeah, I mean, Care can be problematic, but he doesn't have TP, so he's not as free to just go in the side lane. Something to mention is like the previous fights have been won by FPX, but BLG haven't included Bin. Bin is now going to be monster fed off the back of taking that tower, getting all the plays, getting all that first tower gold as well. Will shared with Weiwei. But in return, you know, you have this strong Akali and Care going for the Night Harvester. A lot of burst damage available on the back of this. The procs can be really devastating.
Yep.
So BLG do need to be careful. And I think it's going to come down to damage control. How well they are at mitigating the pressure from these big fed melee champions. We'll see. It looks like Herald started by FPX, but BLG are wanting to contest. Icon has the Gnar ultimate available. I don't think you go for this, though. Look, you can see that Bin is pushing his tower on the bot side. Let him take that. He has the Sundra. He's going to hammer it down in no time with Demolish as well. I don't think you're too bothered about the Herald in this case.
Yeah, it just does it so quick, right? FPX are moving to mid in the meantime, though, and this Herald might even break in that outer turret. Look topside, Icon putting pressure on himself, and Doggo playing this carefully enough, question mark, as good dodge away, but needs Chris to help him out. On the hunt, popped by LWX. That's 30 seconds before the Dragon here, Orcs, and that ultimate not being up is a movement speed tool that FPX
but it's not just the movement speed. Also, since they changed Sivir, you actually get a power buff with the ultimate. When it's available, any autos will lower the cooldowns, your regular ability. Oh my god, Bin's gonna do it again!
Yep. He is, but someone's gonna go Mega Gnar. There's a jungler nearby, but will he get there in time? Because Weiwei is bullying Clit. Summit goes nowhere. Clit is taking so much damage, even with the Yumi, but he's by himself. Weiwei drops down while a scattered fight's always gonna work well for this Akali. Doggo's running for his life, and Care once again picks up the blood. Bin tried, but Summit lives, so FPX get a win.
Oh, Bin's still looking. He has to be careful to get collapsed on, but yeah, Weiwei, I feel like he's kind of thinking he's still in this
God.
Oh my lord.
Cares to elaborate. He cares to elaborate. Do you think he does? Summit has already used the hop. We're so close, and double solo kill. Big Daddy Bin.
Taking just a dumpstering Summit in this one, absolutely annihilating him. Man, I mean, I said, right, if Bin won this matchup, that would be domination, having won both sides of this matchup. But it's not even just winning it, it's crushing him. Even though we're not seeing them in the top lane together, this is playing around the Dragon. Bin just hunts him down. This doesn't even feel like it's about the game anymore. This feels personal.
It does. God, it does. Watch it again. I mean, it started because Bin just wanted to take the 1v1, and Weiwei's like, I'll do it too.
Yeah, I mean, Weiwei kind of feels like he's still playing that Fed Xin Zhao in this one. Should not be going in alone. Him going down really means the rest of BLG falls apart. And this should be Dragon for FPX, but Bin is just refusing to let it happen. Finds that solo kill again. And off the back of that, BLG got their second Dragon. I mean, look at the goal difference between the top laners. 2,600 lead.
Wow.
But here's the thing, right? When Bin was on RNG, there were criticisms. There was sometimes he'd overtrade, he'd go over aggro on lane, and he could get punished. But Bin is also one of those top laners, like the Shy, where he can just carry to an insane level. The man who got a pentakill in the World Finals, and he is doing that again today. When things start to look difficult in this game, Bin is there to carry you through.
And I think now we can continue talking about, you know, further on those win cons, right? It's obviously a lot about Care. I want to come back to how BLG play their side lanes, because Bin is only going to get worse here, Orcs. We know how well this scales, and we know how much it's going to be hard for Summit if it stays that way. Pause on that, because Care might be caught here as the perfect execution stolen. Wild Growth used on Weiwei. Chris trying to survive, but the shutdown goes over. Perfect timing, and BLG have themselves a nice pick to set up deeper vision in this top side.
And if they have forward vision of the Akali, the polymorph from Lulu is great at shutting it down. And this is why the fights can be so scrappy, so messy. It's really how the threats are dealt with. If they can get a polymorph on the Akali and burst her out, absolutely BLG can pull out ahead. But FPX is trying to mitigate, create space away from this Jax. But, you know, I'm not sure if Bin is like going to super heavily push in the side lane take over, but he will be a threat. He will be causing problems for Summit if he's not able to defend. And yeah, we see the replay here, and the big thing here is they see the Akali go to the brush. They know this is coming. They throw a ward down. The polymorph is instant. Care doesn't even get a chance to Shroud, and although he throws a stopwatch down, they're ready to burst him. You even see the great timing from Icon. The stun comes out. Shroud wasn't even used.
Icon's been playing really well this series. And people who tune into LPL a lot will know that I am not an Icon apologist. The complete opposite is someone's going to apologize for Summit here. He's 0-3, and he's just been TP'd on, trying to buy some time as the rest of FPX come in. But a lot of leap strikes here as Doggo even comes over. A prop to Summit for surviving that long. But now 0-4, it is becoming very obvious that BLG are going to continue abusing this top laner.
What did Summit typing all chat is like an ask? Like, what are you doing to deserve this fate? I mean, BLG, it's not even just the fact Bin has it out for him now. The whole team coming in there. Now, he TP's top to defend the tower there. And you see, you know, that dive on a Summit was easy peasy. There's no way FPX go for a dive on a Bin. He is so bulky now with the Frozen Heart as well. And you got to remember, the AP damage from FPX is going to come mostly from Care. He is the assassin, right? And he really wants to be focusing his attention onto, you know, Doggo. Even Icon is a good target. Like, Bin is kind of hard for him to take down, kind of hard for him to get up close to.
3,000 gold over Summit now.
Oh, Lord.
Cares and even 1,000 behind him.
Look at mid, like, Icon's picked up a lot of farm. He's only about 300 gold down on this Akali, who's 5-1. That is starting to feel worrying right now, especially BLG. Not too far away from the Dragon. And I'm going to be real, sometimes Cloud can be very underwhelming. It's even getting a buff on the next patch. But in this game, with the Zeri, with the Jax, when these melee champions, the focus is to get on top of things like the Mininar, like the Sivir, it has quite a lot of value. A minute away, we see teams start setting up for it.
The Dragon, it'll be here. It'll be Cloud Soul as Icon might have found himself a pick, but more so the Crescent Guard to steal away from Cleared. And Orcs, I wanted to say that we have a Negatron Cloak up in that top side. Bin is going to get a Magic Resist item. And that, against Care, when we talk about him being the strongest, is going to mitigate so much. And as BLG move down to this objective, FPX are trying to push their way in, with Care now picking an angle from bottom side river.
And that's something to take into account, is Bin doesn't have TP, so he needs to start making his way down. And also, BLG are kind of cautious here because their strongest member isn't around, right? They need him to be here before they can contest control, and that's why FPX are going so aggressive. But look, Bin has made his way down, and BLG is suddenly going to look a lot more confident off the back of this.
And look, LPX is by himself. That turret in front of him, but the Yumi's on top are cleared.
Oh,
as they go for the engage. I mean, LPX is on the backside, but Icon, look at his positioning. Wiped himself a Crescent Guard, denies. Hung and Care going in as BLG disengage. And look, they're all trying to jump onto Bin, who's still alive. He gets the wild growth as Care tries to kill him, but you can't. The Grand Master at Arms lives on while Icon is buying time, space, and LPX is coming up next. Billy Gaming have just evolved. We've waited a whole split, 8 weeks, to see this team absolutely curb stop a team like FPX.
Absolute decimation. Bin coming in huge there, but the whole team cleaning up. 5-0. We're gonna get the replay as they take Dragon and Baron. So initially, Icon goes in and buys a ton of time, stuns and then Crescent Guards. But FPX, they try and focus down Bin. He's just too tanky here, and they can't even take him out. Even manages to get the counter-strike off at the end, and then jumps away, and Care follows him. But the main thing with Care is your Shroud just nothing against the Zeri. She can still fire her Qs at you. Sure. And then at this point, you've lost your strongest member. Your Akali has gone down, and FPX just have nothing left.
Bin is just slapping him with his wallet right now. I mean, this is such a great game to watch BLG make their line in the sand. Because remember, folks, 8 wins in the LPL is usually where playoff cuts off. Like each split, last split, for example, FPX and RA were both 8-8. Those were the final spots to round out in week 10. And considering we're week number 8, BLG have 4 series to go with this included. If they get a 2-0 here, BLG will bring FPX down to their level. And Orcs, we forgot to say, if BLG win this series, RNG are going to be locked into playoffs with the middle of the pack and the main number now being 9 to secure.
Yeah, so a lot going to evolve potentially off the back of this one. Also, if BLG beat FPX, then WE will be eliminated from playoffs. So a lot of effects, not just on themselves, but I think something to remember is with this top performance is bear in mind, BLG will, their hardest opponent coming up is V5. feel like if Bin is on a warpath, he could definitely cause issues for Rich. And he is. We see Weiwei and Icon starting to cause issues here for Summit once again in the top lane. And this Gnar, strongest top lane of the patch, not feeling like it right now.
I mean, he's 0-5. Summit needs to be left alone. It's pure schoolyard bullying at this point as we look at Bin on the bottom left, jumping in under turret, and Care is very scared. As he runs back, he still has flash available, but note that Bin now, Orcs, has Force of Nature picked up. 3 items versus 1 and a bit as we look at top side. Clid's going to start the engage up here on the hunt, popped by LWX. 4 members on top of Weiwei. Icon is abandoning him, sitting in brush saying, sorry, bro, can't do much.
Yeah, but look at the cost. Losing that tier 2 bot. Probably going to lose a tier 2 mid as well. I think the play is correct, though, right? When you're in this much of a hole, you have to just try and take someone out, stop the Baron push. But it will be very costly. BLG getting what they want. And as you said, the Force of Nature coming in. Force of Nature and this Frozen Heart, not only does Bin get tons of ability haste, but 2 of the most efficient items are reducing their damage type. So he is very hard to take down, very hard to kill. And we see Doggo reset and pick up the Infinity Edge. Feels like everyone on BLG is spiking right now.
Right, getting beyond that point, right? Like, we have had such a competitive game up until that last fight, but as you say, BLG, the item advantage being plain and clear. Weiwei is getting towards his 3rd item. We've got a BF sword now as 5,000 gold, just about 4,500 to be technical, between Bin and Summit. Bin is level 16. Summit is level 14, Orcs, and proof is in the pudding here with Bin, who has been having a really good split and has been carrying BLG in some of these games where otherwise it's just been clueless.
100%. And I'm so interested to see what FPX can do in this final fight. AK deficit. Can they do anything? Can they really find an answer at it? I feel like Care is the strongest member to try and find it. But how can you deal with Bin? I just feel like he's too tanky. I don't think anyone really has the damage right now. And a minute away from the soul. Do you just give it up?
Well, with Bin in the top side, having himself the teleport as well, the threat's there. Level 17 now as Summit is...
He's 3 levels up, dude. He's 3 levels up. Like, I feel like Mega Gnar doesn't do anything. Bin will just solo you out.
He just walks back into lane, and Summit, again, has to try and defend for this topside turret. Look at Icon doing the same thing. Remember, Orcs, we haven't talked about much here. 50 CS up over Care. And as you said before, it was an early kill Akali, but the goal back about 10 minutes ago was even, or at least close to. Icon is matching item for item here, so he's had a pretty smooth game. He's actually just picked up Cosmic Drive.
Oh, and look, Bin, such a threat in the side lane. He's not even killing the tower yet. He's denying as many minions as possible. He's just doing everything he can to keep Summit in the bin. Oh.
FPX trying. Force flash out of Weiwei. That's good. But the TP coming in. Here comes one of the raid bosses in Icon. The other one is staying topside. So while they commit for the play mid, you look at top and you're like, well, turret has just been injured. BLG doing the same mid.
Oh, Weiwei might be caught out though.
Subjugate to buy time. FPX getting cut around. Look at the pathing from Weiwei. He survives long enough as Clid jumps back in, but Icon's here. Doggo kiting back as well. Icon jumping in, still alive. And here he is, the man of the hour. Flashes with a counter-strike. Care's gonna die too. Bin takes names. And no prisoners here for the top laner of BLG. Summit running for his life, but hey, Doggo, that seal of the Quadra wasn't cool. But he needed some love too.
And now the dragon not needed, the soul not needed. BLG.
Oh my God.
From the brink of the position where playoffs may not even be an option. Going up against FPX, they get a very convincing 2-0.
This is BLG's time. Their last run is here. Welcome to playoffs to RNG. Goodbye, WE. This is the best series we have ever seen. I'm not sure if I'm going to say yeah, but it feels like one of the best this year from BLG. I don't know what they had for dinner before this series, but it was fulfilling.
Yeah, and that is so important for them. Such a boost of confidence, but it kind of felt like everything could be over on the back of this series if FPX had won it, not only would they have dropped down to 4-9, but they also would have elevated FPX to 6 wins. There'd be 3 teams on 6 wins. It would just make things so hard for BLG, but they clutch it out. I feel like that has been in a nutshell. He's a clutch player. We saw it in the finals in spring for RNG. We saw it in the finals of MSI for RNG. Bin is not the most consistent player, but when he pops off, it is on another level. And the fact that he played both sides of the matchup, Gnar into Jax, Jackson and Gnar, solo kills in both, absolute domination. And he says, yeah, to the MVP of the NALCS regular season, who?
God, I love that Summit even came into the LPL in such a big way. Then in week 8, Bin shows up, as you said, both sides of the matchup is just a big statement. But for BLG, this for them was a massive statement too. They've changed up the whole standings with this win. 5-8 tied right now with FPX. There's only 1 game difference at the moment between the two. But they now have the head-to-head if it ever comes to that. They're now getting up towards teams like TT who are 5-6. Our LPL playoffs, because of this one win, is going to be so much more crazy. And you know, RNG are now locked in. Excuse me. We have 4 teams locked into playoffs. 6 spots now being contested by realistically 8 different teams.
Oh, I feel like, you know, the top 4, it's always exciting. You know, you're jockeying for the double elimination spots in the top 2. We saw EDG knocked out in summer off. They lost their first series and then came back, won LPL Summer 2021, won Worlds. But I feel like the real charm is making it into playoffs, the rest of these spots. And it looks like it's just evolving to be such a battle. And it comes down, like, I feel like anyone's legend 7-5 don't look safe. You know, the fact that BLG won the series, FPX looked like they could just clean up, make it to playoffs, no longer look safe. And BLG, I feel like I'm going to be real, Hysterics, I was counting them out. I just didn't think it was going to happen. Just when it feels like on the cusp of them being out the conversation, they have a series like this. Game 1, domination. Game 2, there was definitely some mess. There was definitely some aspects. Weiwei didn't have as good of a game in this one as Game 1. But Bin, man, he is not interested in anything Summer has to say. It just completely crushed him. I don't think we've seen this much of a schooling in quite a while. Especially 2 teams who are like right next to each other in the standings.
Look at him. I mean, 9% kill participation because he died all the time. He got absolutely dumpstered and literally by Bin.
You know, I've seen something like this, but it was in a solo queue game. We all know how it goes, right? When your top laner just cannot stop getting bullied out. But yeah, I just can't give enough praise to Bin in this one. And I feel like the game could have gotten so much messier if he wasn't carrying. Like, if top lane was just going even, like, Care was being a problem. Care was actually trying to pop off this game, but then as soon as Bin started joining the fights, he was just an absolute brick wall.
He was, and you know, Care had some great moments, though, to that regard. Like, for FPX, Game 1 Orcs was an absolute blowout, and I think there's a lot of questions to ask of FPX. Game 2, though, Care was in a reasonable position, but with top getting bullied around, like, Weiwei having better jungle games in Game 1 and Game 2. I think Weiwei had an insane jungle series where he was so aggressive. Kind of the Weiwei we saw in the V5 of Summer that made its way into the top 6 and almost got to Worlds if they got to the double elim. But I think Weiwei has obviously had a good time away. Now, is it going to be enough to bring BLG to playoffs? Because to get 8 wins, they have to beat V5, and that's their next matchup.
Yeah, you know, that's going to be a challenge. And I feel like at this point, they just kind of want to get as many wins as they can. But I'm going to be real. I look at V5, and I think one of the question marks for V5 has eternally been Rich, right? In the top lane. He's had some solid performances, don't get me wrong. But also, during playoffs, he struggled. And I feel like if any top lane is going to exploit him, Bin can be the one to do so. We saw as well the Shy going up against V5, ending their winning streak. And it was, you know, up against Rich, he was a problem. It's very hard to deal with these very aggressive top laners who can be menace on these side lane picks. So it's not a clear-cut victory for BLG by any means when they go up against V5. But I think that is the point they can exploit. And keeps the dream alive, keeps it going forwards.
And again, there have been some rare splits where, if not 8 wins, 7 wins in very rare cases have been able to get the final spot. So that's why, as Orc says, every win does matter. Now for FPX, just a quick turn. Ultra Prime, Weibo Gaming, WE. 2 of those series should be absolute wins for this team. But even then, they have the same problem where they have to go over Weibo Gaming, who beat V5 and who are now 8-4 themselves. So I don't think FPX are in a comfortable position either, right? And that's why 7 might be coming across this split with how close our 8th to 12th right now really is.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's such a battle. And we have to say it in the air. I don't think anyone's going to be surprised by this, but Bin is MVP. Bit of a no-brainer. And, you know, we talked about how it felt like Nar didn't really have any good counters in the current meta. It felt like we saw Jax inconsistently working. Turns out we just needed the right Jax player.
Yeah. And how offended, but how insulted would you be as Summit? You know, game 1, getting solo killed by Bin's Nar. Game 2, he brings it back around the other side and solo kills you not once, but twice, Orcs. I even think we're close to 3 times here as we look at number 2.
Yeah, just domination, in all honesty. Found him again and again. Crazy enough, even around the dragon, where it wasn't really the focus, like the focus was his objective, he just hunts him down. And in this fight, you know, way a little bit overextended, Icon potentially caught out. But as soon as Bin joins, you just know it's over. It's just done. There's nothing you can really do in this situation. And yeah, an absolute raid boss, it felt like, in this one.
Oh, God. I feel bad for Summit, as you said. You look at the top laner and you say, I feel so bad for him. He's been a shining light in some of these games. He's been pretty good in some of FPX's games, but yeah, Bin was a very different story today, and we round out today with such a perfect finisher, right? Like, I can't wait to look at our standings, because with RNG locked in, as I said before, we have 5th all the way till 10th that needs to be locked. And Orcs, we're getting towards weekend of week 8. We only have 2 weeks left. Let's bring up the results, because today IG and Ultra Prime duked it out at some point. It was interesting, it was fun, and IG somehow won, but Orcs, that series, that's the one that might bite FPX in the behind.
How cool is this that the scores now match after the series? 3-9, 3-9, 5-8, 5-8. IG deal a devastating blow to Ultra Prime in the playoff chances, but try and keep the hopes alive. And BLG, you know, we just saw that absolute bang out just as it felt like BLG might have missed out. I was talking about, whenever I said BLG, I'm like, you know, let's focus on 2023. I feel like this year is probably not going to happen. It's not just the fact that they got that win. Makes a huge difference to their chances, but also the level of play they showed. And now we do get a look at the standings. Obviously, I believe we were told before that on the back of the outcome, the fact that BLG beating FPX, RNG will be qualified for playoffs. Yep. So it hasn't been updated to show that. That should be the case. Top 4 now locked in, and also WE now locked out because IG beat Ultra Prime and BLG beat FPX. So WE, unsurprisingly, right, 2 more losses even than RA, who is second last. They will no longer be able to make playoffs. And we have our top 4, which is also our top 4 from spring, locked into playoffs once more.
And I mean, the top 4 that a lot of people across the world are saying this will be the team that go. These are the teams that go to Worlds with 4 seeds. I mean, the race is on, and tomorrow will be good too, because Weibo still need to keep up that momentum. And if they get 9 wins, they could be in a very similar boat. Top Esports Orcs right now looking like the best team alongside JDG. Have to verse a TT that are a bit surprising themselves.
Yeah, I feel like you know, Top Esports can't disrespect TT. I think Top Esports look absolutely fantastic. They are behind JDG right now, but they have played a series less than them. So with this win, should be able to catch up, and their game difference is better. So if they do get a win here, they will take that first spot again. But it's an if. TT have been looking good recently, and then Weibo against LGD. I feel like both of these matchups, expectations are stacked on one side, but I feel like it's the LPL. You can never disrespect your opponents. We see so many upsets. You know, my big example I always bring up was in spring this year. RNG got 2-0'd by WE. WE finished 15th, and then RNG went on to win playoffs without losing a series, win MSI without losing a series, and the last team to have beaten them was WE. So, you know, it can always happen, even this late in the split when teams are ramping towards playoffs. Never can rule them out.
That's right. I mean, we've had some of the silliest victories, but yeah, so significant in the long standing of things. Remember now, any team that gets 9 series wins is qualified, considering that no one outside of the top 10 can hit 9 themselves. FPX, BLG fighting for a spot, and with TT sitting on the cusp of it, it makes things a little bit more simpler. RNG secured, Weibo can secure tomorrow as well. EDG 1 step away. And by week 9, Orcs, I think we're going to have about 6 playoff teams locked in, but that's for another week. Big thank you to you. It wasn't your birthday, but you still did well. So thank you
It's
for
someone's
coming in.
birthday, so happy birthday to
It's
you.
Mazelle's.
It is your birthday.
It's
then you
Mazelle's
watch it.
birthday today, I'm pretty sure.
No, it was
I think
yesterday. That was yesterday. It was a
Well-
Sheen and Mazelle's yesterday.
They're American. Well, one of them is American, one of them's Irish. So that is maybe yesterday. I don't really understand time zones. It's today for them. Anyway, thank you to everyone for tuning in. Tonight was a banger. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow with our 7-day-a-week schedule. It is bye for now, but not forever. Go and get some rest.